Windswept, a Pride and Prejudice variation, The Misadventures of Darcy and Elizabeth, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Author's Note. On November the 24th, 1703, according to the Julian calendar, a great extratropical cyclone, lasting a full week, struck England. Never in recorded history had England been hit by a storm with this level of ferocity and duration. Wouldn't you think that staying in one of the great houses was your greatest protection? The facts of history tell a much different tale. Most were the safest places to be. However, some that looked secure on the outside were anything but. This raises two questions. If it happened once, could it happen again? And what would happen if Netherfield Park had been built in haste? Remember that this is a work of fiction. The Great Storm of 1703 is a historical fact. This storm in 1811 is not, which means that the circumstances surrounding the disaster in Windswept are likely products of my imagination rather than anything supported by research. Also, I write American English. Prologue. 16th of July, 1811, Tuesday, Ramsgate. Do you despise me so much that you would rob me of every chance at happiness? Do you not want your sister to be happy in her marriage as well? George Wickham ran his hands through his hair. I would have tried to be a good husband. We could have had a good life together. Fitzwilliam Darcy's despair at learning that his former friend coerced his innocent young sister into agreeing to an elopement overwhelmed him. Georgiana was not yet 16. Anger, disgust, and a considerable measure of fear drove him to act. You do not know the consequences of taking Georgiana as a wife, for her and for you. Consequences? Wickham threw his hands up in the air. What consequences could there possibly be for me, other than finally having enough funds to live the life I desire, with a girl I've known since her birth? You, with Pemberley's wealth, have no clue what it is like to scrape by, facing one humiliation after another. I could have had it all. Bitterness almost choked him. Darcy stood firm. That you sought to use Georgiana to make your way easier is reprehensible even for you. But there is more. Yes, I know. Fearless Richard Fitzwilliam would make me pay for taking his ward out from under his nose. Wickham snarled. He's always hated me, Darcy. Since we were in leading strings, he wanted me away from Pemberley's nursery. You know that is not true. Mental pictures of the three boys playing together at his Derbyshire estate flashed through Darcy's mind. It did not matter that Richard and I were cousins while you were not. Before you and Richard left for Eton, the three of us were a team. Your actions since have not always been honourable, George. You created the breach. This is what enrages Richard. But I love her, Darcy, I do. Georgiana has always been a delightful child, who used to follow me around the gardens when I took the time to play games with her. She likes my company. She even enjoys my attempts at humour. George pleaded. We get on, Darcy. We could have been happy. I know we could have. Bile churned in his gut. The walls in the drawing-room of the summer cottage Darcy rented for his sister felt like they were pushing in on him. In the 5 years since his father died, leaving him the responsibility for Pemberley's assets, along with the care of Georgiana, there had been frustrations and joys and secrets. Lifting the saddlebag from the table, Darcy opened the flap. Pulling out a well-used leather-bound journal, he inhaled sharply before turning to the marked page. Thrusting the book at Wickham, he said, Read this. Wickham hesitated slightly before he took the journal. Why? Darcy snapped. Just read it. When Wickham's gaze dropped to the page, Darcy saw the exact moment the meaning of what he was reading became clear. All colour drained from Wickham's face, his knees wobbling until he had to sit down. Darcy knew the feeling. He was fortunate that he was already seated, when he discovered the life-altering secret that haunted Pemberley's halls for the generation prior to him in the pages of his father's diary. Good God! The book slid from his hands to the table. This means... Yes, it does. It says, mistakes were made. The consequences could have been grave had we not chosen to make the best of the situation. Little George is family. Wickham jumped to his feet. Good God! This makes everything I ever wondered fall into place. Wickham hesitated before standing to approach Darcy. Extending his hand, he said, I've done more wrong than good, but know this to be true. I will never say anything to besmirch Gerald and Lady Anne Darcy. They were everything to me. Any morsel of good in me is because of them. I will take this secret to my grave. More than anything, Darcy wanted to believe him. Now, for the first time, they both had something to lose. Taking his hand, Darcy promised, As will I. The handshake, swearing fidelity, was brief. Rubbing his face, Wickham asked, Does Richard know? Not yet. I'm a dead man once he does. He will not stop to consider extenuating circumstances like you, Darcy. He will act first, I know he will. Wickham slumped back into the chair. If I promise to stay away from Georgiana, and try to do better, you have to keep Richard away from me. Very well. Wickham spoke the truth about Darcy's cousin. Richard Fitzwilliam loathed George Wickham. Although he was not normally a violent man, his serving as an active colonel in the British Army had honed skills that could easily accomplish the deed. Rubbing his hands together, Wickham jumped from the seat. Pacing the room, he said, This, if it is known, could ruin you and Georgiana. And you as well. Me? Incredulous, Wickham stopped in front of him. Rather than ruin, I see this as a way to ensure my future prospects. Weariness from his hurried, exhausting journey from London to rescue his sister vanished. Stepping closer, hands fisted, he loomed over his half-brother. Darcy spoke through gritted teeth. Brother or not, if you ever attempt to slander, blackmail, or in any way gain an advantage over me or Georgiana, I, not Richard, will not hesitate to take you down with me into the bowels of hell. Chapter 1. Mid-November, 1811, Hertfordshire. Elizabeth Bennet shifted the heavy basket to her right hand, while gathering her billowing skirts into a semblance of modesty with her left. For 2 weeks, the wind whipped through the valleys of Hertfordshire, blowing autumn leaves to the ground, and then swirling them high into the air. Had elderly Mrs. Hammond not needed provisions, Elizabeth would have remained closer to the leeward side of the large brick edifice that was her home, Longbourn. Her bonnet twisted and pulled against the knot under her chin until the brim finally flipped upwards, leaving her eyes exposed to the dust pelting her side. They desperately needed rain. The summer months sweltered. By mid-November, there had been a few showers, but not one good downpour. She mocked the low clouds as she laughed at her dilemma. If she let go of her skirt to straighten her bonnet, the risk of exposing her legs was high. If she bent to set the basket on the ground, she feared she would topple over from the force of the gale. In exasperation, she dropped her chin to her chest and hurried to Mrs. Hammond's door. Unfortunately, from Longbourn, the elderly widow lived in the last building at the far end of the farming village of Meryton. Hoping she would not be observed fighting her garments, she rushed up the 3 steps to the door. Before she could raise her hand to knock, she was hailed from behind by the last person she ever hoped to see again, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy. Oh, no. Are you well, Miss Elizabeth? Good grief! Could he not see her struggles? I am well, sir. Barely refraining from rolling her eyes, she turned before dipping into an insignificant curtsy. Of all the people to see her bedraggled, Mr. Darcy was always perfectly turned out. Even with the stiff wind, his clothing was impeccable, His hat was perched just right. How on earth did he do that? And his boots held a shine. In spite of the elegance of his appearance, he was proud, arrogant, officious, and quite rude. Within moments of their first meeting, he proclaimed to his friend and host Mr. Bingley that she was just tolerable and not handsome enough to tempt him. Well, even with his reported 10,000 a year and his handsome form, Elizabeth wanted nothing to do with him. He could take his wealth and noble relatives somewhere they would be better appreciated, for the man had done nothing to ease his way into local society. Instead, he remained aloof, proving without words that, in his mind, he was superior, and the people of Meryton were no more than feudal minions. Mr. Darcy was accompanied by another man, who was not Mr. Bingley, the new lessee of Netherfield Park. In his saddle the stranger appeared to be almost as tall as Mr. Darcy. This was no mean feat, since Mr. Bingley's guest towered over every other person at the assembly room, where they first met. At a glance, the gentleman looked to be of an age with Mr. Darcy, or possibly older. His clothing appeared to have been designed by the same tailor. Even their horses were of similar conformation. Where they differed was Mr. Darcy's skin was slightly tanned from being out of doors. His eyes were ice blue, cold and penetrating. The other man's skin was weathered. His eyes were a light brown, and the little hair visible under his hat was sandy blonde. Unlike Mr. Grumpy Darcy, the other man's face was friendly. Before she could offer a welcome to the stranger, one of the unruly ribbons on her errant bonnet snapped, lashing her temple. "Ouch!" Elizabeth swiped a tear from the sting, while turning her face from the gentleman. Unfortunately, having let go of her skirt, the wind exposed far more than her ankles. Good heavens! How much did they see? Humiliated, she wanted to melt into the ground. After setting her skirt to rights, she grasped her fist even harder around the bunch cotton. "Miss Elizabeth." Mr. Darcy jumped from his horse and rushed to her side. Elizabeth teased to distract herself and them. "Are you to be my knight in shining armour, slaying my favourite ribbon with your sword?" The upward turn of his lips caught her completely unaware, something she considered impossible. In the 4 weeks since his arrival at the neighbouring estate of Netherfield Park, the man appeared as if he suffered from a bad case of gout or stomach pains. Not even during the 3 days when Jane was ill at Netherfield Park had Elizabeth spied a hint of a smile, despite plenty of fodder from Mr. Bingley's sisters. They were termagants, whose snips and snarls were often overly exaggerated. They certainly gave her reason for mirth, yet Mr. Darcy always failed to react. She stared at the door, wondering how she could knock without being indecent again. "Pardon me." Surprising her, he lifted the basket from her hand and reached around her, his gloved hand rapping on the decorative casing behind where she stood. Before she could thank him, he asked, "Miss Elizabeth, is the pain from your injury subsiding?" "My injury?" He pointed to his temple. "'Twas good it was not your fingers, I suppose." The man was a complete puzzle. What was he talking of? "My fingers?" He rapped again, as a strong gust whipped down the street, again threatening her unruly skirts. When he glanced at the bunched-up side of her gown, where she had a firm grip, she clearly understood his meaning. Oh, good grief! He had seen far more than he should. Elizabeth's mortification was complete. Mrs. Hammond finally came to the door. "Welcome, Miss Lizzie, sir. I am grateful that you can lift the basket onto the table, since she always brings far more than she should." She opened the door wider, letting in a fearful gust. "Please come in, Miss Lizzie. Oh, gentlemen, it is a breezy day for a ride. You are welcome to enter for a spot of tea and cake." Elizabeth said, "I will deliver your appreciation to Mamma. She enjoys tucking extra delicacies in the basket." "Pray see that you do." Mrs. Hammond smiled. Elizabeth barely kept her mouth from gaping, as Mr. Darcy, the most arrogant man of her acquaintance, gave Mrs. Hammond a courtly bow before entering the cottage, and effortlessly lifted the basket to the table. "Do come down from your horse and join us, sir." Mrs. Hammond's eyes twinkled with mischief as she looked at Mr. Darcy's companion. "The wind carries a chill, and I feel the dampness coming in my bones. The water is already hot in the kettle." Mr. Darcy stepped back. "Another time, perhaps. There is an order at the bookseller's that I have been waiting for since my arrival. If the weather continues to worsen, the likelihood of needing to remain inside Netherfield Park will be eased, with excellent reading material to pass the long hours. Perhaps my cousin Colonel Fitzwilliam and I will return in time to escort Miss Elizabeth safely back to Longbourn. Should she stroll between our horses, we could keep most of the wind from knocking her about. Would a quarter hour do?" Before Elizabeth could respond, "Not at all," or, far less politely, "Not on your life," Mrs. Hammond replied, "Yes, I believe it will do very well." As soon as the men were gone, and the door closed, Elizabeth huffed, "Mrs. Olivia Hammond, whatever are you about?" "Phew! I'm merely an old woman. I'm about nothing at all." Olivia Hammond was 82 years young, with a bold zest for living that equalled Elizabeth's. Before her widowhood, she sailed with her husband, a sea captain, to places Elizabeth only dreamed of. From her youth, Elizabeth spent time with Mrs. Hammond every week. The two were the best of friends. "Do not say so, for I know you far too well." Elizabeth busied herself, emptying the basket, since Hannah, the girl who helped Mrs. Hammond in the mornings, was already gone. "If half the men in the War Department were as crafty as you, the conflict with France would have ended years ago. Napoleon would shake in his boots if he knew you." "Crafty? Not at all. I say, who are those gentlemen? How well do you know them? And why have I heard nothing from you about either man?" Elizabeth studied the widow. Was she trying to make a match, or was she trying to make new acquaintances? Whatever the case, she replied, "The man carrying the basket is Mr. Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire, and Darcy House in London. Currently he is a guest of Mr. Bingley at Netherfield Park. He arrived approximately 1 month ago. Since I was taught not to say anything at all if I could not speak well of someone, I did not tell you about him. Our initial introduction did not go well. As we both just learned, Colonel Fitzwilliam is his cousin." "And who has caught your eye?" Emphatically, Elizabeth stated, "Neither." Mrs. Hammond chuckled. "Elizabeth Bennet, you dare to tease me. What I noticed was not one, but 2 handsome men who appear to be wealthy and possibly unattached. I suspect that the one who came to your aid could not say if my hair was black or white, since his eyes rested only on you. The other had a ready smile, though it appears that a natural reticence, or the lack of introduction, kept him on his horse. He would be welcomed in most parlours, as he is a relative of Mr. Darcy, and a colonel." She tutted. "Miss Lizzie, if I were your age, with such fine ankles and shapely legs, I would—" "Mrs. Hammond, you were at the window?" Chagrined, she wondered again exactly how much Mr. Darcy and his cousin saw. Running her hands down her skirt, despite the fact that it was far too late, Elizabeth made certain that her hems were precisely where they should be. "I might have been, for there have been such goings-on with the regiment here. They're quite noisy when they pass by my house on the way to and from their camp. I fear they are not as they appear, honourable men desiring to aid their fellow man." Elizabeth paused, a jar of soup in one hand and a piece of cook's favourite cake in the other. "For as long as I can recall, we have never had so many officers in Meryton. With the arrival of the militia, it seems we are surrounded." Mrs. Hammond agreed. "Certainly none in the militia here are so finely dressed as the colonel. Why, I've not seen the like since Captain Hammond and I sailed from Port Royal in the year 68. In Jamaica, the officers dressed formally despite the heat and humidity. I do wonder why Colonel Fitzwilliam is here, and how the 2 gentlemen get on. Oh, not all cousins are alike, you know, nor do they always do well together. Why, my only cousin Mildred was as quiet as a little mouse. Never would she have boarded her husband's ship as I did. She made several attempts to discourage me from the match. As far as the two gentlemen go, I'm curious, that is all." "In this you are not alone." Elizabeth set the rest of the items from the basket on the table. The Colonel was not at the assembly, where we first were introduced to the party from Netherfield Park, nor was he at any other gatherings. I cannot imagine that he's in Hertfordshire for official military business. Mrs. Hammond set the empty basket aside. "Do you think he's associated in some way with the militia, who have been in Meryton for a mere 4 days? They are social beasts." "Why would you say so?" Elizabeth asked. "Although the majority are rank and file, the officers I have met have been jovial and charming. I would hardly describe Captain Carter, Mr. Chamberlain, and Mr. Denny as vicious wolves." Mrs. Hammond's spine stiffened. "I fear you will not like my reply at all. You see, I understand that quite a few of those officers were gathered at your Aunt Phillip's house last evening. The noise they made as they returned through the village was enough to wake the dead. I will tell you, Miss Lizzie, stay away from them. They may look appealing in their fine red uniforms, with their lofty plan to protect us from the French, but the ribald comments I heard from them were disrespectful of our ladies, especially your younger sisters. You would best speak to your papa about keeping Miss Kitty and Miss Lydia inside. They are far too trusting to be around men who are not." Elizabeth's hand flew to her chest. "Oh, Mrs. Hammond, how can you say this? Several times my sisters and I have encountered the officers, and they have been nothing but gentlemanly toward us." Elizabeth paused. "Yet, if what you say is so, and I have no reason to doubt you, I cannot imagine someone as pleasant as, say, Mr. Wickham, approving of the conduct of his peers. He recently joined the militia, likely unaware of the sort of men with whom he would associate. Yes, he was gathered with other officers at Aunt's house. We were there for only a short time, before the weather drove us home. His conduct was nothing less than proper." Mrs. Hammond's face was a study in earnestness. Her eyes were sharp as they looked directly at her. "Mr. Wickham, is he a favourite of yours?" Elizabeth considered her question carefully. She had complete confidence that Mrs. Hammond would not share anything she said with others. No, her questions were to satisfy her curiosity, nothing more. "No, I would not say he was. Last evening he trusted me with a report of Mr. Darcy's misconduct. I will confess that the bad I knew of Mr. Darcy paled when the full truth of the Master of Pemberley's misdeeds was known. Apparently, he went against the desires of his father by robbing Mr. Wickham of a promised living 3 years prior. When I asked why Mr. Darcy was not taken to court to enforce the inheritance, Mr. Wickham clarified that the portion of the late Mr. Darcy's will, where his entitlement was written, was ambiguous. Otherwise, Mr. Wickham would have pursued the matter legally." Mrs. Hammond stirred a small amount of honey into her tea. "Could this be true?" Seating herself in the chair closest to the fireplace, she said, "Great men have many experts in the rules of inheritance at their disposal who are well versed in the law. To be casual or unclear about an asset must be unusual, I imagine, since gentlemen, especially with a large estate intended for future generations, would be particularly careful in leaving enough instructions so their wishes were carried out to the letter." She set the spoon on the table next to her. "I am wondering why Mr. Wickham is certain that he had the right to the position. Did he mention if he had the offer in writing?" The doubt creeping in made Elizabeth uncomfortable. "He told me that he grew up at Mr. Darcy's estate as the godson of the elder Mr. Darcy, who provided him with a gentleman's education. His opinion was that Mr. Darcy's father enjoyed the company of Mr. Wickham far more than he did his morose son." "I see," Mrs. Hammond mused. "It is odd, is it not? Mr. Darcy left clear enough instructions for his heir, who looks to be not yet 30, to inherit a massive estate with all its holdings, yet he did not make it clear about this one living. Livings are valuable, and particularly important to a property, since the chosen one would provide spiritual guidance to those occupying the land. I read the circulating papers, Miss Lizzie, and have for years. I've heard of the Darcys of Pemberley in Derbyshire. Their assets are reputed to be some of the grandest in all of England. Had there been an inkling of a loophole where poor legal rhetoric would have questioned the veracity of Mr. Darcy's inheritance, there would have been an uproar from the abundance of claims against the estate. Do you not agree? To be the master of Pemberley would be the ultimate dream for most men. I suppose. She barely kept from squirming in place. Why had she so easily accepted Mr. Wickham's narrative, without questioning it, as Mrs. Hammond did? The facts were obvious, and she considered herself clever. Mrs. Hammond continued. Additionally, I wonder why he shared private information with you, an almost stranger to him. What was his purpose? What did he hope to gain? Especially since Mr. Darcy was not there to come to his own defence. Hesitating, Elizabeth admitted, I do not know. Another thing to consider is why an educated man is in the militia instead of being settled in a career. Because of the Darcy family, Mr. Wickham could have pursued the law, fighting his own battle in court. Or he was in a position to qualify for another living in the church. Even had the military been his goal, his education would have merited an increase in rank or a place in the regulars. Do think about this, Miss Lizzie. Could it be that Mr. Wickham wasted the investment Mr. Darcy's father made in the young man? Providing a gentleman's education is expensive. Elizabeth sputtered as Mrs. Hammond's words trickled past her quick judgments. She, who prided herself on making accurate first impressions, had not thought the matter through. Confound it all. She closed her eyes momentarily, wondering why in the world she had not come up with the same questions. Miss Lizzie, this leads me to wonder, what was it about him that appealed to you? Is he handsome? Yes, his appearance is easy to admire. Mr. Wickham was devilishly handsome, with light blonde hair and warm brown eyes. His attention made her feel special, honoured, to have an attractive gentleman share private information with only her. I see. Mrs. Hammond shook her head slowly. I do wonder if it is as the vicar's wife says in Oliver Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield, that handsome is as handsome does, or as is most commonly believed, that handsome is all that matters. I do not know. Had Mr. Wickham's charms exceeded her ability to sketch his character? And, I wonder, why would a new acquaintance share his distress with someone unrelated to his trials, who has no power or authority to change the situation? Was he tugging on your heartstrings to purposefully sour you against Mr. Darcy, and stir up sympathy for himself? Elizabeth was feeling a bit foolish. Mrs. Hammond was correct. She sighed. Now, dear, do not be upset. The salient point is that the officers, who might or might not have included this Mr. Wickham, disparaged your family based on the conduct of your sisters. It is that single detail upon which you need to centre your attention. The other, between Mr. Darcy and Mr. Wickham, will sort itself out in due time. It always does with these great men. Elizabeth swallowed. In all honesty, she enjoyed being singled out by Mr. Wickham above her sisters and all other unattached females at the gathering. Sarah and Sally Long spent the whole evening sashaying back and forth in front of Elizabeth and Mr. Wickham, in hopes of garnering his attention. Lydia overtly flirted with the man. Yet Mr. Wickham paid them no heed in favour of spending time with her. Vain, prideful girl! Elizabeth would ponder the recent appearance of Mr. Darcy, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and Mr. Wickham, later that evening, once the beds were turned down and the candles snuffed for the night. She vowed to herself that she would examine the little she knew of Mr. Wickham's character closer, too. Right now, she needed to consider the reputation of her family. Mrs. Hammond's report was not a surprise. Both Kitty and Lydia were often referred to as the silliest girls in the county by their father, and many times they embarrassed Elizabeth with their poor manners. They were fully enamoured with the idea of being a military wife. That the regiment's commanding officer, Colonel Forster, had a 17-year-old bride did not help Elizabeth's cause to keep her sisters from mischief with the militia. Despite Kitty also being 17, it was Lydia at 15 who was the boldest and most determined to be the first Bennet daughter wed. Whatever Lydia did, Kitty followed. Their mother delighted in the retelling of once being madly in love with a handsome officer in her 17th year. When given a choice between the impoverished lieutenant or Mr. Thomas Bennet, an educated older squire with an estate, she sought security over infatuation. It was a poor example for her youngest daughters to hear, oft repeated, especially with an entire militia camped not 1 mile from Longbourn. Elizabeth would heed Mrs. Hammond's suggestion and warn her father as soon as she returned home. Glancing out the window, the branches of the large oak tree across the road dipped and swayed in the wind. A spatter of raindrops hit the window. "Oh, my dear girl, it is reassuring to me that the gentleman will protect you on your return to Longbourn. It looks to be turning into a right squall outside. Perhaps it would be wisest to wait out the storm before attempting to venture out. It is possible that the inclement weather will keep the gentleman from leaving the bookstore." Elizabeth pulled the lapels of her coat tighter, then readjusted the bonnet over her curls, retying it tightly under her chin. "A little rain or wind will not hurt me, as I have been wet and blown about before. I believe the course of wisdom is that I depart for Longbourn right away, so they can ride quickly to Netherfield Park for their health and safety." Chapter 2. There was something about being in Miss Elizabeth Bennet's presence that invigorated Fitzwilliam Darcy. Was it the liveliness inherent in her nature? With only himself and his sister Georgiana occupying their large estate, their drawing-rooms were often silent. When they were in London, business kept him confined to his study, where few visitors risked entering without invitation. His life was, for the most part, dull. No, that could not be accurate, since he enjoyed many things. One of his greatest pleasures was engaging in conversation with someone possessing a sharp mind. It was why he enjoyed his cousin's company, and, if he was honest, Miss Elizabeth's. Before he opened the door to the bookstore, Richard stopped him. "Say, Darcy, you old dog, why did you not tell me of your interest in a lady? I would not have tormented you earlier about our aunt's expectations that you marry Cousin Anne. Where she is sickly and lifeless, Miss Elizabeth is vibrant. Good choice, my good man." Darcy barely kept from sputtering. "Of what are you speaking? Miss Elizabeth is nothing to me. I was merely being neighbourly." The arch of Richard's brow indicated his disbelief. "Neighbourly? Is that so? Then why did you ride right by a mother with a passel of children clinging to her apron strings, who barely kept her daughter from blowing away in this wind? And why did you not stop and help the shopkeeper's wife, who was trying to close her shutters? Are they not your neighbours? Or is it only the Bennets whom you acknowledge?" He grumbled, uncomfortable with Richard's observations. In truth, he had not seen either the mother or the shopkeeper, once his eyes were fixed on Elizabeth Bennet. Richard was not yet finished. "Additionally, we bypassed the bookstore, our intended destination, once you spotted her. Do not try to tell me you have no interest, Fitzwilliam Darcy." Inhaling sharply, Darcy stated in as convincing a tone as was possible, "I have not been introduced to either the mother with the children or the shopkeeper's wife. The only one on the street with whom I am properly acquainted is Miss Elizabeth. This does not indicate romantic interest, because I do not have those inclinations in the slightest toward her or anyone else in the community. You shall see." "Oh, I saw all right." His cousin smirked. "Slim ankles and well-muscled Richard, enough. Oh, surely even you, with your prim ways, must have noticed it." "I noticed," Darcy admitted. Nonetheless, they have no effect on me." Richard's grin belied his words. "If you say so." "Had I not been a gentleman, I would have ignored the weight of the basket she was carrying, and never would have offered to have the two of us escort her to Longbourn. However, I am a gentleman. Do remember that, if you were able." This time the smirk was his, though that was not his overriding emotion. Movement over his cousin's shoulder caught his attention. "Was that?" Darcy inhaled sharply. "Blast and damnation." George Wickham entered the inn across the street, in the company of 3 militia officers. He wished he could be proud of him, acknowledge him for who he truly was. Instead, George slithered through society with little care, whether he left behind bleeding hearts, after stealing the innocence of maidens, or the last coin from a hungry man's pockets. It was the first time Darcy had seen him since Ramsgate. To avert danger, he needed to make sure his cousin did not see him too. "Oh, come, Richard, you can search the shelves for entertainment, while I meditate on the very great pleasure which a pair of fine eyes in the face of a pretty woman and a well-turned leg can bestow." With the arrival of Wickham, he would need to keep Richard busy, help Bingley learn to run an estate he probably should not have leased, manage his affairs, and avoid entanglement with Miss Elizabeth. When and why had his life become such a trial? A gust of wind hit the side of Mrs. Hammond's house, rattling the windows set in the bricks, until the curtains on the inside floated parallel to the floor. When the chimney began to whistle, Elizabeth closed the door, deciding to remain inside until the air settled. She hurried to place the screen as close to the fire as possible. Mrs. Hammond still burned wood scraps instead of coal, as did others in the locale. She had a large woven carpet covering the stone floor, and doilies under every surface that could easily catch fire from the shooting sparks. "The chimney cap must be gone." Mrs. Hammond moved to close the inside window shutters. "I shall have Hannah's brother repair it once the wind's calm. You know, I did not approve when Mr. Hammond installed these shutters inside the house as well as outside when we purchased this place, despite living through hurricanes in the West Indies. Now I am grateful." Elizabeth helped her with the latches, which were stiff from disuse. After many tries, the shutters were locked. Then she closed the damper in the fireplace. With one lone candle burning, shadows from their movement danced on the walls. Thinking Mrs. Hammond was as safe as she could be, Elizabeth said, "I must depart now." With more trepidation than before, and concerned that if she did not leave at that moment, she would be unable to return to Longbourn, she grabbed her basket and started for the door. A fierce howling, like 1,000 pounding horse hooves, racing toward them, a sound unlike anything Elizabeth had ever heard before, stopped her. At the same time, rain burst from the sky, pounding on the shale roof. "Good Lord!" Elizabeth's hand went to her chest. "Does cannon fire sound like this? I do not believe I have ever heard anything as loud." Fists pounded against the door, or was it tree branches that had been blown against the house? "Open up, we beg you." Reacting instinctively, Elizabeth threw the latch, allowing Mr. Darcy and his cousin to enter. They were soaked, their hats gone. "We beg your pardon." Mr. Darcy wiped the rain from his eyes as he spoke. "Is there some place we may temporarily shelter our mounts?" Mrs. Hammond said, "There is a lean-to in the back." "Stay here," Mr. Darcy ordered his cousin. Within a heartbeat, he passed a parcel to Colonel Fitzwilliam and was out the door. Disobediently, his cousin set the package on the table and followed. "Oh, dear!" Mrs. Hammond scurried around the room, while Elizabeth stayed in place. "Light more candles, dear. I shall gather towels and blankets for the gentlemen if you would lay them out on the table." Spurred into action, Elizabeth removed the food and drinks, placing them on a small shelf against the far wall. When Mrs. Hammond nimbly ascended the stairs to the upper floor, Elizabeth lit the tapers. By the time the gentlemen returned, enough blankets had been stripped from the bedrooms to warm the whole militia, and enough candles had been lit so they could see each other properly. Mr. Darcy and the Colonel were drenched and shivering. Come, warm yourselves. Miss Lizzie and I shall retire to my private rooms, where you can take advantage of the fire and the hot water in the kettle. I have a rack where you may hang your outer clothing and boots to dry. Pray let us know when you're comfortable." Mrs. Hammond's words hit Elizabeth one after the other. For the duration of the downpour, she was stuck in a small cottage with Mrs. Hammond and 2 gentlemen. One she loathed, the other a complete stranger. Even though her circumstances were far from joyous, she had a lifetime of making do. She would be pleasant to Mr. Darcy, even if it killed her. Fitzwilliam Darcy carefully removed his greatcoat, draping it on the peg by the door, being cautious not to shake the droplets waiting to form a puddle on the lady's floor. His cravat was soaked, as was his hair. Without his valet Parker, his jacket and boots would be impossible to remove. At least the buckskin of his trousers kept his legs mostly dry. He had used his fingers to comb through his curls, hoping they would not stand on end. Richard's hair was cropped close enough to his head that he merely rubbed it with a towel. "Well, Richard, welcome back to jolly England. You do mean damp and dreary England, do you not? I do understand that we need the rain, but this much at one time. I cannot imagine Spain and Portugal having equally poor conditions." The Colonel nodded. "Well, now that we've canvassed the weather like good British gentlemen should, perhaps my flask will warm our insides more than the tea the ladies will provide." Darcy grinned. "Like you officers, I have my flask. The question is, which do you prefer, Madeira in yours or French brandy in mine?" With a camaraderie born from years of close friendship, each man drank from his own, before Darcy let the ladies know they were presentable. Miss Elizabeth followed the old woman into the room. She was lovely. Miss Elizabeth, not their hostess. He watched as her eyes shot from his to Richard's, and lingered there longer than made Darcy comfortable. She smiled at his cousin, a dimple appearing at her cheek, her eyes alight with pleasure. How like Miss Elizabeth to welcome a stranger. "Mr. Darcy, pray allow me to introduce you to Mrs. Hammond. Mrs. Olivia Hammond, this is Mr. Darcy from Derbyshire." The young lady barely tilted her head toward Darcy, before returning her full attention to Richard. What was she about? Miss Elizabeth never greeted him with that level of warmth. In fact, had she ever truly welcomed him? At all? The rainfall must have washed his memory clean, for surely Miss Elizabeth wanted him. Or did she? Most ladies would do anything for his wealth and the Darcy name. If so, why was she paying particular attention to his cousin? Richard cleared his throat, reminding Darcy of the other lady in the room. "My pleasure." Darcy bowed. "As I mentioned, this is my cousin Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, recently returned from the front in southern Spain and Portugal. He is the second son of Lord and Lady Matlock." "We are pleased to make your acquaintance, Colonel." As he made a correct bow, Richard glanced over Mrs. Hammond before resting on Miss Elizabeth. Darcy was unsurprised by his cousin's reaction. Her cheeks were flushed from the heat of the stove, or from making a new acquaintance, Darcy did not know which. Her eyes, her most notable feature, were brilliant even in the shadows. He simply could not look away. Darcy's heart threatened to stop when Miss Elizabeth returned Richard's smile. Never in their short acquaintance had she smiled like that at him. He barely kept from snarling. "If you do not mind pulling 2 chairs closer, we might be seated to enjoy the heat while we learn more about you." Mrs. Hammond studied them closely, while Miss Elizabeth seemed slightly more circumspect. Once they were settled, Mrs. Hammond barely looked at Darcy. To Richard she said, "Sir, my late husband was a sea captain. I was fortunate enough to sail with him for many years. We were often in Spanish and Portuguese ports where we devoured the finest fruits and wine, and I purchased lovely linen and lace pieces, many of which I still have." He smiled. "While I was in Almeida, there was a woman whose tables were covered with exquisitely embroidered cloth. Had she given as much attention to the food she prepared as to the cloth she weaved, I would have married her on the spot, despite her being older than my father. I arrived with Wellesley in 1808, Perhaps we were in close proximity at one time or another. I do not believe so, since my husband sailed his final journey almost 42 years ago, and none of you would have been born. We would not. Richard crossed his legs, sipping the tea Miss Elizabeth poured. Darcy was surprised and inordinately pleased when he sampled his tea, which was to his exact taste, black with a hint of sugar. Miss Elizabeth asked, "You were at Rolica and Vimiero, then?" Richard rubbed the small scar on his temple. "You know of those battles, Miss Elizabeth." She placed her teacup to the side. "How can I not, when Napoleon's aggression threatens England both militarily and economically? The cost of war is great, as you know, affecting every citizen, male or female. I wish for peace, Colonel Fitzwilliam, so that no one suffers the hardship of a nation being in conflict. Injustice stirs deep within me, as it does all thinking individuals, I suppose." "Tell me, do you believe that raising arms against another is the means to peace?" he asked with a glint in his eye. "I cannot see that it has ever truly been successful in the past, nor do I suspect it will be in the future. However, as I utter those strong words, I readily admit that I am not a military strategist. I am a woman who frets for those who courageously put their futures on the line, so my small life in Hertfordshire remains unchallenged." Richard sat forward in his chair. "I thank you for your concern and your honesty. While I will not lie to you and say that war is good, I will confess that there were some parts that I will recall in the years to come that will bring a smile to my heart. For example, in a village where my regiment was stationed, a small boy with both front teeth missing had a massive dog he named after Lieutenant General Wellesley, except the lad could not say Lieutenant or Wellesley. He called that dog General. Well, sure as can be, on the 31st of July of this year, the little fellow's teeth were in, and he was able to say the words correctly when Lord Wellington officially achieved the very rank that lad called him for almost a year." The ladies laughed. Then Miss Elizabeth said, "What a remarkably prophetic coincidence. Was it the boy or the dog who inspired such confidence?" Richard looked pleased. "It was the boy, since the dog was little more than a lunkhead. By the time we left the area, the lad firmly attached himself to General Wellesley. The dog was loyal to anyone who shared a scrap of rations. Had the French seen them at first, he would have been called Général." Richard rarely spoke about his time on the continent, especially around ladies. When he shared details with him, Darcy was appalled at the terrors his cousin faced, and awed by the bravery with which he faced them. The wind blasted the side of the house, rattling the slate roofing. As attractive as he found Miss Elizabeth, and enjoyed spending time in her company, the weather was worrisome. His host at Netherfield Park, Charles Bingley, was new to estate management. He might not know, as Mrs. Hammond did, to fasten the shutters, bank the fires, and gather foodstuffs in case the household was confined for a lengthy period. Darcy and Richard needed to return to Netherfield Park as soon as was safely possible. But first, he would see Miss Elizabeth home. Another powerful gust assured him that it was unwise to depart. Chapter 3. Leaning back in his chair, he found relief in the carefully placed, elegant, though worn pieces of furniture, and the small touches that made Mrs. Hammond's house a home. A painting of an ocean sunset graced the wall above the fireplace. Had she painted it? Darcy asked, "In your years at sea, did you ever face rough winds, Mrs. Hammond?" "Are you the sort who thrills with tales of danger and daring, Mr. Darcy? I already know that Miss Lizzie never tires of hearing of my adventures." With a sly grin, she set her cup aside, then said, "My first summer as Mrs. Hammond was spent aboard the Concord, a merchant ship built for speed. We were 4 days out from the West Indies, when the blue sky darkened by rapidly encroaching clouds. Despite the sun immediately above, a sheet of rain hit us as wind gusts snapped the sails, sending the sailors up the mast to tie them off. Mere moments later, a swirling air current sent the vessel skipping over the crests of waves, eventually spinning us in full circles, and then tilting us from one side to the other as the height of the waves grew. We were blown so far off course into the Atlantic that we neared the Sargasso Sea. As scary as the wind was, it was the sound that inspired real fright. I had no idea that the air, violently moving through the atmosphere, could be so loud. By the time we were safely in port, not one member of the crew had slept for 3 days. Our ship was fortunate to make it to the docks in Nassau without the loss of a single life. Captain Hammond was as skilled a sea captain as James Cook. If he had not been, I would be unable to tell my account. "How did you survive?" Darcy asked, leaning forward. "You must have quickly run out of water, and the ship's cook would not have started a fire since the danger of keeping it contained would have been too risky." "Aye, you asked the same questions as my Lizzie." For some odd reason, knowing they thought similarly pleased him. Mrs. Hammond continued. "Our cargo was sugar, rum and molasses, which we lived on for the length of the storm." "That would have been a merry crew," Richard teased. Darcy watched Miss Elizabeth as their hostess, then regaled them with one account after another of challenging conditions during her years at sea. She was enraptured, though she likely had heard the stories before. Twice, when Mrs. Hammond detailed how close her husband came to losing his life, or the ship, Miss Elizabeth rested her hand on the lady's arm, offering comfort. Outside, the wind howled as the rain continued. "What of you?" Mrs. Hammond asked Richard. "Was your journey from the continent uneventful? Have you found England to be much changed?" Richard cleared his throat as he gathered his thoughts. "I sailed from Portugal in June, arriving at Southampton the first week in July. The crew was competent, and the ship seaworthy enough to avoid the French blockades." He sat straighter in the chair. "As far as my welcome, well, I am used to a certain amount of disappointment due to the fact that we did not return as conquering heroes who brought the war with Napoleon to an end. My expectations were not high." "I am distressed to hear it," Mrs. Hammond quickly responded. "Did your regiment accompany you?" Richard eased back into the chair. "They did. We were away from home for almost 2 years for this deployment. It was time." "Your life has been one of great sacrifice, Colonel," Miss Elizabeth said. "The relief your family and friends felt with your safe return must be, at least in a small way, a reward." Richard accepted her comment, but said nothing. Darcy understood his cousin. Richard's father, Hugh Fitzwilliam, Lord Matlock, railed against his second son, doing everything within his power to keep Richard on British soil, safely tucked away in an office somewhere. With the heir being as much of a wastrel as Wickham, Uncle Hugh fretted that he would never have a grandson who would eventually take over the reins of Matlock, and the carefully cultivated political career attached to the title. Richard fought hard against his father and mother to gain the independence he desired. Now that he had returned, another battle began. They immediately insisted he sell his commission and marry an heiress they selected. He wanted to make his own choices. Darcy had no one to tell him what to do, at least no one he wanted to have that sort of power over him, which was both a blessing and a curse. His aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, of Rosings Park in Kent, tried her best to control his decisions, but even with her blustering and insistent demands, he never gave in. When Miss Elizabeth smiled directly at Richard for the second time, assuring him of his welcome to the neighbourhood, uncertainty pierced Darcy's chest. He could not be attracted to Elizabeth Bennet. Why, her family was far below his. Certainly she was wise enough to be aware of the discrepancy. What did it matter to him if she found his cousin attractive? Richard was in every way admirable. Despite this, a trickle of what felt like jealousy taunted Darcy. Ridiculous. When she turned her full attention to him, he had to drag his thoughts back to the present. "Sir, are you pleased with your order from the bookstore? I'm currently awaiting a delivery of Sense and Sensibility, a novel penned by an anonymous lady. My aunt in London has already read the tale and highly recommended it. Nevertheless, getting my own copy has been challenging." Grateful that he knew of what she spoke, he said, "I read the book as soon as my sister finished. and found the struggles between the sisters' differing personalities intriguing. Since we are only the two of us, and I am much older than Georgiana, the lives of the Dashwood females are far removed from ours." "I suppose so." Her head tilted sideways. "Is Miss Darcy of an age with my sisters?" "She has recently turned 16. "Ah, that puts her between Kitty and Lydia. A difficult age." Darcy barely kept himself from gasping at the idea that his beloved sister had anything in common with Miss Kitty and Miss Lydia, two of the most ill-mannered females in Hertfordshire. In this they were like their mother, vulgar and loud. Never could his mind wrap itself around a mental image where Georgiana Darcy and those two misfits would be in company. Richard blurted, "Were you ever that difficult, Miss Elizabeth?" She laughed at the bold inquiry. "I should say so, sir. Even my eldest sister Jane, who is by far the sweetest soul on planet Earth, would smile one minute and then cry the next. Soon enough every one of my sisters will pass those trialsome years, only to wonder what all the fuss was about." Darcy dropped his eyes to his fisted hands, grateful the two ladies would never know just how difficult it had been for Georgiana. Her near elopement with George Wickham, not 3 months prior, would have succeeded had Darcy not chosen to arrive early to Ramsgate, where she was residing. Should he have been unsuccessful in stopping Georgie from climbing into the carriage with the rascal, the repercussions would have altered his sister's existence irreparably, and Darcy's consequences would have been more than a man could bear. What had she been thinking? She was trained in decorum from infancy. Wickham. He cleared his throat to regain his composure. "My order was much more mundane. I purchased a treatise by a well-known agriculturalist who studied soil samples in my home shire. Further, the weather of the past few weeks inspired a reread of Daniel Defoe's The Storm." Miss Elizabeth nodded. "The Storm, or a collection of the most remarkable casualties and disasters which happened in the late dreadful tempest, both by sea and land. I read that in my 10th year, after a particularly hard wind toppled the village church's steeple. For years after I was terrified that the same level of destruction would happen in Meryton, specifically to Longbourn. When I woke the next morning to clear skies and peaceful surroundings, I still fretted each time the wind whipped the tree limbs hard enough that they bent. After several winters passed with no more destruction from the weather, I forgot about Mr. Defoe's book. I'm quite surprised that I did not recall it with our current conditions. Perhaps it is time I find it on Father's bookshelves and reread it on a dark and stormy night." Richard asked, "You were only 10? Remarkable. I'm surprised that you were not kept awake from bad dreams." Miss Elizabeth's joy illuminated the room. "I share a room with my eldest sister Jane, who remains steady despite any tumult. Only in her presence would I dare do such a thing." An image of Miss Elizabeth being in his private sitting-room between the master and mistress's chambers, where they read together as they cuddled on the sofa in front of a warm fire, popped into his mind. They would drink wine and have complete privacy to... He moved to the fireplace to adjust the screen closer. It was an unnecessary task that masked his growing confusion. How and why was his mind dwelling on him and Miss Elizabeth being together? Impossible. Mrs. Hammond addressed Colonel Fitzwilliam. "But tell me, have you visited places other than the Continent?" Elizabeth was grateful when Mrs. Hammond drew him out. The Colonel spoke for a length of time. He was particularly well-travelled. The man was a fascinating character, with an amiable personality, quite unlike Mr. Darcy. Each time the Colonel smiled, dimples appeared on each cheek. His teeth were straight and white, and his eyes twinkled, with the same look as did her father's when he was teasing. His countenance was easy, and his conversation stimulating. Glancing at the man at his side, Elizabeth could not help but wonder how the two were able to enjoy company together. As a matter of fact, Elizabeth also wondered the same about Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley. They were as opposite as night was to day. What was it about a miserable man like Mr. Darcy that attracted amiable people? Did his cousin and Mr. Bingley feel sad for him, that he likely had no other genuine friends. Was it some sort of pact they made to attempt to pull Mr. Darcy's attitude from the highest heavens down to where mere mortals existed? Whatever the answer, it was easy to ignore one man while listening to the other. Mr. Darcy unlatched the shutter behind where he stood. It was then that Elizabeth noted the silence outside. He said, "Mrs. Hammond, we thank you for your hospitality. There seems to be a break in the storm. I suggest we leave immediately in case the weather quickly changes its mind again." As the men donned their greatcoats and retrieved their horses, Elizabeth said her goodbyes to Mrs. Hammond. The afternoon, despite the wind and rain, was stimulating due to Colonel Fitzwilliam's presence. As was typical, having Mr. Darcy along, well, he was tolerable, she supposed. Chapter 4. "Miss Elizabeth, although my saddle is not made for a lady's comfort, you are welcome to ride. I will walk alongside," Mr. Darcy offered. The Colonel also made his mount available. "While I thank you both, I do not care for riding, preferring my own 2 feet to their 4. True to their promise, the men led their horses as they escorted her to Longbourn, allowing her to set a brisk pace. On the way, she pointed out areas of note, speaking quickly after discovering that Colonel Fitzwilliam had an interest in his surroundings. To him, Elizabeth said, "You may be surprised to learn that Egypt is not the only land with pyramids, sir. In the clearing behind those trees, the younger brothers of my good friend Miss Charlotte Lucas and I attempted the amazing feat of building our own wonders of the not-so-ancient world." Before Colonel Fitzwilliam could close his gaping mouth, Mr. Darcy asked, "Was there a particular reason why you took on this monumental project?" She was surprised at his interest. Was he hoping to prove to his cousin how provincial she was? Was he finding fault again? Elizabeth shrugged. "My father has a large collection of maps in his study that intrigued me greatly. Once I realized that any dreams that I held of travelling to the Mediterranean would never come to fruition, I joined with the neighbour boys to build our own Hanging Gardens of Babylon and Great Pyramid. In all honesty, we were doomed from the start, since none of us were skilled builders or engineers. The other issue that was too much to overcome was that John Lucas and I were a mere 9 years old. Bertie Lucas was only 7. We were all too short to have anything more than a small pile of stones and bricks we scavenged from Papa's old ice house." She sighed, then grinned. "We did try, though." Both men laughed along with her. Mr. Darcy knows how to laugh. She never would have guessed he would know the meaning of humour. With more boldness, Elizabeth showed them where they pretended to pull legendary Excalibur, the sword, from a stone, when a light rain began to fall, and the wind whipped into a gale. "Gentlemen, you must have concluded by now that I was a hoyden when I was young. Rather than tell an untruth, that I have fully metamorphosed into a fine lady, I will confess that I am likely to run through the fields without my bonnet, on sunny days, and when it rains." Without even a "by your leave," she took off like a shot. From over her shoulder she said, "After one more corner I will be at Longbourn. I suggest you ride to Netherfield Park, so you do not suffer another downpour." She did not look back until Mr. Hill, Longbourn's butler, opened the front door. Instead of doing as she suggested, they had mounted their horses and continued to follow her. Dipping her knee, she acknowledged their kindness. It must have been Colonel Fitzwilliam's idea. So this was Longbourn, the Bennet estate. What an incredible lady! Miss Elizabeth is intelligent, kind, and quite pretty. What is her situation? Richard asked on the wind, as they turned toward the main road. His question startled Darcy. "Why are you inquiring about her?" Even though the rain increased, and they should hurry to Netherfield Park, he was desperate to know. "I am a second son with unpleasant memories that have forever seared my soul. I was not considered a handsome man before. Now I see when a woman spies my scar. Since my return, the number of unattached ladies in England who have treated me with as much respect as Miss Bennet can be counted on one hand. Although I'm not currently looking for a bride, she is an attractive woman with a heart tender enough to look after an elderly woman completely unrelated to her, for the simple reason that she holds her in respect and affection. Mrs. Hammond and Miss Elizabeth's welcome was genuine in warmth and friendliness. Miss Elizabeth may be merely curious about me, and I can accept this openly. Nevertheless, should she feel an attraction, I might remind my mother of her promise to give me a small estate attached to Matlock when I wed. That is, unless you already have a prior claim. What? I do not. Darcy could feel his pulse in his neck, grateful his damp cravat covered it. What had he done to leave his cousin with the impression that he was attracted to Miss Elizabeth? Had he stared at her too long? Had he been too easy-going around her? He would need to keep on guard. Marriage? You are here to find a wife? Darcy wiped the rain from his face to no avail. The thought of his cousin, wed to the lady, stirred his ire, disappointment, and a keen sense of competition to best his closest friend. Richard reined in his horse. You know my purpose. I need an occupation, something that I can enjoy enough to keep me settled in one place for more than a few months. Army life forces a man into a routine where permanence is foreign. This change would be more pleasant and easier with someone alongside me. I'm not opposed to marriage, especially to someone intelligent and kind. Darcy felt his cousin's eyes, examining every reaction. He dared not flinch or flex. Changing the subject to protect displaying his feelings before he was ready, he asked, You are determined to sell your commission, then? Darcy heard the hope in his voice. Richard was closer than a brother to him. Each time he departed British soil to battle the French, Darcy lived in fear that something dreadful would befall him. I am. I've given my last orders until I need to set up my house. For now, I am not in a hurry. Unlike you, I am not pursuing a lady to be my wife. At that, he kicked his horse into a gallop. Darcy hesitated more than a moment before he followed. Pursuing a lady? Him? He had no claim on Elizabeth Bennet, nor did he necessarily want to claim her. The expectations of his family and peers were that he would make a great match with a woman of excellent connections and fortune. For his sister's sake, he would not seek a mate below these expectations. Besides, Elizabeth Bennet's open personality begged him to drop his reserve, something he could not do. Should anyone, including her, discover what his father's journal contained, his peaceful reign over Pemberley would be imperilled. During the months since Ramsgate, Darcy repeatedly contemplated the possible consequences of revealing the secret to Richard. Wickham, knowing he was Georgiana's half-brother, protected her from any further attempts to take advantage of her, which was his reason for allowing George to read that portion of the journal. In the end, he decided that his father's command was rational. He would tell no one, especially a new acquaintance with fine eyes. A fire burned in his chest, radiating up his throat, almost choking him. Why did he feel miserable at the thought of turning his back on this particular female? For a certainty, he was a man of determination and discipline. Surely, with minimal effort, he could evict Elizabeth Bennet from his thoughts. But could he evict her from the far corner of his heart? Certainly, he was a Darcy. Elizabeth chose not to say anything about Colonel Fitzwilliam being in residence at Netherfield Park. Although she knew her mother would appreciate the opportunity to throw any of her 5 daughters at the feet of a wealthy man, the fact that he was the son of Lord Matlock, even the second son, put him too high above them. Francine Bennet's efforts would be futile, since the Bennets had little incentive to offer a prospective groom. Their dowries were pitifully small. Their estate was entailed to a distant male heir. None except Jane could boast of true beauty. Sitting in the window seat of her chambers, her fingers trailed the raindrops down the glass. Had Mr. Bingley welcomed Colonel Fitzwilliam without reserve? Surely he would. Any friend of Mr. Darcy's would always find doors opened and hospitality offered, especially the son of an earl. What about horrible Mr. Darcy? That he treated Colonel Fitzwilliam as a true friend could not be denied. He was at ease in his company, which spoke well of the man. She grumbled. It would not do to think better of Mr. Darcy, since she vowed to hate him forever. There, she would think no more of either man, since the likelihood of them remaining much longer in Hertfordshire was slim. Well, that was easier said than done. Colonel Fitzwilliam's brilliant smile appeared to be engraved on her mind. He had a kind face. He was an exceedingly pleasant man, despite his choice of companions. She scoffed. She knew more than most that no one could choose their relatives. Colonel Fitzwilliam had to like Mr. Darcy. They were cousins. This raised many questions in Elizabeth's mind. Were the Colonel's parents the sort who shunned any child other than their firstborn son? Many families of Elizabeth's acquaintance treated their heir as if he was a personal gift from God, and the sole blessing for a family. Often it created in the child a prideful arrogance like Mr. Darcy, who, from the fact that he was the heir to Pemberley, and only spoke of having a sister, must have been the only son. Although Elizabeth could not know if Colonel Fitzwilliam had been an overlooked child, she knew without question that her mother favoured Jane for her beauty, and Lydia for her liveliness. Despite Sir William Lucas, their jovial neighbour, calling Elizabeth one of the jewels of the county, her reality was that there was nothing she could do to wedge a larger slice of her mother's heart. Neither could Mary or Kitty. It was one of the reasons she favoured Mrs. Hammond's company. Mrs. Hammond never withheld praise, or refrained from correcting Elizabeth when needed, like with Mr. Wickham and Mr. Darcy. She traced another drop down the glass. Was Mrs. Hammond correct about the true character of the men? Where Elizabeth admired one and loathed the other, the elderly widow felt exactly the opposite, although she tempered her feelings instead of using words like hate or loathe. For as long as Elizabeth knew her, Mrs. Olivia Hammond was exemplary, someone she wanted to imitate. As the third daughter of a baronet, Mrs. Hammond believed that ladylike accomplishments, such as painting and needlework, paled against cultivating qualities like empathy, kindness, loyalty and generosity. Her motto was to live life with no regrets. Elizabeth yearned to reach a ripe old age, having done the same. In the meantime, she decided that she could tolerate Mr. Darcy, in hopes of making a true friend of Colonel Fitzwilliam, if there were an opportunity to associate together. He acted like he would welcome lively companionship. She longed to know him better. Chapter 5. Later that afternoon, once the rain stopped, Richard left for St. Albans to meet with the 40-year-old inventor of the steam locomotive, Richard Trevithick. Darcy had wanted to go along, since he invested heavily in the future of England's transportation. Unfortunately, Miss Caroline Bingley had pressed him into service to guide her brother to the 24 houses worthy of invitation to Bingley's ball. For years, Darcy and anyone else who knew Bingley was aware of his appalling sense of direction. More than once, Bingley had to stop and ask the way from his brother-in-law's townhouse in London to Darcy's residence on Park Lane, even though he travelled the length often. The task took several hours, even though servants had been sent to all but 4 houses carrying the good news. From the reactions at Lucas Lodge, the Gouldings and the Longs, Darcy suspected that grand social events were few and far between in the Shire. Fortunately, the rain and wind increased to the point that it was no longer comfortable to ride, as they made their final stop, Longbourn. Darcy had insisted that Bingley use a carriage. Bingley insisted that he would make a better impression on Miss Jane Bennet, should he be mounted on a horse. Darcy's rationality was no match for Bingley's vanity. Rain dripped from another hat, since the windstorm had whipped off the one he wore that morning when they encountered Miss Elizabeth. His boots were spattered, and his gloves were soaked. When Bingley's horse shook the water from him like a wet dog, almost unseating his host, Darcy chose to intervene. "Let us return another day in the carriage. That way you will not appear to be at a disadvantage with the Bennets." Bingley nodded, pouring water from the brim onto his lap. "Very well. I will leave the invitation with the servant." On their approach, the door opened, and Longbourn's butler said, "Gentlemen, how might I be of service?" Bingley's eyes focused on the windows, possibly hoping for a glance at the eldest Bennet girl, as he dug below the layers of his outer clothing to retrieve the parchment. Darcy could not refrain from glancing higher up. His breath stopped. Seated in the window was Miss Elizabeth, her fingers pressed against the pane, her gaze distant. Her rich tresses were down around her shoulders, possibly to dry from her earlier exposure to the weather. Darcy yearned to trace the same pattern of the raindrops. What was he thinking? That he was an idiot, that is what. Giving a gentle tug on the reins, he backed his mare away from Longbourn, purposefully distancing himself from temptation. For he, who prided himself on his honesty, had lied at the Meryton Assembly. Miss Elizabeth Bennet was certainly handsome enough to tempt him. She saw him. Through the dampness of the window-pane, her eyes met his icy blue stare, except they were soft and inviting, welcoming, yearning. Elizabeth scoffed at herself. Was it the blurriness from the rain that caused her to see something that, in truth, was not there? When his horse sidestepped, Mr. Darcy looked away. With a final glance, the gentlemen turned their animals and rode away. Her chest throbbed from the pounding of her heart. Her damp palm slid down the glass. What was Mr. Darcy about? Since she had no clue, she inhaled and exhaled slowly until her pounding heart calmed. Settling back in the window seat, grateful the wind had subsided and the rain was but a heavy mist, Elizabeth was 2 paragraphs into the first detailed account of a hurricane hitting England in Defoe's The Storm, when Jane burst through the door, her face a rosy pink. She waved a folded piece of parchment. Barely breathing, she said, "Lizzie, Mamma was in the kitchen discussing the menu with Cook when this arrived. Papa is in his study, and since I recognised Miss Bingley's handwriting, I took it from Mr. Hill." She drew herself up and opened the missive. "Jane, if you were not able to alert Mamma, then good for you." Elizabeth was stunned that her sister had done something so out of character. "It is from Mr. Bingley. An invitation to a private ball to be held on the 26th of November at Netherfield Park. He says it is in my honour, to celebrate my recovery from the cold I had last week. We are all of us invited to attend." She twirled, pressing the paper to her chest. "Oh, Lizzie, I am truly the happiest woman alive. Mr. Bingley is just what a young man ought to be, sensible, good-humoured and lively, with happy manners and ease." "He is also handsome," replied Elizabeth, "which a young man ought to be if he possibly can. I give you permission to like him, since he is far superior to his friend." "Oh, Lizzie, Mr. Darcy should never have insulted you. That was unfortunate," Jane said. "I do wonder if circumstances kept him from acting properly that evening. Perhaps a business deal he was pursuing went wrong, or a beloved family member was facing injustice. Or perhaps he was unwell. It was ill-judged of him to say what he did, but we might excuse him if we knew the details." "Possibly. Dearest Jane, you wish to think all the world is respectable, and are hurt if I speak negatively of anybody. I do not see universal goodwill in everyone I meet. There are few people whom I really love, and still fewer of whom I think are genuinely kind. Every day confirms my belief in the inconsistency of all human characters, and of the little dependence that can be placed on the appearance of either merit or sense. The more I see of the world, the more I am dissatisfied with it." Elizabeth studied her sister's expression carefully when she revealed, "There is a new arrival at Netherfield Park, an officer recently returned from the Continent. His name is Colonel Fitzwilliam. He is a cousin of Mr. Darcy's." To Elizabeth's pleasure, Jane asked, "Is he an amiable man?" "Yes, I believe he is." After explaining the circumstances of their introduction, Elizabeth wondered, "Shall he be at the ball, do you think? Being so long on the Continent, would he be familiar with our dances?" The image of her and Colonel Fitzwilliam, standing up on one side of the quadrille, opposite Jane and Mr. Bingley, grew more detailed as she held the picture in her mind. They would smile at each other when he realised they were of even temperament. His gloved hand would be firm under hers as they moved around the other couples. Jane interrupted her reverie. Even if he is not, Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst could see that he practises before the music begins. Or a dancing master could be brought from London. Meryton is a mere 4 hours from town, do recall. Jane spun around the room. Oh, Lizzie, what a glorious evening it will be! Elizabeth was happy that Jane, the most deserving of all her sisters, was joyous. She, too, was happy with the invitation. She loved to dance. She loved to laugh. She loved to spend time with her neighbours, except Mr. Darcy. She disliked him, though not to the same degree as before when she spoke with Mrs. Hammond. Would he ask her to dance? Of course not. The following day there was not even a hint of wind or rain. Elizabeth stopped at Mrs. Hammond's cottage to check on her welfare. Again, her mother packed enough food for a small army, in case the weather turned bad again, and it would be days before Elizabeth could walk into Meryton. As it was, the rain soaked into the thirsty earth, so there was not one puddle to jump over. The vivid blue sky, and the few gold and orange autumn leaves carpeting the ground, delighted her. The lingering fragrance of damp soil soothed her, while the crisp air invigorated her. Seeing water finally flowing in the brook reassured her. She loved each season. Winter was a time for rest and restoration, spring for new growth and reawakening, summer for joy and abundance, autumn for slowing down and taking stock of the more important things. It was a time when families gathered and celebrated the year's harvest. Autumn was her favourite time of the year. Miss Lizzie, do come in, for I have something of great importance to show you. Jane, Kitty, Mary and Lydia greeted the widow, but did not stop. Will they not join us? Dear Mrs. Hammond, I have no doubt they appreciate your kind offer, but they are on a mission to the haberdasher for new ribbons. Mary, who prefers reading to dancing, will search for a new piece of music to torment everyone with until she achieves proficiency. Mrs. Hammond ushered her inside. Beside her rose-coloured teapot sat an invitation to the ball. However, it was the small basket covered with a fine cream linen cloth, with the letter D elegantly stitched in the corner, that captured Elizabeth's attention. As she considered who the bearer of the present must have been, her breathing shallowed. Mr. Darcy? What was he about? Do look inside, Lizzie. Before she could step toward the table, Hannah took the food basket from her. Touching the corner of the linen, the maid said, Oh, Miss Elizabeth, it's the most elegant thing I've ever seen. Not needing any more encouragement, Elizabeth pulled back the corners of the cloth to reveal 2 daintily decorated chocolates, 4 orange-flavoured sweetmeats, and a length of ribbon the same shade as Mrs. Hammond's tea set. Within the folds of paper was a piece of exquisitely designed lace. On one side of the enclosed calling card, in a masculine hand, was written, We appreciated your port in the storm. Please join me for supper at the ball. My carriage, along with a maid, will be provided as your escort. Engraved on the other side was Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, Esquire, Park Lane. Elizabeth simply had no words. Few individuals recognised Mrs. Hammond's value. Over the years, unthoughtful neighbours would leave their young children with the widow, for the simple reason that she had no children of her own. Others took advantage by insisting she help with their sewing, since she had no husband to occupy her time. That Mr. Darcy, a stranger, in fact, a rude stranger, had given the lady consideration, would certainly elevate her at the ball, for few would have as fine a trim to wear. Possibly only Mr. Bingley's sisters would embellish their gowns with the equal. Elizabeth's gaze moved from the precious items to the lady. Was Mrs. Hammond standing taller? Her cheeks were flushed with a lovely shade of pink. Her eyes twinkled from the light coming through the window. Or was it from the gifts? I do not know what to say, Mrs. Hammond. In a million years, I would not have guessed that an act of kindness of this magnitude would have originated with that man. Elizabeth glanced back at the items. Unless he intended them as gifts for his hostess, he would not have brought these things with him to Hertfordshire. This meant he sent to London for them last evening, so that they would be delivered today. I am astonished. You have a discerning admirer. I would not presume to say so. My dear Lizzie, again, I'm wondering if you might have been too hasty in your judgment of Mr. Darcy. He treated me with respect yesterday, an old woman with whom he was under no obligation. He holds as a close friend someone who would not be welcomed in many homes of the temps. She hurried to add, and I'm meaning Mr. Bingley, whose father and grandfather worked for their money rather than inherited it. This means that the stink of trade, as is proclaimed by many of the elite of British society, would force the upper 10,000 to reject Mr. Bingley and his sisters out of hand. She picked up the calling card. I heard whispers of a ball being held at Netherfield Park, as each lady in our community received their invitation. Most did not hesitate to wave their summons under my nose, asking boldly if I received one. I told no one of Mr. Darcy's special invitation. You will go? Elizabeth asked, hopefully. I will. My finest gown is out of date, but I will wear the ribbon and lace with pride, and I eagerly anticipate sharing a table with Mr. Darcy. I have every confidence that he is a brilliant conversationalist. Elizabeth's confusion almost choked her. She could not be so wrong about Mr. Darcy, could she? There must be something missing, or something that she overlooked. She simply could not refute this act of kindness. Perhaps it was Colonel Fitzwilliam who obtained the gifts, and coerced Mr. Darcy to write the note. Indeed, but why would he not have sent his own card? And why would Mr. Darcy set aside the coveted supper spot for conversation with Mrs. Hammond, if it was not him who procured the gift? Completely perplexed, Elizabeth offered, Perhaps if we looked at your gown together, we might be able to adjust it to a more modern style. After all, to be the supper partner with the wealthiest unattached man at the ball is worth the effort, is it not? Not man, Lizzie, Mrs. Hammond said. Gentleman. Exhaling quickly, Elizabeth sued for peace. Very well, gentleman. Darcy waited impatiently for Richard's return the next day. Once they were seated with Bingley and Hurst in the study, Darcy quizzed him about his interview with Mr. Trevithick and the railroad. He was particularly interested to know the engineer's progress, as well as speak of the potential for growth in the northern portion of England. Richard was barely able to sit still in his excitement. Darcy, Trevithick is a dreamer as well as an inventor. Why, the potential for this new industry will change the world as we know it. What of the man himself? Darcy asked, pleased at seeing his cousin captivated by anything other than the weapons of war. I'm convinced that he is as knowledgeable about business as he is about machinery. Richard gained his feet to pace the room. He's willing to risk everything of his personal fortune before inviting others to invest. I got the impression that he's not one to admit failure easily. After explaining what went wrong with his first 2 steam engines, he consulted the writings of Robert Fulton, whose steamboat plies the rivers in America. He believes that the recommendation and information will enable him to increase the speed and duration while reducing the overall weight. It surely will lead to success. Did he provide a prospectus for his plans? He did. We can review them later. The Colonel returned to his chair after glancing at the other 2 men in the room. Gilbert Hurst was almost asleep. Bingley's eyes were glazed over. His interest was not business. A trickle of a breeze entering the room from the gap between the windows and the casing chilled the back of Darcy's neck. Speaking of making sound business decisions, are you certain you want to remain in this house through the cold of the winter, Bingley? You will have a miserable time keeping the rooms warm enough. Was there a reason for burning wood in the fireplaces instead of coal? His host shrugged. I do not know. It was a beautiful day, with not a hint of wind when I toured the property. According to the steward, the current owner, who inherited from his father, has no great memories of living here. I assumed something bad had happened in the family. Now that the weather is turning colder, I realise how poorly constructed the main house is compared to the older buildings. Nonetheless, its proximity to town keeps my sisters from complaining too much, and I enjoy the neighbourhood. Richard noted, It is a lovely parcel of land, and the house itself does not look too bad. From a distance. Darcy was disappointed that Bingley had not asked his advice prior to signing the lease. Wood-framed buildings were rare in England, for a reason. Not only was there danger from fire, but selling timber to the Admiralty was a far smarter business decision than using it for construction. Brick and stone were more stable and easier to heat. Besides, the workmanship of Netherfield was less than stellar, something Darcy would never allow for one of his residences. Bingley poked his thumb at his chest, his chin rising about 2 inches. He said with a grin, "Colonel Fitzwilliam, I do hope you plan to be here on Tuesday next. I'm hosting my first ball to celebrate Miss Bennet's return to health." "Has Miss Elizabeth been ill? She appeared to be the picture of vitality yesterday." Richard looked worried, which made Darcy fret, though why he could not say, or rather, he cared not to admit. "No, not Miss Elizabeth. Miss Jane Bennet, the eldest Bennet daughter. The closest female I have ever met to an angel." Hurst groaned and rolled his eyes before mumbling, "Did you not say the same with your last angel?" Bingley waved his hand in dismissal. "I've even forgotten her name. Such is the superiority of Miss Bennet." Hurst snorted. "You are fickle to show as much interest in a lady as you do so quickly. If I were her father, I'd chase you away like the mischievous pup that you are, until you're fully convinced that she is the only woman to capture your heart. Her mother would chain you to her daughter's bed if she thought it would force a proposal from you, even upon a slight acquaintance." Though he said nothing, Darcy agreed with Hurst's comments about the Bennet parents. Bingley was a good man at heart. However, he was untested in handling wealth and responsibility. He was also ripe for being taken advantage of by an avaricious, ambitious mother. As far as Darcy had observed, Mr. Bennet was a disinterested parent, not having attended one social event with his family in the last month. It would be a degradation to be attached to them, even for Bingley. "And what of you, Darcy?" Hurst asked. "Those Bennets are fine-looking gals. I suppose they're too low for you to consider as anything more than entertainment." "Hurst!" Darcy was appalled. Gilbert Hurst might have been raised as a gentleman, but his speech and actions were as low as some of the sailors at the docks. Certainly the man could not know Darcy's character, or he would never have made such a statement. Hurst only exerted himself when it came to the pursuit of pleasure. How Bingley could bear his constant company was a puzzle. The fact that the sot was married to Bingley's eldest sister was the reason. Nonetheless, had Hurst been related to Darcy by marriage, he shuddered at the thought. He would never keep rooms at Hurst's townhouse. No matter the cost, he would move into rented rooms anywhere else in London. Richard said, "I look forward to an introduction to the rest of the family. If they're all like Miss Elizabeth, then it will be my pleasure." Bingley had the insight to blush. "I would not say that all 5 daughters are similar. What say you, Darcy?" Darcy pressed his lips together, pondering how he could change the topic of conversation. Before he could reply, Richard asked, "In what way do they differ? Darcy?" Darcy wanted to put his hand over Richard's mouth. "Meryton contains a collection of people in whom there is little beauty and no fashion. I have paid little attention to them. But I agree with Bingley that the Bennets are each quite different. Miss Bennet would be considered a classic beauty by most, I believe. Nevertheless, she smiles too much. The 3 youngest lack proper training for being out." "Does this include Miss Elizabeth? What of her?" Richard pressed to Darcy's irritation. Before Darcy could defend himself, Hurst blurted, "Darcy and that second Bennet girl, they do nothing but argue." "Argue? We most certainly do not argue." Irritation at Hurst's observation sharpened Darcy's tone. "Balderdash! Call it what you may, Darcy. We know the truth. Why, Colonel, they abhor each other. The 3 days she was here, caring for her sister, the 2 of them bickered like an old married couple. If he said he liked something, she loathed it. If she said she liked something, Darcy denigrated it. I say, it was highly diverting having them both in the same room." Darcy barely kept his mouth from gaping open. "If you understood our characters, you would recognise our conversations for what they were, a debate." Bingley said, "If you ask me, which nobody has. I agree with Hurst. There was no peace between them." "Interesting," Richard mused, as Darcy felt heat creep up his neck. Blast it! During Darcy's adolescence, that telltale crimson only appeared with any attempts at telling a fib. He did not hate Elizabeth Bennet. In fact, he did not hate her so much that his dreams, the past 2 nights, were vivid portrayals of a life together with her. He quickly reassured his cousin. "There is nothing of interest." She expressed opinions that were not her own, for the sole purpose of breaking the monotony of the drawing-room. I did the same. "Bah!" Hurst was unwilling to give up. "You will see on the eve of the ball, Colonel, that he will refuse to dance with her. Instead, he will watch her from the corner, like a lion does its prey, as she bounces across the floor with one partner after the other. The only thing you will see in Darcy's expression is utter loathing." He stood. "Enough about the ladies. Is anyone for a game of billiards before we need to return to the shrews in Netherfield's parlour?" "Those are my sisters," Bingley defended. "Shrews, I say." Hurst vacated the room, seemingly without a care whether anyone followed him or not. Chapter 6. The countryside had pockets of fog floating up from the chilled earth. As Elizabeth made her way along the pathway to Oakham Mount, she regretted that her sisters were not yet awake for the day. They were missing out on the best of the autumn splendour. Climbing the hillside, she noted the changes the recent weather made to the landscape. Across the valley, smoke rose from chimney tops, warming the residents within the cottages. Orange, gold, yellow and red leaves valiantly fought to remain on the branches of the oaks, lining the meandering brook. A glimpse of sunlight reflected on the water in the streams. Harvested earth provided a rich dark brown foundation to the bucolic scenery. Glorious. When she reached the crest of the hill, she was shocked to see 4 horsemen still astride their mounts, standing in her favourite place. In her almost 21 years, she rarely encountered another soul at the location. Never could she have imagined seeing others, studying the landscape as she often did. Even with their hats pulled low and their collars covering their chins, she recognised the intruders as Mr. Bingley, Mr. Hurst, Colonel Fitzwilliam and Mr. Darcy. Dipping into a curtsy, she focused on the Colonel. "Gentlemen, this is a pleasure." The Colonel teased. "We appear to be an unexpected pleasure." "But no less welcome," Elizabeth hurried to explain. Gesturing behind her, she said, "Do you not feel the peacefulness of the setting?" Mr. Bingley quickly replied, "Why, I do not recall seeing anything as lovely." He glanced at his friend. "I do not mean to imply that Derbyshire is wanting in anything by any means. Of course, the lands surrounding Pemberley and Matlock are stunningly beautiful." Elizabeth laughed. "What a people to rocks and mountains!" The Colonel chuckled. "I find that those who recognise beauty in whatever surroundings they are in are happy people as a whole. That you have this place of refuge and peace close to your home means that you are particularly favoured." It was her turn for the heat of a blush to rise to her cheeks. "I thank you for the compliments, sir." Tilting her head slightly to the side, she boldly asked, "I will not ask if you are like-minded, Colonel, since you chose to speak humorously of a pup instead of the horrors of war. Might it be that we are kindred spirits, sir? That you too try to see the good in whatever circumstance or situation you are in?" One side of his mouth turned up. "You've caught me out, madam." The Colonel tipped his hat to her. "Are you here solely for the scenery, or was privacy your intent?" "Oh, neither," she replied. "You see, when I was barely 5 years old, I found a magnificent oak close to the boundary between Longbourn and Netherfield Park that had limbs low enough for me to climb. As I aged, the tree became my refuge, the place where I could enjoy the sounds of nature, while burying my nose in a book, or dreaming of adventure. With the winds from the past weeks, I needed to see if there had been damage, for there are now young children belonging to Longbourn's tenants, who might use the tree for the same purpose as I once did. This vantage point allows me to look for any injury to my favoured refuge." His brow arched. Once did. Elizabeth felt her cheeks could warm the air. Still do on occasion, Colonel, although rarely, I admit. What was she doing? Flirting with a man she barely knew? She was not Lydia or Kitty. Ugh! Mr. Bingley grinned at their exchange. Mr. Hurst ignored them. Mr. Darcy was scowling, likely appalled at her forwardness. Well, what did she have to do with him? And what did he have to do with her? Nothing. However, it reminded her to be more circumspect. It would not do to exacerbate Mr. Darcy's loathing towards her. After all, the Colonel might have been occasionally dependent on Mr. Darcy's resources. The army was not where men made their fortunes, and he might influence Mr. Bingley against Jane. Choosing to step back from singling out the Colonel, Elizabeth said, "I suppose you have a superior purpose than checking the health of an oak tree. I hope I am not imposing on your conversation." Mr. Bingley did not hesitate to reply. "Superior purpose? Not at all. My sisters have enlisted all the servants for preparations for the ball. We found it necessary to leave the house before we were conscripted into service. I am not useful when it comes to decorating or planning menus." "Nor are we," said Mr. Hurst. "After being cooped up like roosters in a hen-house, we needed fresh air." "I am looking forward to the ball." She then asked what she assumed was a simple question. "Will Miss Darcy be attending?" Mr. Darcy's reply was brusque. "She will not." The Colonel clarified. "Even though the season is just starting, and my father has many interests in the House of Lords, my mother has no daughters to promote. As Georgiana is not yet ready to be presented, Mother determined that the course of wisdom is to winter in the north. The unpredictable weather concerns my mother." Elizabeth clasped her hands together, bouncing up on her toes. "Oh, to see snow-capped mountains, and to skate on ice-covered lakes must be a treat. Your mother sounds like a wise woman, Colonel Fitzwilliam." His laughter surrounded her. "There is no one on earth who my mother considers to be wiser." She appreciated that he was comfortable enough to tease her as much as she did him. With the rising sun behind him, he appeared to be a giant of a man, fully capable of whatever he chose to achieve. In comparison, Mr. Bingley looked spindly, Mr. Hurst was rotund, and Mr. Darcy was— well, the truth was that he loomed larger than the Colonel. She grinned. "Will you travel with your mother and Miss Darcy, Colonel?" She knew that she had no right to ask, but she needed to know. As he had done when she was at Netherfield Park caring for Jane, Mr. Darcy's disapproval radiated from him whenever he looked at her. Except that one instance, when she was looking out her window. For the 1000th time, Elizabeth wondered what she had done to upset him. Whatever it was, she hoped his ill opinion did not affect his cousin, for Elizabeth finally admitted to herself that Colonel Fitzwilliam was everything a man ought to be. "I will." "Oh." She could not keep the disappointment from being reflected in her tone. "And nevertheless, as soon as they are safely delivered to Matlock, I plan to return in time for the ball. I would like to request your first, should it be available." Her eyes caught his. Without losing contact, she dipped her knee. "I thank you, yes. I am not yet engaged for the first." Touching the edge of his hat, he bowed at the waist. "The pleasure is all mine. I shall depart now to be ready once my mother's carriage arrives in St. Albans. We will push the horses hard, so I may stand across from you before the music begins to play." Elizabeth's heartbeat quickened. "Oh, then I wish you safe travels, Colonel." Stepping back, she made way for the horsemen to reach the opening to the path down the hill. While the others gave their adieus, the only one who captured and held her attention was Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam. He stopped his horse alongside, leant down and said, "I believe you puzzle my cousin exceedingly, Miss Elizabeth. Darcy is rarely out of sorts. I fear that you have not seen him at his best." "Rarely?" Elizabeth could not stop herself from asking. Why would he speak of his cousin when he held back from sharing a private word with her, especially after their flirtatious exchange? She stopped herself from saying more when a flash of sorrow crossed her partner's brow. Miss Elizabeth, my father still lives. He takes an active role in the oversight of our family and our properties. Darcy is alone with his burden, which is far larger than Matlock. Not only is he a man of property and extensive investments, but we also share guardianship of his sister, who is not yet 16. Imagine being your elder sister's age, and having that weight dropped on your shoulders. Nothing, not even a university education, can prepare a man for the instant blow of having so-called friends try to grasp at your heritage. Although I have challenges as a second son, I would not exchange places with my friend. The Colonel confused her. Why was he attempting to convince her to see Mr. Darcy in a different light? Was he hoping they would get on together, in case they eventually were cousins by marriage? Not having any answers, she said, "I can see that you are a true friend, Colonel Fitzwilliam. Mr. Darcy must appreciate your loyalty. But I wonder, exactly why are you telling me this, sir?" His expression was grave. "Darcy needs friends who have no desire to presume upon him. I believe you to be that sort of person. That is all." Friends? Was that even possible? The idea of desiring Mr. Darcy's company shocked her to her core. She could never. Or could she? Sighing to herself at the injustice of needing to be amiable with someone who publicly slighted her, she said, "Very well. If it gave Colonel Fitzwilliam peace, then she would make the effort." Everything about Colonel Fitzwilliam, his countenance, his form, and his plain speaking, attracted her. His easy smile, his confidence, and the kindness of his eyes made him exactly the man Elizabeth had dreamed of from her youth. As Jane had done when she received the invitation, once the men were at a distance, Elizabeth's hand shot to her chest as she spun in a circle. She would be opening her first private ball with a man she admired. Could she be any happier? Darcy was livid and concerned. Why on earth would Richard ask her for the first? Was his denial of his interest subterfuge? Confronting his cousin once they returned to Netherfield Park, he stated, "You do know that if you cannot return in time, Miss Elizabeth will not be able to stand up with anyone else for the first. She's too polite not to wait for you, even if there is no hope." Richard shrugged as he folded another shirt to stuff into his saddlebag. "I intend to make it back in plenty of time. Besides, it is less than a week to the ball, and she had no other requests." Looking directly at his cousin, he continued, "If you wanted to dance with her, you should have asked." You know that I cannot." "Cannot, or will not?" His cousin stopped his activity to stare at him. "Darcy, I will not pretend interest in a woman I have no intent of pursuing, nor will I deny my attraction to a worthy lady. Miss Elizabeth is the daughter of a gentleman, with more life in her fingernail than most of the females in society. Where you apparently want a prized mare to breed and set on a mantle where she will not disturb your daily activities, I want someone who will make me laugh. I want to feel passion for the woman I wed, that intense longing to spend time together, until we are old and grey. If you marry a woman of stone, that is all you will get, a wife who is cold, hard, and unfeeling." Had Richard slapped him across the face, Darcy could not have been more stunned. "You have no idea what I want." His cousin could not know how painful his words were, because Darcy yearned for nothing more than the sort of life that Richard described, for the woman he described. Yet despite the compelling picture, the simple truth was that being married to someone who would allow Darcy to be at ease around her posed a real danger of secrets being revealed, something he could not, no, would not allow to happen. Time and time again, harmful gossip flew through the temps that could be traced back to a wife who coerced secrets from her husband during intimate moments. Like the biblical account of what Delilah did to Samson, Darcy could not risk being wed to someone he truly wanted, someone who could control him with her charms. If the strongest man in history could not resist beautiful Delilah, then how could he resist someone like Miss Elizabeth? "Darcy, since the day your father died, your denial of anything that would bring joy into your life has made you overly critical. You sit on your exalted throne to keep everyone away. You have distanced yourself from Georgiana until she no longer knows who you are." He ran his hands through his hair. "I love you more than my own brother, Darcy. We grew up together. I know you to be a good man, with a heart of gold, and a will of iron when you learn of an injustice. You're always quick to see to the needs of the people supporting Pemberley, and often you helped others at university who struggled with class assignments. You used to laugh. Do you remember all the times we would sneak out to the stables to steal one of the barn cats, so we could drop it in Pemberley's kitchen? Cook would yell at us and threaten to chase us with her rolling pin for daring to invade her domain with the mongrel, and for sneaking handfuls of biscuits from the tin while she was trying to get the cat out of the room. There were so many times we had fun together. Do you recall any of it?" He hated that Richard spoke the truth. No longer able to look at his cousin, Darcy moved to the window. "I do. Cousin, I know that losing your father and inheriting young was a terrible blow. The burden of your assets is heavier than even I can imagine, and I have a healthy imagination." Richard stepped towards him. "It has changed you. Before, you would have smiled at Miss Elizabeth as you greeted her politely. You would have gleefully teased her back just to see the twinkle in her eye. And Wickham, good Lord, Darcy, you were harsh toward Miss Elizabeth and lenient toward that reprobate. Why do you extend more mercy toward a man undeserving of it than a young lady who has done nothing to offend you? When he tried to elope with Georgie, you did little more than snarl at him. When I begged to end his life or see him banished for his sins, you stopped me cold. Where is your sense of justice? Where is your sense of decency?" Darcy felt the blow grievously. He had been unfair, but he had his reasons, and they were valid. His father wrote of failures, consequences, and the potential for ruin. Darcy understood more than Richard what was at stake. If anyone had the right to be upset, it was Darcy, for in this he had done nothing wrong. He carried the worry of whether Wickham would keep his word or not. He was burdened from every angle by the expectations and actions of others. Anger at the injustice of it all surged through each pore. "You question my honour. How dare you?" "I dare, because you permit Wickham to continue on his course, where disaster always follows. What has he ever done for you but caused you heartache and grief? What will you do if he accosts one of Miss Elizabeth's sisters, or even Miss Elizabeth herself? Would you continue to do nothing? Or will you protect her as any gentleman should?" Each taunting word was like a prick to his skin, until his heart's blood dripped from his fingertips. He had known there would be a day of reckoning with his cousin. Nevertheless, it could not be that day. "You do not understand," he whispered through gritted teeth. Since Eton, Wickham did anything within his power to gain his heart's desire. It would only take one careless comment to open Pandora's box, destroying Darcy's name and his sister's reputation. Had Wickham not been his brother, the least Darcy would have done was seen his carcass rot in Marshalsea, or transported to Australia. But this he could not. No, he would not do. Richard shook his head. "No, I do not, and I guess I will never understand. But I do know how to act. Know it now that I shall pursue Miss Elizabeth to win her friendship, and nothing more. However, if I discover that our companionship could last a lifetime, then—" He pointed his finger at Darcy's chest. "You stop gazing at her with longing. You stop accidentally seeking her out. And you stop thinking of the possibility of a future with her. Do you understand?" He couldn't breathe. Every inch of him was on fire. Closing his eyes, Darcy's head fell back. The pain in his chest almost suffocated him. The cost of what Richard demanded was too great. Blast and damnation. Emptiness threatened to drown him, as he finally replied, "I do. It is far too soon to know if we could love one another, and I might find something more diverting than a wife to keep me busy. But know this, once I make my decision, nothing or no one, not even you, will be able to stop me." His cousin never spoke less than the truth. These were not idle threats or promises. Darcy wanted to vomit. Behind him, Richard crammed the rest of his gear into his saddlebags and left without another word. Cursing under his breath, Darcy rubbed at his heart. He cursed his father for setting him on this course, and for the journal he found that revealed the shocking truth. How was he to recover from such a blow? Everything he had ever known or believed changed with the turning of the page. Leaning against the window's edge, he watched his cousin strolling across the yard towards the stable. He respected Richard Fitzwilliam. He was a man of honour and incredible courage. He was the brother Darcy thought he never had. Everything he said about Georgiana, Wickham and Miss Elizabeth was the truth. In his heart, Darcy agreed with his cousin. Yet if he veered from his course, if he fought for his desires, the destruction could cause his whole family to shatter. What on earth was he going to do? Chapter 7. Lizzie, dear, do you think there's anything we might do with this bodice? My shape has changed with age. Mrs. Hammond pulled at one of the loose threads. The last time I wore this was when Mr. Hammond and I were in Italy. Even though I thought my gown was lovely, having purchased it directly from Paris, I was severely overdressed compared to the Venetian ladies. However, Mr. Hammond found it to be lovely. He always liked to spend his coins on my wardrobe. He enjoyed having a well-groomed lady on his arm. He loved having you on his arm. Elizabeth surveyed the gown. It was a beautiful shade of pale rose, with an oval neckline that bared the shoulders. The bodice was heavily boned, lacing in the back. Elbow-length sleeves had tiers of lace flounces, ending at the wrists. I do believe there is enough fabric in the skirt alone to design a whole new gown, something modest and becoming to a lady of any age. Then let us proceed. The fabric was delicate, so they took their time removing the stitches and the trimmings. By the time they were done with that task, they both admitted that the possibilities were endless. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Hammond fussed over where Mr. Darcy's ribbon should be attached. It warmed Elizabeth's heart that he was attentive to Mrs. Hammond. She wondered at his motive, since he had nothing to gain from the elderly lady. Once the basic form of the new gown was established, they set aside their needles and thread. Elizabeth needed to return to Longbourn and work on redesigning her favourite garment for the ball. She wanted to look her best for the Colonel. Stepping outside the cottage, she was immediately hailed by Mr. Wickham, who was now wearing the uniform of a militia officer. "I see that you joined the regiment, sir." She acknowledged him out of politeness, nothing more. "Are you done with your training for the day?" "Training? Me?" Mr. Wickham's smile was like sunlight, bright and cheerful. "Colonel Forster has tasked me with selecting a gift for his bride. Thus it is providential that you appeared when you did, for there is no one else in the neighbourhood with your intelligence and natural good taste. If I might, could I impose upon you to accompany me to the haberdasher for that purpose?" Even though the request was innocent, in the back of her mind was the warning Mrs. Hammond shared concerning the reprehensible conduct of some of the officers. She would be cautious, therefore she would keep on guard as he went about his most unusual assignment. "Does the lady enjoy reading?" Elizabeth asked, since she knew little of Mrs. Forster, other than that she was the same age as Kitty. "I do not believe so," Mr. Wickham shrugged. "She's a silly girl, who's easily distracted by pretty baubles and bows." Her shoulders stiffened. Elizabeth wondered if Mrs. Forster resented being referred to as silly as much as she did. "I'm not skilled at determining which colours appeal to a lady. Green or red confuses my eyes, and my head aches when they're together. If you choose a ribbon, you will be doing the lady a kind service as well as myself." "Then perhaps we shall look through those that are either blue or yellow." He studied her face carefully, trying to charm her with his smile. "I believe her favourite colour is green, I think." He paused. "You did not share the colour of your gown for Mr. Bingley's ball. Perhaps it will complement my new coat when we stand up for the first." He was bold, too bold. She no longer found his charms to be untarnished. Her stomach suddenly felt unsettled. like having too many cups of coffee on an empty stomach. My first is already taken. As your coat is red, sir, and as my newest gown is the same as Mrs. Forster's favourite colour, I fear we will not get on well at all. If that combination pains you, that will not encourage enjoyment of the ball." She heard the tartness of her own words, reflected in his forced laughter. Randomly pulling an apple-green ribbon from the rack, she said, "I believe this will do for the lady." Politeness itself, Mr. Wickham bowed. "I'm certain she will be pleased." "If you will excuse me, sir, I must return to Longbourn." Elizabeth gathered her basket to depart. She was taken by surprise when he grabbed it from her hands. "Allow me to escort you. The roads might not be safe with all the strangers in the area. I know for a fact that Darcy can be unpleasant. His cousin, although raised as a gentleman, can be rough and tumble around the ladies." His smile did not reach his eyes. "A lady cannot be too careful with her reputation, can she?" Snatching the basket from him, she said, "As it so happens, it was Colonel Fitzwilliam who requested my first set, as a proper gentleman should. I have quite changed my mind, Mr. Wickham. Seeing these ribbons, in particular this pink striped satin, puts me in mind of Mrs. Hammond's gown. I shall need to tell her of it before it is purchased by someone else. Good day to you." Making sure not to catch his eye, she departed the building, walking straight into the chest of Mr. Darcy. Oh no, what bad timing. The last thing Darcy expected when he stopped at the local haberdasher was for Elizabeth Bennet to end up in his arms. He might have held her a bit longer than necessary, except George chortled from behind her. Any consideration that he might have given to Wickham, having a change of attitude toward him, was gone. Interesting. Her arms did not drop immediately from his chest. Was she in distress? With her bonnet on and her face lowered, reflecting her modesty, it was difficult to tell. Yet there were clues. Her shoulders were pressed forward, as if she was trying to distance herself from the man standing behind her. Slender fingers were gripping his lapels. Her elbows pressed into her side, making her basket jut out until it scraped the casing of the doorway. What had Wickham done? Fighting down intense anger, Darcy was surprised at the worry coursing through him. He knew his half-brother more than any other person on the planet, while growing up. He knew his nature and impulses. Before Eton, George knew how to keep a promise and a secret. After, his record of seeking his own advantage meant he was untrustworthy. Although they spent little time together as adults, Wickham's recent actions indicated more than words that he was unchanged. He would protect her. "Miss Elizabeth, I beg your pardon." "Ah, so you prefer a wealthy man to an officer," Wickham remarked, his tone scathing. In a dance as old as time, Darcy twirled her until she stood immediately behind him. By the time he turned around, George had retreated to the counter, attempting to romance the lady into giving the ribbon for free. Darcy was thoroughly disgusted. Wickham's propensity to seek advantage was long-standing. Since their youth, George wanted everything for nothing. It mattered not to him that this meant that others sacrificed food for their table or money for rent. Sighing heavily, he glanced back at Miss Elizabeth. She regained her confidence, looking directly at him, her brow arched. She would not appreciate any prevarication on his part when he explained his relationship with his old friend in a way that would not reveal any secrets. "I beg your pardon, Miss Elizabeth. Your appearance took me by surprise. Might I escort you home?" Without hesitation, she replied, "I was returning to Mrs. Hammond. If you would not mind, I would appreciate the company." Offering her his arm, she politely refused. "Sir, if Mamma were to hear a report of us being arm in arm while strolling in public, her expectations would be raised, even if mine were not." "What? No expectations?" For the past 5 years, since he inherited Pemberley, every female from 8 to 80 eagerly pursued him. Would she not want him too? I thank you." Darcy was pleasantly surprised at how comfortable he felt walking alongside her, especially after seeing Wickham. Typically, it took hours or days to regain his equanimity. He was trying to think of something witty to say when she interrupted his thoughts. "Have you heard of Colonel Fitzwilliam's progress north? I do hope the weather holds, and the journey is without obstacles, especially for your sister and aunt. Is there a chance they will stop at Netherfield Park for a rest after leaving London?" He tried with difficulty to be pleased with her interest in his cousin, failing spectacularly. Georgiana always looked forward to Richard's company too. Not for the first time, he wished he could let down his guard and be his true self around others. With his circumstances, it was impossible. His sister, after the failed elopement, was also reticent. He suspected that Miss Elizabeth was born happy. She said, "Oh, you are smiling. That must mean that you will soon be in company with your family, and that you look forward to the prospect." Not at all. How could he explain to her that his thoughts were only of her? He was nonplussed. Shrugging, he said, "I am grieved to say that they do not plan to stop, unless there is a problem with the carriage or one of them is ill. My aunt is a determined woman who, once she decides on a matter, will follow through expediently. From experience, I suspect they will not stop until nightfall, other than to rest the horses. My sister is used to Aunt Helen's habits, since she spends most of her time with the family." "She does not stay with you?" Miss Elizabeth gave him her full attention. He directed her around two men gossiping in the street before he answered, "I am a bachelor, who spends a large part of my day managing my estate business. Until this summer, Georgiana has been away at school. In truth, we know little of each other." "How sad for the both of you," she added. "Other than a few times, when I have stayed as a guest at my aunt and uncle's house in London, I'm almost constantly with my sisters. Jane is the best companion in the world, since she is agreeable to my suggestions. Mary, Kitty, and Lydia have interests much different than my own. Nevertheless, we have found ways to entertain ourselves through the cold winter months. It might surprise you to know that both Kitty and Lydia enjoy being read to, as they untangle Mamma's thread spools. Mary, who prefers religious texts, will bend enough to act out characters from Shakespeare's comedies. She is a wonderful Beatrice. When Lydia reads the part of Juliet, no matter how many times I hear her, she makes me weep with her portrayal. It is as if her heartbreak is sincere." Surprised by her comments, he never would have expected any depth of character from her younger sisters. He could not help but note, "Yet none of your sisters aided you to build the Great Pyramid or the Hanging Garden of Babylon." Miss Elizabeth laughed. "As you might have noticed, I am taller than Jane. My other sisters were too young. They would have caused more work than they could have completed." "I see." "Tell me, Mr. Darcy, did you and your cousin ever have grand adventures when you were young lads? I cannot imagine two healthy, intelligent boys not coming up with some mischief." He stopped. Her interest in his cousin unsettled him. "Richard is 3 years older than me. My cousin was born to lead, which is why he is an excellent colonel. He was always coming up with one idea after another when it came to mischief. I was the responsible one. It is my nature to consider consequences before I act." "I can see how that could be." She tipped her head to look up at him. "You are much different than the colonel, then, despite your similar backgrounds. It is the same with my sisters and me. Yet you seem to be particularly close to your cousin." "I am. I was barely out of the nursery when I realised that our futures would differ, much to my chagrin," Darcy added. "And before I left for Eton, my father began training me to one day be Master of Pemberley. He was the best of men, studious, hard-working and diligent. After my mother died, my father gave his full attention to the estate, and during his tenure, Pemberley prospered. His expectations for me to do the same are instilled deep in my soul. I cannot imagine living a life where my occupation puts me in constant danger, like Richard, because too many individuals and families are dependent upon me. Thus, even while a lad, I carefully considered my steps. Having inherited far younger than I ever wanted, I am grateful I was not frivolous in my youth. To put it simply, I cannot fail." He studied her expression, relieved to see empathy and compassion in her eyes. That she understood him melted some of the ice he always felt encapsulating his heart. If he was not careful, well, the danger was real. Elizabeth Bennet was someone who would not fit in his world, would she? What would his life be like if she was an intrinsic part of it? What would it be like without her? Darcy rubbed his chest before they walked on. Chapter 8. Elizabeth was the first to rise the next morning. If all went as usual, she would be the first to break her fast. Therefore she was surprised to find her mother and father already at the table. Their tension set Elizabeth on edge. She stepped back outside the room, apparently unseen by her parents, though she could see their reflections in the window. When she heard Jane's name mentioned, she remained in place. "You should have told me," her mother hissed. "I cannot redirect my attention away from Jane. If she is to appear at her best before Mr. Bingley at the ball, then I cannot divert my time to some stranger who is coming to survey my home as his future residence." "He is my heir." "Be that as it may, I will not spend a farthing or one extra minute on his care or comfort." "I would expect nothing less." Upon saying this, Thomas Bennet turned the page of the circulating paper he held, and proceeded to ignore his wife. It was an old argument that had no obvious resolution. Longbourn was entailed away from the female line. With their small portions, should something happen to her father, the Bennet ladies would be impoverished. Despite knowing this, estate money poured through her mother's fingers like water. In truth, her father's as well. Francine Bennet constantly overspent to keep up the pretence that she managed the grandest property in Hertfordshire, even though everyone knew that designation belonged to Netherfield Park. Thomas Bennet filled his bookroom shelves to the point where there was no longer any room, yet he continued to buy. For years, their mamma rested all her hopes on Jane's beauty to attract a wealthy husband, one who would willingly take on the rest of them. When that failed to happen, her mother began grooming Lydia, hoping a foolish rich man would overlook her senselessness and marry her. By that point, none of her matchmaking attempts were successful. The other mothers no longer believed Francine Bennet's boasts concerning Jane. Instead, it had become a sordid competition to see who would marry off her daughter first. Mrs. Long, Mrs. Goulding, and Lady Lucas all pushed their eldest in front of any unmarried man, whether he was appealing or not. Their motto seemed to be, better to be married to an idiot than not married at all. It disgusted Elizabeth. Jane was kind and gentle. The pressure placed upon her was intolerable, yet she accepted it as her due as eldest. To Elizabeth it was grossly unfair to treat a child like a piece of meat being bargained at the butcher's shop. If only— "Mr. Bennet, do listen to me for once. If Jane cannot catch Mr. Bingley, then I do not know what we shall do, since our girls will have little after you are gone." Her father scoffed. "I expect that my heir will provide a diversion to our mundane lives." "Diversion? Is that all you think about, Thomas Bennet?" Her mother threw her napkin on the table. Standing, she said, "If you spent half the time caring for your girls as you do reading your stupid books, we would be better for it. But you will not. Have a care, Mr. Bennet, or I shall marry the butcher when you are gone, so we will at least have food on our table. Then we will curse you every day until we breathe our last. You wait and see." "Oh, the butcher, you say?" Her father leaned back in his chair. "I doubt he would take you on, since you failed to produce a son when you were young. What possibility have you now?" Elizabeth reeled from the harshness of his words. Never before had she heard him speak with that level of disdain. "Thomas Bennet!" Her mother moved closer. "You made a choice not to think of me long ago. I've lived with your neglect since. But what of our girls, your own daughters? Flesh of your flesh and bone of your bone. What of Elizabeth?" He stirred his tea, taking his time in replying. Elizabeth knew that eavesdroppers rarely heard anything good, yet she was transfixed, unable to move away from the doorway. "Lizzie is somewhat quicker than the rest, I will readily admit. Nevertheless, the sharpness of her wit pales next to the most idiotic man of my acquaintance. Even the butcher knows how to make his own way. Lizzie and the others are barely able to put one foot in front of the other without guidance. All 5 of them, Lizzie included, are silly and ignorant." "And whose fault is that, Thomas Bennet? You, who have had the benefit of a university education, cannot be bothered to share any of your knowledge with them. Shame on you." "If they had any potential for true learning, I would not hesitate. As it is, they are each too much like you to bother. Away with you."
Elizabeth's chest threatened to explode. For the first time in her memory, her father's cruel jibes were aimed at her, ripping her heart into threads. Retreating before they saw her, Elizabeth wanted nothing more than to be anywhere else. She hurried out the front door, not even taking the time to gather her shawl. He had wounded her. Her emotions were raw, exposed to the harsh elements of life. Why had her father insulted her? Had she not been his most faithful companion? How could he have said those vicious words? Did he truly believe them? She ran, a futile attempt to outdistance herself from the pain. Stopping at her favourite oak, she leaned against the trunk, uncaring of the damp that immediately seeped through her skirts. She was angry, bitterly so. Her inclination was to return to Longbourn and confront her father, asking him when he lost his loyalty. Oh, there had been subtle and not so subtle comments before. Yet he had followed his sarcastic teases with a laugh, as if it were a joke. Instantly she was disgusted with herself for having held him up as an exemplary father, when the truth was far different. Scenes from her youth flashed in her mind. When she was 13, Johnny Lucas told her mother that he would marry Lizzie if no one else did. Her mother's reply was, "Why would you want to marry her? Why, my Jane has the looks and my Lydia the personality. You would be most unhappy with Lizzie, Master Lucas." Even though Elizabeth had no intention of ever marrying John Lucas, her father, who was in the room along with the rest of the family, should have defended her. Instead, he chuckled. Elizabeth remembered laughing too, thinking that her father found the possibility of her being tied to John Lucas a degradation. Now she saw that conversation in a far different light. He had found her wanting. Wiping the moisture from her eyes, Elizabeth contemplated what this knowledge meant to her. From infancy, it seemed, she was the rational daughter. Denied a governess, Elizabeth begged her father to teach her the alphabet and mathematical fundamentals. One by one, she taught her sisters to read, even Jane. Their mother thought it was a waste of time to gain more education, since husbands rarely wanted an intelligent wife. It was only then that Elizabeth realised that was exactly what Mr. Thomas Bennet got the instant he married Francine Gardiner, a mate with potential to reason, but a complete lack of how to apply it. What did Elizabeth gain for her efforts? Her mother supported Lydia each time she stole ribbons, coins, or jewellery from her. For as much as she helped her younger sisters, not one of them ever lifted a finger in support of her. Neither did her mother. What of her father? A breeze caught a curl, and she smoothed it away from her face. Leaves rustled around her hem as she raised her eyes to the heavens. Elizabeth considered her father's actions over the years. He was indolent, as selfish as her mother, living only for his desires. What did he know of sacrifice, of caring for those under his charge? Did he look out for the needs of Longbourn's tenants? Not at all. If their mother, Elizabeth and Jane did not provide help, they would receive none. How many times had they heard, "Why should I make Longbourn prosper when it will go to my ridiculous heir one day?" What about now? If Jane were there, she would suggest that Elizabeth look for the good in her parents. Well, neither harm them physically. They had a roof over their heads, food on the table, pin money in their purses, and appropriate clothing to wear for their station in life. Nonetheless, she felt alone. Swiping away her tears, her indomitable spirit rose. She was not one to sit idly by doing nothing. What could she do? She would begin hoarding her pin money, saving it in case the inevitable happened, and they lost Longbourn to the heir, who was apparently arriving soon. She would make herself agreeable, marrying the first man who offered, instead of holding up for someone whom she could admire and respect. A mental picture of Colonel Fitzwilliam entered her mind. Irritatingly, Mr. Darcy stood alongside him. What in the world did that man have to do with her? Laughing painfully at her own folly, Elizabeth was more than aware that she had nothing to offer the second son of an earl. What was limited book knowledge compared to a hefty dowry? Who was Elizabeth Rose Bennet? Simply put, she was someone who yearned to have the sort of relationship her aunt and Uncle Gardner had. They set an excellent example for their children by showing love and devotion to each other. They were partners in every sense of the word, her uncle routinely asking for his wife's opinion before making a weighty decision. Additionally, they viewed their children as more important than acquiring wealth. Never would her uncle leave his family to make their own way in the world. Their core values were honesty, being honourable, and kind. Was that too much for a vulnerable girl of almost 21 years to achieve? Not at all. Her aunt's situation differed little from Elizabeth's. She was the youngest daughter of a gentleman of little means. Therefore her portion, like Elizabeth's, was small. She was educated and refined. Although Edmund Gardner was a young businessman, she had found in him the perfect match. Lifting her head erect, Elizabeth determined that she would no longer be apathetic when it came to her future. She would take charge by being as kind as Jane and as ladylike as her aunt and Mrs. Hammond. Her conversation with Mr. Darcy came to mind. Did he feel like he had little control over his future when he was young? That his father viewed him as a servant, without a will or desires of his own? That the expectations of the parent were all that mattered? She wished Colonel Fitzwilliam had spoken with her the day prior. Even though he had no authority to improve the Bennet family's situation, he was a strong presence that made Elizabeth feel like, for the first time in a long time, she could let down her guard and allow someone else to take the lead. Even Mr. Darcy claimed that the Colonel was a natural leader. Richard, what a fine-sounding name, a kingly name. As she pushed herself away from the tree, Elizabeth scanned the horizon for a horseman who rode tall in the saddle, comfortable with himself and others. How she wished Richard Fitzwilliam was there. She blushed at thinking of his name. Never had she been as familiar with another male who was new to her acquaintance. That his personality put her at ease was telling. Again, her eyes went from the tall oaks to the distant mountains. There were no horsemen, no colonels seeking her company, only evidence of the intermittent wind's destructive nature. Branches of her favourite oak were splintered and cracked, leaning precariously over the stile. She would need to petition her father to have it removed. She hurried up the pathway to Oakham Mount. Perhaps from that vantage she might catch a glimpse of him, should he happen to ride her way. Such fanciful thoughts. He was on his way north to Derbyshire with his mother and Miss Darcy. No heroes would appear. If she were to be saved, she would need to determine how to do it herself. In the meantime, she had just enough time for a brisk climb up to her place of refuge, and back before the family left for Sunday services. She would need to hurry, which was a relief. Focusing on her steps left little time to worry. With one last look in the mirror, Darcy descended the stairs to the breakfast room, hoping that only Bingley would be there. He was. "Only 2 more days until the ball, my friend." Bingley grinned as he heaped his plate with slices of ham, bread, fruit and cheese. "I hope the Colonel returns in time. I expect the ladies would appreciate having another man to stand up with them, since the numbers are uneven. This war with Napoleon depleted the ballrooms of fine gentlemen. It is good the officers from the militia will be attending." "The officers?" Darcy asked, concerned about Wickham's presence. "You invited them all?" "I explained to Colonel Forster that all those intending to dance are welcome. I suppose that means that they will all come." Bile rose from Darcy's stomach, leaving a bad taste in his mouth. What his brother would do with him in the room was anyone's guess. It would be imperative for Darcy not to give any indication that Miss Elizabeth unsettled him, or Wickham would notice. Immediately, his nemesis would view her as a target, one whom he would delight in ruining, just to see Darcy react. Although it was possible that George would be less antagonistic toward him, now that he knew their true relationship, Darcy was not confident that a leopard could change its spots. Lord, but he despised the secret he possessed. If anyone knew, Wickham's attempted elopement with Georgiana would have been even more deplorable. Had he never found out, there would have been nothing to stop Richard from ridding the world of the rat. Closing his eyes briefly, he wondered how he could protect Miss Elizabeth without making a scene. He would need to exercise caution. No, he could leave her to Richard's care. Then she would be safe. But what if his cousin did not return in time? Perhaps at church he could arrange a private moment with her to give her a warning.
Bingley, will we be attending services in Meryton or at Longbourn Chapel?
His friend's attention was immediately captured.
Longbourn has a chapel? Well, of course they do. I had thought about going to Meryton, since I assumed the Bennets. Well, I know that others of our acquaintance will be at the church in Meryton, but I thought, I guess I thought I would go wherever Miss Bennet was attending. Do you think they will be at Longbourn? Does anyone hold the living there?
Sipping his coffee, hoping to find it piping hot, Darcy mused,
I do not know.
Bingley jumped from his chair.
I must find out. Pardon me. I shall ask my housekeeper. Surely she knows, since she has lived here all her life.
He hurried from the room, returning moments later.
You will be happy to know that the Bennets no longer use Longbourn Chapel. They attend at Meryton. So to Meryton we shall go.
Grateful for the information, Darcy had a plan. He would manoeuvre matters until he could speak with Miss Elizabeth, warning her directly about the danger of George Wickham. Perhaps his speaking up would avert a catastrophe. The simpler thing to do would be to show her no attention or favour, leaving Wickham ignorant of his interest. Indeed, that would also please Richard. A fire in Darcy's stomach raged unrestrainedly. He could no longer lie to himself. Elizabeth Bennet held a piece of his heart in her hands. What she would do with it, and what he would do about it, was the question. Richard was attracted, but he admitted he was not yet in love with her. It was not too late, should Darcy want to pursue her. He had 2 hours until they were due at the chapel, and an hour to consider exactly what he intended to say to her. Excusing himself, he went to Bingley's library, where he would be undisturbed. Like Richard, strategizing over a campaign, he needed to think things through, determine his intentions, and then act. Chapter 9. The service felt never-ending. Darcy barely refrained from frequently checking the timepiece he carried in his waistcoat pocket. Miss Elizabeth sat with her family in the second pew from the front. He sat in Bingley's box, where 3 ostrich feathers sticking up from Miss Bingley's hat obstructed his view. If he leaned back, he could see her. Twice he caught her silently correcting her younger sister, when Miss Lydia peered over her shoulder to wave at the officers sitting in the back rows. Poor Miss Elizabeth. Miss Lydia was an officious little imbecile. It would have been better for the older Bennet girls if the younger ones were still in the nursery. It was obvious that they suffered from a lack of proper training. How had Miss Bennet and Miss Elizabeth turned out so well? Personalities of siblings often differed. Richard's older brother, the Viscount, was a self-absorbed, debauched wastrel who would likely bankrupt Matlock within a decade or less. He was indulged as heir since his birth. By the time he reached adulthood, when his parents recognized their error, it was too late. They were far stricter with their younger son. Darcy's father had always been unyielding with him. There were 12 years between him and Georgiana. She was in the beginning of her 2nd year when he went away to Eton. By the time he left Cambridge, he barely knew the girl. Raised by governesses, she was everything proper. Well, until Wickham at Ramsgate. Barely keeping from shuddering, Darcy forced himself to think of something else. He sought her again, this time catching Miss Elizabeth, looking over her shoulder directly at him. Glancing away quickly, he pondered his next step. Bingley leaned into him, whispering, "I think it providential that the lesson today is about loving our neighbour, for I believe I'm already well on my way to doing just that," tilting his forehead in the direction of Miss Bennet. Darcy longed to scoff. "You've known her for how long?" Bingley grinned. "Long enough." Why is Mr. Darcy staring at me? Was he trying to make her uncomfortable? If so, he succeeded in his task. Elizabeth's mind returned to the crushing revelations of the morning. She could do nothing about her parents, nor did she have any power over her sisters. Elizabeth was determined to improve herself. Therefore, she would begin with Mr. Darcy, since he was close friends with his cousin. If she could be nice to the Master of Pemberley, she knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that she could be empathetic with anyone. Her new purpose was to give no one reason for complaint against her. She would rise above harmful speech about her family. She would improve her reputation. When the sermon ended, her resolve lasted until she stepped outside the chapel door right behind the Bingley party, including Mr. Darcy. There, Lydia and Kitty were standing with 3 officers. Elizabeth could not keep from overhearing Lydia's loud pronouncement. "La, Mr. Chamberlain, is this not the perfect chapel in which to be married? If only Mr. Wickham were here, I could be by his side as his bride this morning, and warming his bed this evening." Kitty giggled. Oh, good heavens! Mortified that the Bingley party likely heard, and were disgusted that Lydia made such a comment in public, Elizabeth looked to her parents for help. Seeing her mother fussing over Jane, pushing her toward Mr. Bingley, before leaving to gossip with Lady Lucas, Elizabeth knew she would be of no assistance. Her father rolled his eyes at his youngest daughter. Elizabeth's anger boiled. Breathing deeply, Elizabeth marched over to her sisters. Pinching Lydia in the soft skin behind her upper arm until she yelped, she said, her tone as composed as possible, "I beg your pardon, gentlemen. My sisters are needed at Longbourn. Good day to you." "Wait, who needs us? Nobody, that's who," Lydia whined, and Kitty echoed each syllable. It mattered not. Neither had the strength to overcome Elizabeth's determination. Grabbing their wrists, she pulled them toward her father. When she was close enough that nobody could overhear, she hissed, "You are singularly responsible for the conduct of these children. They are yours to train to be proper ladies, who can appear in public without embarrassing the family. Do something." He snorted. "Who are you to tell me how to raise these girls? They are uncontrollable." "Why is that?" she retorted, without giving an inch. "You do as you must, Papa. However much I love my sisters, they are not my responsibility. They are yours." Letting go of Kitty and Lydia, she brushed her palms together, as if washing them off. "Your view of your daughters is incorrect, for there have been many times when both Kitty and Lydia have shown extraordinary compassion to others. They act foolishly and carelessly because they lack guidance. Do something." Without waiting for his reaction, she walked away from him, toward where Jane stood with their good friend Charlotte Lucas. Jane's face was pale. Charlotte's was as red as a tomato. Refusing to let her younger sister's poor conduct continue to affect her, Elizabeth lifted her chin. "You are looking well, Charlotte. I do believe that shade of blue brings out the colour of your eyes, dear friend. Do you not agree, Jane?" "I surely do." Jane's inherent kindness and honesty gave Charlotte confidence, as she accepted that Elizabeth wholeheartedly meant what she said. Charlotte stepped away to attend to her mother, who was frantically waving for her eldest daughter's immediate presence, just as Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley approached. Lady Lucas likely wanted to share the latest tittle-tattle she'd heard from Francine Bennet. Elizabeth easily noted from her sour expression how displeased Miss Caroline Bingley was that Mr. Darcy was in company with the Bennets. While Jane was ill at Netherfield Park, Miss Bingley's goal was clear. She would become whatever and whomever Mr. Darcy desired to capture his attention. From Elizabeth's point of view, Miss Bingley's efforts met with little success. Mr. Bingley and Jane immediately began speaking about the upcoming ball. In truth, Elizabeth was as eager as they were to open the dance with Colonel Fitzwilliam. Mr. Darcy asked. "I do not see Mrs. Hammond here today. Is she well?" "How kind of you to ask, sir. One of her neighbours needed help with an ill child. The mother is expecting her sister to arrive tomorrow from London. This will allow Mrs. Hammond to be well rested for the ball." "Very good. I too am looking forward to being in her company." Pausing to see if there was anything else he wanted to add, Elizabeth noticed his fingers flex. Something unnerved him. Keeping in mind her vow to improve her circumstances if possible, she was determined to be pleasant. "Sir, you have a discerning eye. The ribbon you chose for her, when placed against the lace, is exquisite. Tell me, do you select accessories for your sister too?" He chuckled. "Not at all. I asked Georgiana for her help. You admire her discerning eye. I have no idea of how to please a woman worthy of being pleased, when it comes to ribbons and bows." "Mr. Wickham said that he has difficulty judging whether a colour is green or red when they are put alongside each other. Do you have the same challenge?" When Mr. Darcy inhaled sharply, Elizabeth realised that this was not the first time he had reacted negatively at the officer's mention. "I beg your pardon if my question made you uncomfortable, sir. Pray disregard my wild talk." "No, no," he reassured her. "Wickham is the subject I wish to discuss with you. If I might have a moment, perhaps if we stroll to the carriages and back." "Certainly." This time he did not offer his arm. They were well away from the others before he spoke. "As I mentioned, George Wickham has long been known by me. At one time we were as close as could be. Now we are complete opposites. Miss Elizabeth, it pains me to admit that he would not be considered a gentleman by anyone aware of his actions." "Mr. Darcy?" Elizabeth was stunned by his blunt speech. "You were certain of this?" Without hesitation he replied, "I am." "Please understand that I'm not questioning your character, but do you have proof?" "In abundance." Then it was as Mrs. Hammond said. Mr. Wickham was not to be trusted. Out of a sense of fairness, she said, "I should tell you that he gave an unfavourable report of you once he discovered you were here." "Of this I do not doubt. Was it the story where I denied him a living that my father promised him, or that I cheated on my exams at university and placed the blame on him?" Elizabeth noted how his shoulders dropped in resignation. She knew then that he must have needed to defend himself against Mr. Wickham's charges before, perhaps often. "The living." Before he could explain further, she said, "Sir, the simple fact that he has already harmed you tells me more than words what his true nature is. I erred grievously in listening to him. Therefore I beg your forgiveness. I judged you harshly based on his words. For that I am grieved." "Do not be. If he told you that my own father loved him more than he did me, he was not wrong." Immediately after uttering those words, he bit his lip and closed his eyes. She gasped, stunned by his admission. Her father's insults from that morning still festered. That he was made to feel the same by his own father was singularly appalling. How unexpected to have this in common. Elizabeth peered up at him. His eyes brimmed with the same hurt she felt. Without a doubt, this newly revealed aspect of his character softened her opinion of him. She inherently knew then that he regretted saying something so personal to her. Likely he shared little with anyone. "I shall keep your final comment to myself, Mr. Darcy." "I would appreciate that, Miss Elizabeth." "What I will do is speak with my father about the dangers of Mr. Wickham. Mrs. Hammond questioned his reasons for confiding privileged information with me upon short acquaintance. I was gullible. In the future, I will exert more caution." He nodded. "Miss Elizabeth, should Wickham insist on standing up with you, feel free to refuse, since I will make myself available to claim the set if you do not mind. I have no doubt that Richard would do so as well." She studied him carefully before she replied, "I thank you, sir. It would be my pleasure." As she walked away, Elizabeth realised that she had spoken the truth. If she could not dance with the Colonel, she would not mind dancing with Mr. Darcy, only if it meant that she could refuse Mr. Wickham. Her head was spinning at how quickly and thoroughly her views changed. First, her father, then Mr. Wickham, and lastly, Mr. Darcy. Not for the first time that day, she wondered if she ever really knew herself, or if she even knew anything at all. Chapter 10. Longbourn welcomed officers from the militia, including Mr. Wickham. Mrs. Bennet fed them well, while they openly flirted with Lydia and Kitty, a disappointing display that would lead to no good. When Elizabeth passed Mrs. Hammond's and Mr. Darcy's warning to her father, he met her with outright disinterest. "Your sisters are too poor to be an object of prey to anybody. The officers will find women such as you and Jane better worth their notice. Lydia, Kitty, and even Mary need to be taught their own insignificance. At any rate, they cannot grow many degrees worse without forcing me to lock them up for the rest of their lives. I simply could not bear them pounding on my door or screeching 24 hours each day. If I was made to discipline Lydia, Kitty, Mary, or their mother, I would have no peace." Finally, she understood that her father, contented with laughing at them, would never exert himself to restrain the wild giddiness of his youngest daughters, and her mother, with manners so far from proper, was entirely insensible to the danger of flirting with grown men. Elizabeth and Jane frequently endeavoured to check the imprudence of Kitty and Lydia, but while their mother indulged the two youngest Bennets, what chance could there be of improvement? Kitty, wholly under Lydia's guidance, had been affronted by their advice, and Lydia, self-willed and careless, would scarcely listen. The two youngest often acted foolishly. On other occasions, like their mother, they could be completely rational. When it came to the possibility of marrying, they were entirely senseless. While there was an officer in Meryton, they would tease and tempt him. With Meryton an easy distance of the militia encampment, they forever walked in that direction, in hopes of happening upon the officers, if the officers were not already at Longbourn. Lydia and Kitty's flirting with impunity empowered them, making them bolder in their pursuit of a suitor. Mary continued pounding at the keys of the pianoforte, as if the louder she played, the more she would be praised for her efforts. It was a sad display of a heart convinced of its own merit, which would lead to nothing but forgiving nods from their friends, and ridicule from the Bingley sisters, and perhaps Mr. Darcy. Into this turmoil arrived the heir to Longbourn. Mr. William Collins was a pompous, narrow-minded, silly man, who held the living at Hunsford Parsonage under his patroness Lady Catherine de Bourgh in Kent. He was a tall, heavy-looking clergyman of 25. His air was grave and stately, and his manners were formal. By the end of the first hour, Elizabeth thought him to be the most ridiculous person she had ever met. On the day of his arrival, he announced that his primary purpose in coming was to examine his future home. His secondary reason was to find a wife amongst his cousins as the eventual mistress of his property. Of all the stupid comments to make in front of a mother whose sole purpose in life is to marry off her girls. From that second on, Elizabeth wore a target for Cupid's arrows being shot by Mr. Collins, with Francine Bennet's encouragement. These occurrences served to remind Jane and Elizabeth of the fragility of their reputations. If something untoward happened to one Bennet girl, they were all affected. The outrageous conduct of the youngest would rob Jane and Elizabeth of the ability to make a match with someone of excellent character, whom they could hold in affection and respect. Instead, they would be forced to accept anyone who offered their hand, whether they were kind or not. Late that night, Elizabeth and Jane discussed the situation. "Although we promised each other that we would only marry a man we hold in deep respect and admiration, I cannot believe this is now a wise choice." "Whatever do you mean, Lizzie?" "Our situation is rendered desperate by our father's lack of concern and our conniving mother. If we do nothing to promote ourselves or protect ourselves, we could be wed to a ridiculous man like father's cousin. Imagine being subservient to him for the rest of your life. He is a fool. There would be no possibility of growing close, of ever being able to hold our heads up. Instead, we would only feel shame." "Lizzie, are you suggesting—" "Well, I am not certain what you are suggesting." "We need to be on our best behaviour. Please encourage Mr. Bingley, while I will be overtly friendly with any man of worth." "Encourage Mr. Bingley? Do you mean that I should pretend to be more interested than I am? I do not know if I could, Lizzie." Jane blushed in mortification. "No, I am only suggesting that you display the measure of affection you already have for him. Do not hide your feelings, Jane. It will serve no purpose if you do not let him see your willingness to be his bride." Jane gulped. "Oh, very well. I see your wisdom in this, Lizzie. I will do this. I will." Clasping her sister's hand, Elizabeth was equally horrified, but determined. The day of the ball, Longbourn was in an uproar. Lydia insisted that she should be the first to bathe, since she was the daughter most likely to gain a husband. Kitty, as was her wont, demanded to go second. In an unusual act of defiance, Mary took a stand against her two youngest sisters, attempting and failing to explain that since she was older, and would be demonstrating her prowess at the pianoforte during the entertainment portion of the evening, she should be perfectly groomed. In providing a musical break from the monotony of dancing, hers was an important task, so it was she who should bathe first. Lydia scoffed. "Tell the truth, Mary. You're hoping our father's cousin will ask you to dance. What a pair you would make! Mr. Collins will probably stomp on your toes, and you will trip everyone else in the set. When was the last time you danced? Do you even know the steps?" Kitty added, "Mr. Collins can barely cross the floor without walking into something. Imagine him trying to move to music. I will certainly not stand up with him. If he asks, I will send him to you, Mary." Mary's hand shot to her hips. "You should not speak about a man of God in that way. He has a most important occupation, seeing to the spiritual health of his parish. If he is clumsy, he must be distracted by his responsibilities." Lydia retorted, "He is too busy appraising our belongings for what they might be worth, once he inherits Longbourn. I hate the entail, and I hate you, Mary. You and Lizzie will remain spinsters, who will be in the hedgerows once Papa dies, since no man with eyesight would want either of you. Even Jane, with her great beauty, has not attracted nearly as much attention as I have. Why, at almost 23, she is already a spinster. I would die of embarrassment not to be married by her age." Lydia pushed Mary to the side as she hurried to the bath. Kitty followed. "Judge not that ye be not judged, Lydia Bennet," Mary spat through clenched teeth. Elizabeth hurried to her side. "Do not give heed to her childish display. Our mother spoils her, and Kitty follows where Lydia leads." "They are headed for trouble," Mary said, as her body eased. "I will go to the music room, where I can avoid Mr. Collins and practice my performance." "You do not want to stand up with him?" Elizabeth asked, perplexed at Mary's defence of Mr. Collins. "Not in your lifetime, Lizzie. You and the others may gain attention on the dance floor. I shall gain it with my talent." At that proclamation, her chin rose unbecomingly. When had Mary become so haughty? How had she never noticed? Once alone with Jane, Elizabeth observed how Lydia's words affected her sister. Jane stood, her spine erect, facing the window. One arm was across her waist, the other was stiffly at her side. Lydia's words were as sharp as a two-edged sword. "She is thoughtless and unkind. She speaks in ignorance," Elizabeth offered, hoping to soften the blow, while not allowing the hurt she felt in her own heart to simmer. She would recall every word said against her in the lonely hours after the ball was over, when she sat at the window and reflected on how this important event might or might not affect her future. "Everything Lydia said about me being a spinster is the truth," Jane whispered, breaking Elizabeth's heart a little, while increasing her fury against her thoughtless sisters. It was time to act. "I have a plan, but I need your support." Elizabeth closed the door, allowing them privacy. Jane spun around, giving Elizabeth her full attention. Elizabeth took her hand. "If you explain to Mamma that you would like to arrive at the ball early, to stand next to Mr. Bingley in the receiving line, Mamma will insist that Mary and I accompany you. I will not say a word should you suggest that Mr. Collins join us, since I am quick enough to avoid him in a crowd." Jane's furrowed brow began to smooth. "Yes, go on. If 4 of us go first, our gowns will not wrinkle like they would if we all tried to squeeze into our carriage. Do share that fact with Mamma, I beg you." "Very well." "The coup de grâce will be reminding Mamma that those of elevated rank always arrive late to social events. Being escorted on Papa's arm, along with her favourite daughter and Lydia's shadow, will draw everyone's attention to them as the premier family in Hertfordshire." When the ghost of a smile finally appeared on her sister's face, Elizabeth finished with, "By the time the carriage returns for them, we will not be in their way as they preen before the entrance hall mirror here at Longbourn before departing for the ball. They will be the diamonds that will sparkle and shine, rather than be rumpled and ruined." Jane grabbed Elizabeth's hands. "You are brilliant. Yes, I can do this. I will do this. With the exception of Mr. Collins and even Mary, we will be dignified on our arrival, making our own first impression without the influence of others." "Why, Jane, I believe that is the harshest I have ever heard you speak of anyone else. Well done." As the valet put the finishing touches on Darcy's cravat, Bingley burst into the room. "I believe Caroline will faint when she sees how well turned out you are. Are you preening for someone in particular, Darcy? I have never seen a waistcoat woven with that shade of dark green shot with silver before. Where did you find that fabric? I have no doubt that Miss Bennet would—" Smoothing the surface of the garment, Darcy shook his head. "You shall need to ask my tailor, for he selects what I wear. I cannot be bothered." Bingley smirked. "Who is the lady, my friend? I need to hear her name from your own lips. Admit it." He waved his hand. "Oh, do not bother denying it, for I took an inordinately long time trying to decide between my red velvet waistcoat and this gold silk, in hopes of impressing Miss Bennet. If you were not trying to stand out, then you would not care how you looked, nor would you be readying yourself to appear before the music begins." He began pacing the room. "Shall I guess?" "This is not a game, Bingley." His friend chuckled. "You are dressed to impress, my friend, and I sincerely doubt your efforts are for my sister, though she would be ecstatic should you turn even the slightest bit of interest her way. No, I suspect that your heart has been touched by someone else entirely." Darcy snapped to attention. "Of whom are you speaking?" His chest pounded as he strove to gain control of himself. If anyone had a clue that Elizabeth Bennet made inroads into his heart, the consequences would be devastating, since it meant that he had been incautious. To raise expectations of a lady he would not pursue was not the action of a gentleman. He would be especially negligent by showing interest in a woman should his brother attend the ball. Wickham. Darcy wanted to grouse, but refrained from displaying a sour expression that Bingley, with his rosy outlook, would never understand. In the Darcy family, not showing emotion was instilled at birth. Rules were expected to be followed without explanation. Perfection in all things was the goal. Control was exerted by placing extreme restrictions on one's diet, activities, spending, and interactions with others. Darcy dismissed Parker. With a final glance at his mirror, he strolled past Bingley to the door. "You do not need to guess, Bingley, for it should be as obvious as the nose on your face." "It is not Miss Elizabeth, of that I'm certain." Darcy paused, horrified that he could not stop himself from reacting. If only Bingley knew. Determined that he would not give anything else away, he kept walking. "Did Miss Goulding catch your eye? Or one of the Long girls? What are their names? Miss Sally and Miss Sarah?" Bingley guessed. "It is really too bad that it is not Miss Elizabeth, since she is Miss Bennet's favourite sister. They will always want to be close to each other. I could purchase an estate in Derbyshire, and we could be neighbours. After all, Miss Elizabeth is a worthy woman, who is a gentleman's daughter, and you are a gentleman. In this you would be equal." Although he wanted to, Darcy again refused to show any reaction. Why was Bingley continuing to mention her? Was his friend more observant than Darcy had supposed? Or was he fishing for something to discuss with Miss Bennet as they danced? If so, then Bingley was truly hopeless. Bingley added, "You know, Darcy, I've been thinking. I saw the way you looked at Miss Elizabeth, and it is not with anger, as Hurst suggested.
Although my first inclination was that you were enemies, upon further reflection on your time together, I believe that she has you tied up in strings. Oh, not that you are romantically inclined, of course, but I do think her wit is equal to yours. What an anomaly to discover someone as quick as you are here in Hertfordshire."
Darcy stopped in the middle of the landing before descending the stairs to the main floor, where Bingley and his sister would be greeting new arrivals.
"Although you are correct that Miss Elizabeth is a gentleman's daughter, and she is a wit, you need to work on your observation skills. Your guess could not be more wrong."
At the arch of Bingley's brow, Darcy shot his cuffs as he stepped down the grand staircase leading to the hall. Bingley stopped alongside him.
"We could be brothers if we wed the two eldest Bennets."
Measuring his breath, he stopped himself from inhaling sharply. Loosening his jaw, neck muscles and hands, Darcy replied,
"Do as you are inclined with any lady of your choosing. I shall be fully engaged and entertained by mine."
Darcy wanted to laugh when the colour leached from Bingley's face.
"Good Lord! You've not given in to Caroline's desperation to be the new mistress of Pemberley, have you? Perhaps the course of wisdom is for me to kidnap you and carry you north to your estate to get you away from her grasping fingers."
He grabbed Darcy's arm, tugging him backward. Talking rapidly, he whispered over the sound of the gathering crowd.
"Let's go now, Darcy. It is not too late. She will never make you happy because there is not enough money in the Bank of England to buy the elegance that she lacks. She will use her wiles to keep you under her control, or she will badger you until you finally give in, living as a shell of the man you are. No, Darcy, stop this foolish course now, I beg you."
It was about time. Not until that moment did Darcy know for certain that Bingley was not in a fog when it came to the negative attitudes and actions of others, especially his unmarried sister. Letting him simmer in his own confusion for a bit, Darcy finally said,
"I thank you for your concern. However, if you look closely, your sister is wearing bright red this evening. The lady I intend to spend time with has a soft rose gown with a darker ribbon and lace trim. She has just entered the room. If you would excuse me."
Without looking back, Darcy strode down the stairs, his eyes not moving away from the two ladies moving through the reception line, for it was not Mrs. Hammond alone. She was accompanied by none other than Miss Elizabeth, a beautiful sight in her ivory gown, with a green and silver ribbon, the perfect match for his custom-made waistcoat. He wanted to grin like a fool. If she accepted his offer to dance, they would look good standing opposite one another.
"Welcome to Netherfield Park, Mrs. Hammond, Miss Elizabeth."
Chapter 11. The Bennet carriage pulled up to Netherfield Park, right behind Mr. Darcy's town coach. Elizabeth was grateful that Mr. Darcy was a man of his word. The wind swirled about them as raindrops started falling. A footman carefully handed Mrs. Hammond down, then held an umbrella over her to shield her from the inclement weather. Mr. Darcy waited at the end of the receiving line for his guest of honour. She hoped to discover his cousin standing next to him, but Colonel Fitzwilliam was not there. Possibly he had recently arrived and was rushing to dress in his finest. She would wait, though she wished he would hurry. When Mr. Darcy greeted them with a smile, Elizabeth barely caught her breath. Truly, he was wickedly handsome. Good heavens! For as much as Elizabeth vowed to despise Mr. Darcy upon their first meeting, his treating her friend with dignity, plus the few things she discovered about him, certainly elevated him out of the deep, dark pit of her ire. For a certainty, she was unsure what she thought about him, or whether she was quite ready to forgive him completely. She just wished he was not so appealing to the eye. Mrs. Hammond blushed when he offered to escort her into the room. He turned toward Elizabeth with his other arm. Before she could accept, Mr. Collins ignored Mary and stepped forward. In his attempt to avoid crashing into Mr. Darcy, he knocked Elizabeth off balance. He snivelled. "Do look where you're going, Cousin Elizabeth. It simply would not do for you to cause a scene in front of your exalted neighbours.
Had the daughter of my patroness been here, she would have demonstrated how a lady of modesty and grace would move about in a crowd. As it is, I shall take you in hand to demonstrate proper conduct in society." The weasel failed to look at her even once during his tirade. Instead, he studied Mr. Darcy, likely expecting to have the gentleman heap praise upon the clergyman for doing his duty with a magnanimity born out of possessing an excellent character. Or he might have hoped that Mr. Darcy would beg her for an introduction to the oath. Egad, Elizabeth could not say that she knew Mr. Darcy well, but she knew enough to be confident that Mr. Collins would earn no accolades from him. "Miss Elizabeth, are you well?" Mr. Darcy turned to stand directly in front of Mr. Collins. When he took a small step forward, the parson was forced to move back. Mary dodged out of his way, excusing herself to the music-room. Her dear, sweet Jane was greeted warmly by Mr. Bingley. Jane's happiness lit the room more than the crystal chandeliers. Without a word, Mr. Darcy again offered his arm. This time Elizabeth quickly accepted his munificence. At least with him, she should make it through the crush with her hem intact and her toes unbruised. The eyes of her neighbours turned toward them as Mr. Darcy escorted her across the room. From the corner of her eye, she witnessed Miss Bingley's face pale, as her gloved hand shot up to cover her gaping mouth. Elizabeth did not doubt that her hostess was horrified to see who was at Mr. Darcy's side, since it was exactly where the lady desired to be. In response to Miss Bingley's shock, Elizabeth lifted her chin. Was it pride flowing through her veins at being the centre of attention for the first time in her memory? Over the years, being overlooked for not being as beautiful as Jane, or as lively as Lydia, assuredly chipped away at her self-esteem. Yet tonight, in her finest gown, on the arm of the handsomest gentleman, her confidence blossomed. Rarely did she brood over her situation, since there was little within her power that she could do to make changes. Her father could not be moved to show a more active interest in his family or his estate. Her mother stubbornly insisted that pushing herself and her daughters forward was the only way they would ever marry. Elizabeth knew they loved her in their own ways, perhaps, but the fact that she was so often criticised and unnoticed made her feel less, while at the same time motivated her to put herself forward, where she expressed her own opinions freely. Good grief! She was no better than Mary, who used her music to draw attention to herself. What an epiphany to have in the middle of a ballroom. Elizabeth dropped her eyes to the floor. Often she reprimanded Kitty and Lydia for thinking more of themselves than they should. It was humbling to realise that, for that moment in time, she was doing the same. And for what purpose? Because a wealthy, attractive man, whom Miss Bingley pursued like a hungry dog to a meaty bone, offered her his arm. Inhaling slowly, she blinked twice. Apparently, Mr. Collins was not the only ridiculous guest at Mr. Bingley's ball. Stiffening her spine, she chose to hold her head high. She was the daughter of a country squire, which elevated her above the Bingleys. More than that, she was not mean-spirited. At least, she hoped she was not. Mr. Darcy's attention toward her meant little. The truth was that he was being polite, a gentleman. Even now, his focus was not on her, but on Mrs. Hammond. Elizabeth sighed as Mr. Darcy excused himself to procure punch for her friend. When he asked if she desired a cup, Elizabeth barely hesitated to accept his kindness. "I thank you." Her gaze swept the crowd, hoping for a glimpse of Colonel Fitzwilliam. Had he arrived yet? Was he currently upstairs, throwing off his travelling clothes, and then preparing for the opening set? She was eager to see him, for until he appeared, well, she was used to disappointment, wasn't she? Oh, good heavens! What an inconstant female she was for being flattered with the honour of being escorted by handsome Mr. Darcy. His good looks should have paled compared to Colonel Fitzwilliam's. Elizabeth struggled to recall the colour of the Colonel's hair. When she blinked, it was Mr. Darcy's dark waves that filled her thoughts. She was ridiculous. "Are you well, Miss Lizzie?" Mrs. Hammond stepped close enough to whisper. Smiling somewhat, Elizabeth replied, "I believe I'm overwhelmed by the magnitude of elegance, Mrs. Hammond.
Never have I seen Netherfield Park with as much opulence, nor my neighbours as finely turned out." Mrs. Hammond's arthritic fingers smoothed the fabric of her gown. "Miss Lizzie, I have never worn anything this beautifully trimmed. Why, the matrons of our local society will wonder how I was able to afford a French modiste to fashion my garments so quickly." They chuckled. It had taken hours each day to convert the piece to its current design. When her mother and Lydia, both skilled with a needle and the imagination to turn a piece of cloth into a garment of beauty, joined in the task, a magnificent creation was formed. All were pleased with the results. Mrs. Hammond tilted her head to study Elizabeth closely. "I used to have a fair hand with the needle, but those days are long over for me. Thank you for tirelessly assisting me. For all the effort Mr. Darcy went to in seeing I was personally invited, then having his lovely coach bring me to the ball, I feel like a duchess. An aged duchess, of course." She swayed side to side, feeling the fabric swirl around her ankles. "My dear girl, what is your opinion of Mr. Darcy now?" Elizabeth hesitated before replying. Any condemnation of the man would make her appear surly. At the same time, overt praise would be false. Therefore she sought the most honest answer. "He sees your worth, which means he is discerning. That he took responsibility for your care is a mark of kindness. His intelligence is revealed due to his attendance on you to the exclusion of others. All in all, he might not be as miserable as I first suspected him to be." Mrs. Hammond's eyes were sharp. "I can hear the bite of your tone, dear girl. I beg you to let go of your anger, all of it. You were meant for joy and laughter, not cynicism or prejudice. I see how hard you try to guard and protect your sisters. I hear how you evade criticism of your mother, and even on occasion your father. I know from experience how hard you work to be the best version of yourself." She wrapped her fingers around Elizabeth's. "Take it from this old woman that you already are everything a lady should be. The responsibility for your sisters or your parents is not your weight to bear. Tonight is your opportunity to make memories you can take out and cherish for your lifetime. Dance, be merry, be happy." How Elizabeth loved this dear lady. Blinking away tears pooling at the corners of her eyes from the winsome words, Elizabeth asked, "And what shall you do this evening? Will you scandalously dance the waltz with Mr. Darcy? Or will you chase an officer across the floor?" Mrs. Hammond chuckled. "No, my dear, I shall sit and listen to the music while sharing idle talk with the other old women." She glanced behind Elizabeth. "If my memory has not failed me, did you mention that you are engaged with Colonel Fitzwilliam for the first?" The musicians played a few notes, calling attention to the attendees that the dancing would soon begin. Mr. Bingley moved to the front of the line with Jane. Mr. Hurst stood up with his wife. Miss Bingley shot daggers at Mr. Darcy's back, while accepting John Lucas for the first. Where was Colonel Fitzwilliam? Dotted throughout the room were militia officers in their red coats, but the colonel was not to be found. Elizabeth's stomach sank to her toes when he failed to descend the grand staircase. When she spotted Mr. Collins hurrying towards her, she swallowed. If she refused to stand up with him, she would not be able to dance for the rest of the evening. Oh, the prospect was in every way horrible. She wanted to give him no encouragement to continue pursuing her. She wanted Colonel Fitzwilliam, or anyone other than Mr. Collins. The deep timbre of the last man she expected to offer hummed in her ears. "My cousin feared he would not return in time. He asked if I would stand in his place. Would you honour me with this dance?" Catching Mr. Darcy's gaze, as he handed one cup to Mrs. Hammond and the other to a passing waiter, Elizabeth was grateful for his intervention. Relief coursed through her every pore at not needing to dance with Mr. Collins. Nor was she relegated to the wall with the other ladies without partners. And she might finally discover what delayed the colonel. Mr. Darcy was a superb dancer, leading her through the steps with skill and grace. She wanted to thank him for coming to her rescue, but how to go about it escaped her. He had escorted her home in the rain, gave her friend the gift of dignity, and saved Elizabeth from the embarrassment of sitting out the first. Additionally, he had the same rocky relationship with his father as she'd discovered she had with hers. Had she completely misjudged him, as Mrs. Hammond insisted? The facts appeared to speak for themselves. Apparently, Mr. Darcy, although arrogant, could also be kind. What a surprise! Darcy wondered what she was thinking, because they had not taken more than a dozen steps, before Miss Elizabeth's mien softened, and a pinkish hue covered the tops of her cheekbones. If he were not careful, he would fall into the depths of her eyes and never be able to get out. Would he even want to try? He needed to clear his mind of the beguiling picture she made, where his arms were tightly wrapped around. Again, to distract himself, he glanced around the room for his half-brother. The other officers poured into the room in droves, but George had not arrived yet. Thank God. "Sir, do you have news of your family's journey to the north?" Darcy cleared his throat. "Yes, Miss Elizabeth. My housekeeper in London indicated that the Matlocks are not the only families leaving town because of the weather. The North Road will be crowded, making the inns full. Therefore I suspect my cousin's return is delayed." "I see." Darcy could not tell from those 2 words if she was disappointed before the dance separated them. The tips of her fingers barely touched his gloves when the pattern brought them back together. She said, "My dearest aunt and uncle live with their 4 children on Gracechurch Street, near Cheapside. I worry that they may be in danger from toppling chimneys or flying pieces of slate." He nodded. "Did you read Defoe's book?" "I did." He saw the fear in her eyes. He would do whatever was needed to ease her concerns. More than 100 years have passed since the great storm. The likelihood of it happening again is minuscule. However, with the odd weather we have had during the summer, and the intense intermittent winds of these past weeks, it does make a person cautious." At that comment, he had her full attention. "Are you suggesting that we should make preparations?" "What I am saying is that a person with insight would give serious consideration in advance to the steps they should take to protect their family. Recall how quickly Mrs. Hammond was able to care for herself when the wind and rain whipped at her house. With the shutters on her windows, the basket of food that you brought her, the abundance of blankets, and the pile of wood at the back of her cottage where we tied our horses, she is in a good situation to last a long while before needing additional provisions." He gently squeezed her hand. "Enough of this. Are you enjoying Bingley's ball?" She paused slightly before stepping to his right, and then turning to face him, replying, "I am indeed. Never have I seen my neighbours as stately and well-dressed. It is as if we are seeing the best of everyone present." "You have a delightfully positive outlook, Miss Elizabeth." They repeated the movements of the dance twice more, when it suddenly occurred to him that it was the first time he stood up with an unmarried female who was not afraid to look him in the eye when they spoke. It was also the first time he opened a ball with someone other than a relative. Interestingly, he felt no fear that he needed to bear the burden of conversation, or that she would place herself in a compromising situation with him by tripping him purposefully. Never had he been this untroubled. Tension returned to his shoulders, and his smile faded when he heard Lydia Bennet's whine above the musicians. The rest of Miss Elizabeth's family had arrived. His chest tightened. "Mamma, I told you we should have come in the first carriage. Look, we are late. The dancing started without me." Miss Lydia stomped her foot, then hopped up and down to look over the crowd, the movement threatening to pop her assets from her bodice. "Jane is with Mr. Bingley, no surprise there. And Lizzie is standing up with Mr. Darcy. Who knows where Mary is hiding? The officers are waiting for me to have a good time. Where is Wickham or Captain Carter? Surely they are wanting to partner me." Mr. Bennet snorted, then turned away from his family. She draped the back of her hand over her brow. Drama must have been Lydia Bennet's middle name. "Papa, how dare you laugh when we screamed as the carriage rocked to and fro from the wind? Why, I have raindrops on my hem. I'm ruined." Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst snickered as Darcy longed to cup his hand over the youngest Bennet's mouth and drag her back to the nursery where she belonged. Glancing at Miss Elizabeth, whose attention was fully on her family, he saw the exact second when her spine stiffened and her chin set. She would never imitate her obnoxious sibling. Instead, she would rise above. He again scanned the room for Wickham. Unless he was in the card room, he was not there. Good. Lydia, what an embarrassment. Elizabeth knew she had a choice. She could allow her family to ruin her evening, or she could not. When she saw Mr. Bingley soothing Jane, Elizabeth recalled how often the poor conduct of his own sisters reflected badly on him. Yet he did not allow it to dampen his joy. Elizabeth would do the same. Mrs. Hammond was correct. The misconduct of her family was not hers to bear, at least not for that evening. Instead, Elizabeth would act with dignity and honour. She would have a wonderful time at the ball on her own terms. When the set ended, Elizabeth's next partner, John Lucas, claimed her. Then she stood up with her father's cousin. By the time her obligatory dance with Mr. Collins was over, Mr. Darcy was engaged in conversation with Mrs. Hammond. Like the storm outside, emotions tossed and turned inside Elizabeth. Lydia's braying laughter captured her attention as she tried to steal a sword from one of the officers, Kitty following her poor example. Elizabeth wished herself at home in the privacy of her bedchamber. Or rather, she wished something or someone would have kept Lydia and Kitty at Longbourn. She yearned for her father to see the damage his daughters were doing to the family name. However, as was typical, he sought his own pleasure by hiding away in a room where card tables were set up for those who chose not to dance. Knowing her father, he tucked a book in his evening jacket. His nose would be buried between the pages of his latest acquisition. Inside, Elizabeth knew that even had he been in the ballroom, Thomas Bennet would have laughed at his daughters, doing nothing to stop their antics. Recalling Mrs. Hammond's plea, she finally sought peace by standing as far away from her mother and younger sisters as possible. Eventually, the music and movement of the dancers soothed her, strengthening Elizabeth's resolve to be the best she could be under every circumstance, and perhaps then she would have the future of her dreams. As capable a partner as Mr. Darcy was, how she wished Colonel Fitzwilliam were here. Chapter 12. Although he tried to avoid it, Darcy watched the Bennets. It reminded him of an accident he came upon when Georgiana was with him in the carriage. He covered her eyes so she would not see the gory details. At the same time, he could not look away. He overheard the mother and younger ones, and disdained their poor conduct, in particular the youngest. She boldly flitted from one officer to another, teasing and taunting, pressing her barely covered cleavage against their arm. If she did not immediately gain the man's attention, she purred and petted, then played with a pendant hanging from a chain, moving it back and forth across the top of her breasts. The stupid tart was disgusting. Her next oldest sister parroted her until they were surrounded by drooling men with their tongues hanging out. Lord, if they were his responsibility, he would ship them to a convent, even if they were not Catholic. Miss Jane Bennet stood quietly next to Bingley. Was it shame or embarrassment with her family that kept her eyes to the floor? From where he sat with Mrs. Hammond, Darcy could not glimpse Miss Bennet's expression, but Bingley's constant attendance upon her and his offers of comfort were visible. Then there was Miss Elizabeth. Disapproval flashed from her eyes, until Darcy feared that the younger Bennets would be scorched from the heat. As he witnessed her struggles, Mrs. Hammond spoke. She is powerless, you know. She fears not only for her reputation, but also for her favourite sister. Even so, she loves her family despite their flaws. It may surprise you to know that on occasion Kitty, Lydia, and even their mother can be quite gracious and polite. The elderly woman leaned closer. Lizzie has had limited exposure to true evil, sir. She is knowledgeable enough to know the danger, but not the extent. There is no one with authority to correct them. Unfortunately, embarrassment will follow those girls, and Lizzie will feel the stain most grievously. He could not keep from asking,
And will her father not act?
He could feel her eyes examining him.
You remind me of my husband. He was never one to shift responsibility to someone else. He made the hard choices by always considering the interests of the ship and its crew. If there was someone who robbed the others of peace, or did not pull their weight during the long journeys to the far corners of the earth, they were punished harshly. If they did not learn from the discipline, they were put ashore at the next port. No amount of pleading that it was an inconvenience would change his mind. The captain was a fair man. It would have been unjust to give in, and he would have lost the respect of the rest of his men had he done so. Was it easy? It never is it?
He appreciated Mrs. Hammond's insight.
Never. Responsibility has its price, she murmured. Respectfully, Mrs. Hammond, I choose not to see it that way. Responsibility has its rewards.
She patted his arm.
Go and speak to her, Mr. Darcy. She will be diverted and feel the compliment without increasing her expectations. Our Lizzie may be strong of opinions, but she is tender at heart. This is an evening for feeling special.
He considered her request. Surely it would do no harm to stand up with Miss Elizabeth for a second set. It was not a declaration of affection. Rather, it was a kindness to distract her from her family. Since pleasing the elderly woman was gentlemanly, Darcy stood to find her, knowing that he was flirting with danger. The lies ended now. Elizabeth Bennet appealed to his heart on many levels. Her quick mind and witty conversation warmed him. Yet it was her inner strength, that same need to set things right, that resonated deeply inside him. He wanted one final chance to be close to her before he left the next day for London, never to return. His decision was made. He would feel her passion for life for a moment, then he would let her go.
"Pardon me,"
he said to Mrs. Hammond, his gaze never leaving Miss Elizabeth.
"I believe it is time to find a partner."
Elizabeth stood across from Mr. Darcy, waiting for the music to begin. She had witnessed him and Mrs. Hammond with their heads together. It was an easy step to realise that his request was the result of an appeal made by the elderly widow. Although she would have much rather danced with Colonel Fitzwilliam, the gentleman had still not appeared. Surprisingly, she enjoyed her earlier dance with Mr. Darcy. Perhaps they would get on well for another half an hour. Glancing around the room, she wanted to laugh at the amazement of the few friends and neighbours observing them. The whispers, pointing fingers, gasps even. Elizabeth was not the only one surprised that she was again opposite the man whose speech and manners had offended the majority living in and around the small community of Meryton in Hertfordshire. Miss Bingley glared from her post by the wall, then stifled a pretend yawn once she realised Elizabeth saw her. Fitzwilliam Darcy was an enigma. Tall, handsome, and athletic in form, his bearing immediately attracted the attention of female eyes of any age. His wealth and status in society were far more impressive than anyone she met in her almost 21 years of experience. He was the grandson of an earl, the highest level of society. She had no way of comprehending his inner feelings upon his arrival in Meryton. What Elizabeth did know was that after 5 weeks, even though it had lessened, she still felt the sting of his condemnation. At the same time, she marvelled at his tenderness with her friend, and even his kindness in escorting her back to Longbourn after the storm. Who was this man? They stood for some time without speaking, until she began to imagine their silence lasting through the 2 dances. At first, she resolved not to break it. He could speak first. No, she would not behave badly. Her sisters were already causing enough talk. Elizabeth said, "I do love the simplicity of the melody for this dance."
"I agree."
When the music began in earnest, Elizabeth took 1 step forward. Although she curtsied, her eyes pierced his. Surprised to see turmoil, she momentarily wondered at its cause, for she had no doubt he saw the same in hers. She swallowed, not quite able to draw her face away from his. What was he about? After a lengthy pause that completely disconcerted her, she said, "Mr. Bingley is to be commended. The ball appears to be a success." Mr. Darcy tipped his head, acknowledging her comment.
"I am pleased to see how well my friend followed through, once his decision was made to hold a ball. Although he left most of the details to his sisters, who are challenging enough to deal with on any occasion, he took the planning seriously."
She was surprised at his candour. "Why, Mr. Darcy, for shame." His grin matched hers when he said,
"You are correct. I should have kept my comment about our hostess to myself. Nonetheless, I know you well enough that you would have known my meaning even if I left the words unsaid."
What did he mean by that? From his posture, she knew he was complimenting her. Elizabeth peeked at him as she turned with the music. When the pattern brought them back together, she placed her hand in his. Even through their gloves, the touch of his palm on hers sent shivers up her arm. Her eyes shot to his, where the intensity of his gaze threatened to melt her bones. What foolishness is this? Elizabeth Bennet was an enchantress with a ready smile, a quick wit, and a happy nature that reeled him in. He needed to leave Hertfordshire and never return before he declared himself in the middle of the dance floor. His feelings were tumultuous when it came to her. As a man used to restraining his impulses and distancing himself from anyone who might be tempted to prey on his position, he found himself repeatedly failing to ignore the young lady. Where he had overlooked her at first, upon further acquaintance, he now appreciated her light and pleasing figure, the evenness of her smile, and the sparkling beauty of her eyes. Her countenance, despite being a daughter of a country gentleman of no account, was regal. Darcy suspected she had a spine of steel by the way she defended her errant younger sisters, and a mother who were far more vulgar than circumspect. He had watched her stand up with her father's cousin. The man was an oaf, with little skill on the ballroom floor, and even less manners than the lowliest stable boy. There followed a series of gentlemen either the same age as her father, or too young to appreciate her fine character, who applied for a dance. Darcy could not have imagined standing up with anyone else. In fact, had they privacy to conduct their conversation without the hearing ears of others in their set, he would have done the unthinkable, boldly flirt with an unattached lady. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by couples who paid them too much attention. Perhaps he should not have sought out Miss Elizabeth twice. To keep her from raised expectations, he would be required to dance with others for the few dances remaining. To single out an unmarried female was to proclaim his affection publicly. He was not ready to take that step, nor would he ever be. Darcy could admire her from a distance, but he would never marry someone with no connections and little to add to the Darcy fortune. She simply would not do for a man of his status. Lord, but he sounded arrogant. Maybe he was the oaf. She was as dignified as a queen. Her eyes reflected the flicker of hundreds of candles. 3 curls were hanging over her shoulder and down her back. When they stepped close, and her gaze met his, longing for her flowed through his veins and pierced his heart. She was stunning. If he stayed at Netherfield Park any longer, he was doomed. No more vacillating. His final decision was made. He would leave Hertfordshire in a few hours and never look back. Chapter 13. Before the strains of the first song ended, a light tap on his shoulder interrupted him. It was his valet, Parker.
"Mr. Darcy, sir, your coachman's worried about the weather. It blew fiercely the past hour. At present the wind has abated. Many of Mr. Bingley's neighbours are already leaving the ball. Only a few families remain who have not called for their carriages, and we cannot guess how long this calm will last."
Immediately Darcy surveyed the scene. Parker was correct. Mrs. Hammond, Lady Lucas, Mrs. Long, and Mrs. Bennet were the only matrons seated by the musicians. A few others stood by the door, already gathering their outer garments, in preparation to leave. Bingley's servants were ushering them down the grand staircase. A handful of officers loitered around the room. His mind began arranging all that needed to be done, as he wondered at his not noticing the other families leaving. Had Miss Elizabeth been that much of a distraction? Apparently. Miss Elizabeth said. "Pray tell your coachman that we appreciate his warning. I shall gather my family, if our carriage could be called." As she hurried off, Darcy requested that his coach be made ready. Then he found Bingley.
"You shall need to close the ball due to the weather."
His shoulders drooped. "Your coachman sought me out not an hour ago to express concern about the safety of those who will be driving home. When he asked for you, I assured him I would pass the message along. I was hoping the wind would die down."
Darcy was incensed. "And you chose to keep this information to yourself?"
Bingley's face flushed further, as his chin dipped almost to his chest. "I did not want to miss the final dance with Miss Bennet. Of all the—" Darcy rubbed his hand over his jaw.
"Act with expediency, Bingley, or you might have the loss of lives on your hands, as well as possible damage to this property. Go, now!"
As Bingley hurried to the musicians, Darcy informed Mrs. Hammond of the situation. Unruffled, she quickly took his arm and headed toward the door. He heard Bingley's voice as soon as the instruments were silenced. "Ladies and gentlemen, a storm has been raging outside while we've been making merry. Currently the wind has quietened. For your safety, orders have been given to have your carriages made ready. Please gather by the door to be called as soon as your conveyance is at the front. If you feel unsafe driving home, you're welcome to shelter here. Do not delay in making your choice. We need to hurry, my friends." Panic ensued. A woman screamed. "Mrs. Bennet." A few of the others looked like they would swoon out of terror, although they quickly regained their composure and pushed and shoved themselves ahead of their neighbours. When the front doors were thrown open, Darcy was distressed to see several of the officers, followed by a young lady, run into the darkness. The girl looked like Miss Lydia, although he could not be certain. He only hoped that if it were her, Mr. Bennet would take charge. For the moment the weather held, as one by one carriages pulled to the front. Mrs. Hammond clutched his arm, so the surge of neighbours did not separate them. He looked for Miss Elizabeth, and found her attempting to reason with her mother, Miss Mary, and Miss Kitty to no avail, if the stubbornness of their posture was any indication. By the time his conveyance arrived, 23 of the 24 families in the neighbourhood were already headed down the road for the 2-mile journey to Meryton and beyond. Over the hustle and bustle, he heard Mrs. Bennet's shrill voice. "We cannot leave, Lizzie. Impossible. With this weather we might not make it home in one piece. We cannot leave the shelter of Netherfield Park and the company of Mr. Bingley. How will he ask Jane to marry him if we are gone? If you want to return to Longbourn, then go." Darcy ground his teeth. What a stupid, stupid woman. Miss Elizabeth tugged at her middle sister's arm. The girl resisted. "I have yet to perform. There were too many others who displayed after supper. I did not get a turn. I did not practise all those hours for nothing." Darcy rolled his eyes. Finally he tasked Mrs. Hammond's care to his valet, hurrying to Miss Elizabeth.
"Come, Mrs. Hammond is ready to leave. We will take you to Longbourn. Bingley will care for those remaining."
After one final glance at her mother, Miss Mary and Miss Kitty, Miss Elizabeth looked at him. Her eyes reflected her misery. "Oh, Jane will join us." Miss Elizabeth scanned the crowd. Turning back to him, she said, "Well, surely my father is still reading in the card-room, and I cannot find Lydia." His conscience pricked him for assuming Mr. Bennet would act.
"I shall try to locate them, but we will need to leave when the carriage is in front. I shall search once I return, reuniting them with your mother," he willingly promised, just to see the relief it brought her. Miss Bennet, Miss Elizabeth and Darcy joined Mrs. Hammond, in time to step into his carriage. At the last moment, Mr. Collins pushed his way into the conveyance, stomping on toes and bumping knees as he squeezed alongside Miss Elizabeth. With a flick of the reins they were off. Clouds covered the moon, so the only lights were from the carriage lanterns, the flames flickering in the wind. Seated across from Miss Elizabeth, the lamplight reflected in a single tear that trailed down her cheek. "Bingley will treat your family as his own."
His reassurance rang false in his ears.
"I have no doubt that he will find Miss Lydia and your father."
Jane Bennet stared at him. "You have taken our care upon you, Mr. Darcy, and I am grateful. You should know that before the announcement of the termination of the ball was barely out of Mr. Bingley's mouth, Lydia told me that the militia was in Meryton to offer us protection, so there was no safer place for her to be in a storm than with Mr. Wickham. She must still be searching for Mr. Wickham. Imbecile! Miss Elizabeth's hand covered her mouth as she gasped for breath.
Mr. Collins said, "The licentiousness of Miss Lydia's behaviour proceeds from a faulty degree of indulgence. That child is naturally bad. I noted it immediately upon my arrival. Her disrespect for my position, and the good counsel offered by my patroness, have paved the way for the false steps she is destined by her flawed character to take. This will be injurious to the family as a whole. My patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, who I have learned this evening is your aunt, sir, routinely expounds on the evils of young ladies who prance and preen, drawing undue attention to themselves. This is not to say that my fair cousins with us now follow the same pattern. I admit to having pride that I can call them my relatives."
"Silence!" Darcy roared. "I do not know who you are, but to speak of a young lady in this way to her family is outlandish." Miss Elizabeth followed with, "Mr. Collins, how dare you? You know nothing about my sister. You know nothing of any of us. Your condemnation speaks of an arrogant ignorance, unlike anything I have ever witnessed."
"Why, Miss Elizabeth, your attitude is as unseemly as Lydia's," said Mr. Collins.
The clergyman affronted Darcy at every level.
"Enough! You will not utter one more word, or I will have this carriage stopped, and put you out where you may walk or crawl back to Kent."
"Mr. Collins, she is Miss Lydia to you," Miss Elizabeth bit back. Miss Bennet placed her hand on her sister's arm. "What is of utmost importance is that she is safe." Before Darcy could add his support, the carriage jolted to a stop, almost tumbling him into Miss Elizabeth's lap. The carriage door flung open. Colonel Fitzwilliam yelled, "Turn back! Trees have blown across the road between here and Meryton. All but 2 other carriages got through. You need to turn back." The carriage lanterns revealed that Richard was soaked to the skin. His hat was gone, and his horse quivered from exertion. "Colonel Fitzwilliam is here." Her mind spun with the implications of the colonel's command. Who knew how long it would take to clear the road? They would need to shelter at Netherfield Park. Fortunately, they were still close enough to the house to take advantage of the grassy areas before the pond turned them back, or their circumstances would have been much more difficult. As it was, the movement of the equipage, combined with gale-force winds, rocked them precariously. Mr. Darcy had to yell over the roaring wind and the cursing driver. "Miss Elizabeth, Miss Bennet, pray move to this side of the carriage so the 4 of us can wedge ourselves on the bench. Sir, there is a strap above your left shoulder that you may use to hang on."
"But—"
Mr. Collins moved to join them, where they were pressed tightly together.
"Sir!"
Mr. Darcy barked.
"We must protect the ladies at all costs." "I suppose," Mr. Collins grunted, as the wind jolted their transport. "However, had this been Lady Catherine de Bourgh's carriage, our journey would have been smooth. She would never put a lady in danger. In fact, she would have called a halt to the ball hours ago, such is her concern for my parishioners."
"Be that as it may, we cannot go back in time." Mr. Darcy threaded Mrs. Hammond's arm through his. "Let us join ourselves together. Ladies, I suggest that you place your feet against the seat across from you until we arrive." Immediately, Elizabeth felt the stability of his suggestion. The carriage, while extremely comfortable, was not made for 4 people on one bench. Yet being pressed between the wall and Jane offered security. Knowing the colonel was now on the property increased Elizabeth's confidence that they would survive unscathed. When they arrived at Netherfield without damage, she knew that her confidence in the man was fully warranted. Except it was Mr. Darcy who protected them, not his cousin. Mr. Darcy said, "Once inside, we will need a count of everyone in the house. If you ladies tally the guests, including ourselves, then I will consult with Bingley, his housekeeper and butler. Mrs. Hammond, I believe that your calming presence will be best suited by reassuring the ladies that you lived through much worse and thrived." The silence of Mr. Collins was noteworthy. He was likely to need help, rather than provide it. What a fool. Mr. Darcy quickly escorted Mrs. Hammond into the great house, before returning for Jane. By then, the rain fell in torrents. As Elizabeth reached for Mr. Darcy's arm to step down from the coach, lightning ripped across the sky, with thunder pealing less than a second later. It was close, too close. Elizabeth caught a wisp of the Colonel's voice on the wind. "Get the horses in the barns and the carriages in the carriage house." Turning in his direction, she caught the look of his horse when another bolt of lightning struck, immediately followed by booming thunder. The animal's tail was up, his ears were pinned back, and his eyes were crazy as he pranced in place. The Colonel's lips continued moving, although she could not hear any sound. He was soothing his horse, staying in control. Clasping her hand over her pounding heart, her admiration escalated. "Come, Miss Elizabeth," Mr. Darcy said. Oh, good Lord! What did she truly know of the Colonel? That he was friendly, and Mr. Darcy's cousin? What did she know of the man whose arm offered her protection and safety? That Mr. Darcy was far more than she ever expected him to be, and that he was standing in the rain, with his hand extended, waiting to help her inside. "Lizzie, you are a dunce." Chapter 14. Bedlam reigned inside the house. Bingley barked conflicting orders as he practically turned in circles, lost at what to do. Darcy glanced around the entry, looking for someone capable of helping with the chaos. Bingley's housekeeper, Mrs. Nichols, headed in Darcy's direction, stopping immediately in front of him. On her arrival, Miss Elizabeth and Miss Bennet helped Mrs. Hammond across the room to a comfortable chair. Once she was seated, the sisters began counting those who remained, using their dance cards to keep track. "Sir, Mr. Bingley directed me to you." Wringing her hands, she said, "Oh, never has Netherfield weathered a storm like this. Wind is stealing in through the casings in the east windows, and slate tiles from the roof are already dotting the ground, allowing the rain inside the attic. The ballroom is the largest room in the house where we can gather farthest away from the windows, which are shaking in their frames. Shall I have the footman begin moving chairs and sofas inside, placing everything in the middle of the room?" "Certainly." He continued to scan the room. "Where are Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst?" Disgust evident on her face, she said, "They retired to their chambers as soon as Mr. Bingley closed the ball, to have their maids pack their belongings for London, sir. They intend to take their brother away from Hertfordshire at daybreak." Good God! Foolish, self-serving women. He knew how to act. Netherfield's great house was a sturdy structure, under average weather. This weather was far from routine. Likely it had never been tested by fierce winds. Additionally, several tall windows were fitted into every available wall. Apparently it was built for show, not safety. Mrs. Nichols, continue closing all the windows and curtains. Snuff the candles in every room outside the ballroom and kitchen. Lock every door that can be locked. Once this is done, require all servants to join us. Do hurry. Not 20 minutes later, sofas and chairs were grouped around the centre of the ballroom, with a few lanterns flickering on heavy side tables. Piles of blankets were heaped on the stand, where the orchestra had played. Mrs. Nichols gave him an updated report. "The majority of the servants and musicians Miss Bingley brought from London have removed to the Dower House, the original residence, where they are staying. The old house is built of brick and stone, which should see them safely through the storm. They have enough provisions to last them for a while, if they're careful. Only the minimum remains here. The card-room has been closed now that Mr. Hurst and Colonel Forster have joined us. There are 2 bedchambers upstairs that are locked with individuals inside. One belongs to Miss Bingley. The other party is unknown." "I see." Darcy wiped his temples with his handkerchief. The furniture he helped move was heavy. "Tell Bingley, please. His sisters are his problem. I shall take care of the other room. Likely it is a timid miss who is paralysed with fear." Before he turned away, Miss Elizabeth presented him with a list that read, "Guests and servants, 23. Unaccounted for, Mrs. Hurst, Miss Bingley, Mrs. Forster." His eyes moved down the list as she said, Apparently my father returned to Longbourn several hours ago. The officers who were here only a few moments ago chose to depart."
"Very good, I thank you."
Nodding absent-mindedly, he reviewed the list again. Was it Mrs. Forster in the other locked room? Why on earth was she not with her husband? Before he could request Colonel Forster to accompany him, Richard rushed into the room.
"The animals are secured in the stables. There are few lanterns burning, no candles."
He wiped his face with a cloth provided by a passing footman.
"I shall hurry to my room to change before coming down to see how I can help."
Darcy said,
"The doors have been locked, since it has been determined the windows and roof in that portion of the house are unsafe. We want no one hiding in a room where they could be harmed."
With a grin, his cousin dug into his pocket.
"I have an extra key."
Shaking his head, Darcy said to Miss Elizabeth,
"Mrs. Forster appears to have closed herself in one of the chambers, and perhaps your help will be needed. Please come with us."
Without hesitation, she acknowledged his request. The Colonel cut a striking figure. Even though he was dripping water on the floor, he looked like he was ready to bolt into action. What a gentleman! Yet why was she not wanting to wipe the moisture from his brow? Why did her gaze immediately move from him to his cousin? It was all exceedingly vexing. Mr. Darcy was equally dishevelled. He, along with the footman, moved long sofas, bulky wing chairs, and a multitude of furniture from the surrounding rooms into the ballroom. He was incredibly strong, and she refused to think about the man. Her noticing him and being drawn to him was ridiculous, since, only days before, she despised the man. And although she had all but decided to think better of him, she could never love Mr. Darcy. Good heavens! Why is she even thinking of him at all, especially during an emergency? The three hurried up the staircase behind Mrs. Nichols. They could hear the wind whistling down the corridor from the windows at the end of the hall. The Colonel grabbed a brass candlestick before they mounted the stairs, so the light of the flame flickered against the shadows. Before they reached the locked door, it opened. Out stepped a giggling Mrs. Forster, on the arm of Mr. Wickham. Elizabeth's hand shot to her mouth. Tied into a bow on his lapel was the apple-green ribbon she had chosen at the haberdasher. She stopped in place, realizing the implications of what likely happened behind that locked door. Of all the... Oh, my goodness. She wanted to scratch the rake's eyes out, not for Colonel Forster's sake, but for Lydia's. Her fool of a sister pursued Mr. Wickham because she misread his toleration of her flirting as interest. Her most self-centred sibling was selfish enough that had she known the man was committing immoral acts with her supposed friend, Lydia would have never sought his protection. She would be safely ensconced with her family, wailing complaints alongside her mother, or running after some other man. Her fists balled. She had never struck a man before. Even though she did not believe that violence solved anything, her instincts were to hurt him as much as he hurt her sister. When Colonel Fitzwilliam rushed forward, Elizabeth knew from the fierce expression on his face that she would not be the first to have access to the reprobate. Mr. Darcy grabbed his arm and stopped him.
"No, Richard, I will deal with Wickham."
To her he said,
"Miss Elizabeth, Mrs. Nichols, please see that Mrs. Forster is reunited with her husband."
Setting aside her own personal need for revenge, Elizabeth and Mrs. Nichols immediately grabbed Mrs. Forster's arms, before leaving the three angry men in the hall. Their voices followed them. She suspected that they heard far more conversation between Mr. Darcy, the Colonel, and Mr. Wickham than they should have.
"Not this time, Darcy."
Richard moved to shove him aside. Darcy refused to budge. Wickham smirked.
"Dry off, Richard, and cool down,"
Darcy protested, unwilling to bend.
"Why?"
his cousin pleaded.
"Why do you let this rat live? Whenever he crawls out of the gutter with decent people, they suffer. Do you not care about the damage he does? He has not 1 ounce of honour in him." "We have more important matters at the moment."
Darcy stepped in front of his cousin.
"Leave me alone with him."
Shrugging, Richard muttered as he moved past Wickham, deliberately bumping shoulders with the man, nearly knocking him off his feet. "Filth." Wickham straightened his shoulders, as though it was he who stopped Richard. "Nice try, Richie." Darcy shot him a death glare, hovering over his former friend. "Enough." Wickham's eyes widened, with a hint of fear. "Taunt him at your own risk, George. You need to remember that I am not always around to—" The whole house gave a violent shake, almost knocking Darcy off his feet. Darcy swore, as Wickham, like the coward he was, pushed past him, running down the hall. Richard threw his door open, grabbing the frame to hold himself still. "Blast! This whole house is unsafe. We need Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst to join the others in the ballroom." Darcy ran to the other locked door, pounding on the surface. "Mrs. Hurst, Miss Bingley, open the door immediately." When no one responded, he raised his foot and kicked it in, using every ounce of his frustration with Bingley for not showing up to take care of his own, and his aggression from dealing with Wickham. Caroline Bingley and Louisa Hurst cowered in a corner, their maids trying to hide under the bed. Ignoring Miss Bingley's hysterical comments about how she had known all along he would save her, they dragged the women to the ballroom. The house gave another violent shake. "Into the kitchen, everyone!" Darcy yelled, stirring the group into action. According to the steward's records he reviewed with Bingley upon arrival, the main house at Netherfield Park had been constructed 50 years prior out of trees harvested from the property, an unusual decision by the owner, since most great houses were still built with brick or stone. The stucco front was a facade. The portico columns and the kitchen, built from solid stone, were the most stable part of the building. "Hurry! Help us! We beg you!" Darcy peered over his shoulder at the front of the house. Hurrying towards them was Miss Lydia Bennet, who was being dragged into the house between Captain Carter and Mr. Denny. She resembled a drowned rat, with strings of hair plastered against her chafed red skin. Fortunately, one of the men shared his coat, covering her soaked gown. "We didn't realise she chased after us until we were down the road." Mr. Denny held up his arms in surrender. "We didn't do nothing, we promise." Captain Carter added, "Now that Miss Lydia's returned, how may we be of service?" "Your assistance has already been invaluable," Darcy nodded, grateful the waif was found for Miss Elizabeth's sake, but regretted her presence as soon as she opened her mouth. "Let me go. I want to go with Mr. Wickham," she cried. "He rushed right by us. Oh, surely he failed to see me, or he would not have left me behind. Let me go. I'll tell you, I want to go with my dear Mr. Wickham." From behind him, the two eldest Bennet sisters each grabbed one of their siblings' arms, forcing her to join their mother. "Come with us now," Darcy directed. The officers followed him down the stairs, where they were met with a cacophony of screams and whimpers as bodies pressed together. The kitchen was bursting at the seams. Miss Elizabeth had seated Mrs. Hammond at the long work table, running almost the length of the room. The elderly widow attempted to appease Mrs. Bennet on her right, and Lady Lucas on her left. Footmen darted up the stairs to the ballroom to bring additional chairs and all the blankets. By the time the ladies were seated, there were still many standing pressed together, looking to Darcy for their comfort. Over the noise, Darcy heard his cousin say, "To make room for the females, any men who prefer to join me in the wine cellar are welcome. Bingley, I doubt if you mind if we uncork a few bottles." "Be my guest," Bingley replied. Mr. Hurst led all the males, including the remaining footman and Darcy's valet, into the cellar. Darcy noted that the two most recent arrivals waited to see what Colonel Forster would do before they joined him below. Even Bingley chose to go to the cellar. Miss Bingley, her nose haughtily lifted in the air, said, "Louisa and I will take the still room. Should Miss Bennet agree to join us, she would be welcomed." She implied no one else would be invited into their company. Unsurprisingly, no one requested to join them. Jane Bennet refused to give up her grasp on her youngest sister. For the first time, Darcy saw a hint of steel in her expression.
Mrs. Nichols, might I have a moment with you and cook?
Darcy knew the importance of not alienating the head of the kitchen by giving orders in her domain. Joining them in the corridor, he asked,
Are there any other stone or brick structures on Netherfield's property? What are the tenants? Will they come to the main house when they realise they're in danger? Or is it more dangerous to leave any shelter they are already in? And cook, what do you suggest for caring for the needs of the guests and servants?
Before Mrs. Nichols could reply, Cook rested her beefy hands on her hips and said, We still have enough of Miss Bingley's dainties left over from supper to keep everyone till morning. If the hen house doesn't blow to the next shire, and the milk cows stay in the barn, and with the grain and meat on hand, we can last for several days. I will get bread rising. As long as I have a hot oven, it can be done. She looked in the direction of the ballroom. Sir, I'd rather be in my kitchen than the rickety great house upstairs. These stones are thicker than I am. I don't know amount of wind will move either of us. Not knowing what to say, he acknowledged her with a nod. Mrs. Nichols added, The carriage house is also made of brick. Since I do not see any of the stable hands or the tenants in the kitchen, I suppose they've already sought refuge inside the building. Like the dower house, the carriage house is fully supplied as well.
Good. Then we shall not worry about tenants now.
Darcy quickly studied the room.
Am I correct in thinking that the chimney from the oven goes straight up?
Cook replied, That it does, sir. There are no rooms directly above us.
Very good.
He considered how much he should say before adding,
There is a real possibility that we will be here for a long while. Since the winds were fierce enough to shake the whole building, the damage could be considerable on the upper floors, so the course of wisdom is to remain clustered together below. We shall need a retiring area. For as much as Miss Bingley has commandeered the still-room, I believe that to be the perfect location for personal use.
Cook shook her fist in front of her.
Since those Bingley sisters have yet to go inside, I'll have no problem keeping those women out there if you want me to. All I need to do is stand in front of the door.
He suspected that Miss Bingley had been a dragon to deal with in planning the ball. The look of evil intent on Cook's face showed how much she yearned for the assignment.
Let us hope the wind dies down before there is any permanent damage, so we can let them have their way. For now.
With a sharp nod, Cook returned to her post by the oven. Mrs. Nichols said, Sir, Netherfield's servants shall attempt to keep everyone as comfortable as possible under the circumstances. Right now, the ladies, including the maids, are still fearful, keeping them fairly quiet. As time passes and they forget the terror of having the floor shaking underneath them, I suspect they will become more demanding. We shall do all we can to provide aid.
Darcy nodded. Then please send a footman or two to the wine cellar every hour to make sure the men have all they need.
Oh, very well, I shall see Something heavy crashed to the floor in the main house, sending panic through the ladies in the kitchen. Within a few seconds, more items fell. Ushering the housekeeper back to the depths of the room, Darcy surveyed the scene. Had he wanted to join the men in the wine cellar, the pleading eyes of the ladies kept him in place.
I want to sit by the fire,
Lydia Bennet insisted, as she pulled away from Miss Bennet's grip.
Yes, you should, darling Lydia.
Mrs. Bennet's voice easily carried over the storm.
We would not have you catching your death from a cold.
Uncaring whether she bumped into the knees of others, the youngest of Elizabeth's sisters pushed her way to the fireplace before plopping down on the stone hearth.
There, I can finally get warm. It was frigid cold outside.
Miss Bingley asked with a sneer, What were you doing outside, Miss Lydia? Miss Lydia began, only to have her eldest interrupt her. Miss Bennet replied, Oh, surely you cannot be implying that my sister did anything wrong in attempting to return to the safety of Longbourn, Miss Bingley. Miss Bingley scoffed, as Miss Lydia preened. It was obvious that the youngest Bennet loved being the centre of attention. What a simpleton! Chapter 15. Elizabeth wanted nothing more than to cover her ears to the strident whining of her mother. Francine Bennet complained about sitting lower at the table than Mrs. Hammond, despite it being a kitchen work table and an emergency. Then she was too cold. Then she was too hot. Then someone bumped her elbow. Did they not know her nerves were fragile? Rolling her eyes did nothing, so Elizabeth continued to arrange the chairs until even the maids could be seated. Keeping busy kept her mind off her mother, and the terrifying noises coming from the main part of the house and the roof of the kitchen. Hail pounded against the tiles like horse hooves on cobblestones. The constant shaking of the kitchen shutters sounded like a criminal demanding entry to strip the household of silver. Although she had heard the expression howling winds many times, even used it on occasion, this reality was truly dreadful. Drawing comfort from Mrs. Hammond's composure, Elizabeth moved to where her youngest sister was sitting. Over the scent of the burning logs she smelled burned cork. Oh no, surely Lydia did not paint her eyelashes and brows. Peering closer, Elizabeth's stomach dropped to her toes. The Egyptian craze in London tempted ladies to imitate the pharaohs by trying to copy the royals by lining their eyes and brows until they were black. She heard of a mixture of lamp-black soot and oil being used around the eyes, but charred cork, Lydia. "What are you looking at?" Lydia asked, as innocently as possible for her. Instead of chastising her for taking off with the officers, Elizabeth hissed, "What have you done?" "I spent all my money on new ribbons, so I didn't have funds to purchase the proper cosmetics. I had to make do." Lydia batted her eyelashes. "Do they not look grand? Why, I believe my lashes are now longer than yours, Lizzie." In truth, Lydia looked anything but grand. Ugh, her face was unnaturally colourful. When a drop of whitish paste began to trail from Lydia's lower lip, from the heat of the fireplace, Elizabeth realised that the fooled child also used rose-lip salve, made from white wax, almond oil, the scent of roses, and a root powder for colour. Closing her eyes to the sight, she could not help but wonder how her mother and father did not notice the state of their youngest before they departed Longbourn. Elizabeth had never seen the reputed stage actresses from Drury Lane, who painted themselves up to attract male companionship, but she could not imagine that they looked any different than her sister. As it was, Elizabeth would give all her saved pin money for a damp cloth to clean the mire from Lydia's face. Then she spied something odd about her sister's hair. Instead of her tresses having a healthy glow, they glistened unnaturally in the firelight. "What did you do to your hair?" Whatever it was, it smelled no better than the burnt cork. Lydia's hand patted the curls in place. "I was fearful that the wind would undo all the work Mrs. Hill did, so I borrowed some of Jane's hair tonic that Mamma gave her. Mamma insisted that it was the only way to get a man, and Jane has never used it. It was going to waste, Lizzie. I was helping Mamma to save money." Elizabeth was so disappointed and angry that she could barely force the words through her lips. Jane has too much sense to use anything that would take away from her natural beauty. Lydia, you not only look odd, but you smell. Perhaps you should move far away from the fire. I cannot think you're safe sitting here with that tonic in your hair, wax on your lips, and soot and oil on your lashes. Do move, I beg you." Lydia snorted. "Oh, you know nothing, Lizzie Bennet. I can do as I please. And right now I would rather be warm where the firelight is behind me, highlighting my good looks. You sit in a corner. After all, no one is looking at you." Lydia had always been headstrong. Her sharp tongue usually affected Kitty and Mary the most. Setting aside her ire, Elizabeth softened her tone. "Do come away, Lydia. You can be seated at the table with the women where you will be safe from the fire. Should the chimney cap blow off, the sparks could easily ignite your hair, along with the lace of your gown. Besides, the only man in the room to observe how you look is Mr. Darcy, and on occasion a footman who comes up from the cellar. Their attention is elsewhere. Come." Lydia folded her arms across her middle, her chin jutting out. There would be no reasoning with her. Going to her mother, Elizabeth attempted to move her to act. "Lydia? Why shouldn't Lydia sit by the fire? What does it matter where she sits when there are no officers in the room with whom to flirt?" If only Colonel Fitzwilliam were dressed in his regimentals, and stood alongside his cousin, perhaps her errant sister would listen to him. Elizabeth glanced at Mr. Darcy, surprised to discover him looking at her. Where she expected his expression to be one of disdain, instead she found concern. Shifting her eyes from him to Jane, attempting to soothe their mother, Elizabeth realised something important. Mrs. Hammond was drawn to Mr. Darcy because his qualities likely were similar to Captain Hammond's. Where her father, Mr. Bingley, the officers, and even Colonel Fitzwilliam sought a measure of their own comfort and ease, Mr. Darcy remained behind to see to the needs of others. Good heavens! Elizabeth cupped her hand over her mouth. How could she have been more wrong? It was not Colonel Fitzwilliam who appealed to her. She swallowed. It was Mr. Darcy. Darcy surreptitiously watched Miss Elizabeth as she moved gracefully from lady to lady, checking their welfare. Over the noise and the weather, he could not hear the topic of her discussion with her sister. Nevertheless, from her posture, he sensed that she was either upset or disappointed. Miss Lydia was stubborn in her insistence on her way. When Miss Elizabeth retreated and pleaded with her mother, to no avail, Darcy was confident that she had not given up. Instead, she retreated to plan a different tactic. Deciding it was time to retrieve Bingley from the wine cellar to remove his sisters from the still-room, he was pleasantly surprised how many ladies stopped him to offer their thanks for his care. When he reached the end of the table where Mrs. Hammond sat, he knelt. "Are you well, Mrs. Hammond?" At her affirmation he added, "I beg your forgiveness for bringing you out in this weather. Had I known, I would not have done anything to put you in danger." She patted his hand. "Oh, do not fret, Mr. Darcy. I would have sat home wishing I was here. If we use good sense, I have no doubt we will survive. I've weathered far greater storms." Placing his other hand over hers, he gently squeezed. "You are a woman among women, Mrs. Hammond." "I am not alone." Nodding at Miss Elizabeth and glancing at Miss Bennet, "You have help, should you need it." Descending the staircase, Darcy heard the men before he saw them. Bingley sang at the top of his lungs, while Sir William Lucas attempted poorly to harmonise. Turning the corner after the final step, he noticed Richard pacing in the limited space, Mr. Hurst silently emptying another bottle, and Colonel Forster had a book. Mr. Collins sat sermonising to the room. "How are things in the kitchen?" Richard asked. "As expected." Asking Bingley for help was pointless. He was already well into his cups. "The ladies are fearful, and for good reason. I've never been in a storm this fierce, not even at Pemberley, where, as you know, the wind blows down from the mountains." He stepped closer to his cousin. "This building is not stable. If it were not dangerous and dark outside, I would see how much of the roof has blown off. Any moment I expect rainwater to make its way down to the kitchen." The Colonel nodded. "We are fortunate that the stable is close enough to the main house, that this monstrosity should serve as a windbreak, at least for as long as the house stands. That will keep the horses and those who are sheltering inside safe. If it is needed, we can move everyone to the dower house." "Can you really see the Bingley sisters sheltering with the stable hands, the tenants, and the servants, even in the old house?" "You know them far better than I, of course, but I suspect that any one of them would do whatever it took to keep themselves alive. But then I am far too jaded to believe they would automatically look out for others." "Miss Elizabeth is—" A blood-curdling scream from the kitchen sent chills down his spine. He sped up the stairs. Before he reached the door, the terrible smell of burned cloth and hair offended his sensibilities. He feared what he would find. The kitchen was in uproar. Mrs. Bennet had her hands pressed over her eyes, as her eldest was attempting to comfort her. Darcy wished they covered her mouth instead. The others pressed against the far wall away from the fireplace. Twisting and turning, Miss Lydia screamed, while Miss Elizabeth used her bare hands to smother the sparks in her hair. Scalding vapour hissed from the tongues of flames taunting Miss Lydia's damp garments. His cousin grabbed a bucket. "Thank heavens!" Elizabeth grabbed the handle and poured it over the side of her sister's head. Elizabeth peered up at Darcy without halting her task. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her fingers, blast and damnation, her fingertips were blistered. Darcy took her hand gently in his.
"Richard, some strong spirits for the ladies and some cold, clean water for Miss Elizabeth, please."
My hair!
Miss Lydia turned in a circle in a futile attempt to see the damage. Darcy was grateful that she could not be too seriously injured if all she could think about was her damaged tresses. Dark soot pooled under her eyes, leaving her looking like a pathetic animal he saw once in a picture book from the Americas that he thought might be a raccoon. Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst came out of the still-room, curious about the uproar. Others stood with their fingers over their mouths. When Miss Jane Bennet removed a few hairpins, and a lengthy strand of shriveled hair came away with it, Mrs. Bennet fainted. As soon as her youngest child saw the damage, she turned away from the others, crying to her most responsible sister,
"Lizzie, help me!"
Her slim body shook with a violent sob. Relief at being guided by Mr. Darcy to the now empty still-room surged through Elizabeth. Her fingers throbbed. She felt like crying with relief and anger and pain. Lydia, who clung to her arm, stopped cold when she saw the flickering flame of the lone candle, screaming at the top of her lungs.
"Come, Miss Lydia, you have nothing to fear,"
Mr. Darcy assured them both.
"This candle shall remain on the table. If you will be seated here, then it would be impossible for any harm to come to you."
Lydia sobbed.
"You are too late, sir. The harm is already done."
Using the back of her hand, Lydia swiped at her eyes, leaving a trail of sooty black. Elizabeth worried for her sister, and she was frustrated. Had Lydia only listened, the damage would have been avoided. At the same time, she was relieved that things had not taken a turn for the worse, which it easily could have done. Gratefully, Mr. Darcy ignored the chaos, stepping aside to allow his valet, carrying a small leather case, to join them. He softened his voice, knelt, and spoke to her like he would to a scared child, which she was.
"I believe you can be fully confident in Parker's ability to repair any damage to your garments and your person. When I was much younger, my cousin and I used to climb up and down the tall trees in one of the groves at Pemberley. When we returned to the house with pitch stuck in our hair, Parker was able to cut it away while concealing the damage, so our parents remained unaware of our exploits. Unbeknownst to me at the time, he had had to do the same to my father when he was a lad. He even has experience with my sister's coiffure when she was too long in the stable with kittens, and she did not want to cause more work for her maid."
"Very well,"
Lydia hiccuped, as she endeavoured to stop crying. The scent of drying herbs and flowers was a stark contrast to the bitter smell of Lydia's hair. As he opened his case, Parker asked,
"Do you have any burns?"
Elizabeth hid her fingers behind her back, even though she knew he was asking Lydia. Mr. Darcy noticed. Opening the door, he requested 2 full buckets of cool water and 2 empty ones. When the first one arrived, he said to Miss Elizabeth,
"Perhaps you might test the water with your fingers, while we wait for Parker to work his magic."
"Magic?"
Lydia spun to see what the valet was doing, her expression hopeful. On seeing the combs and scissors, her face fell.
"There isn't enough magic in the world to help me."
Parker responded drolly,
"Oh, we shall see, miss."
Barely containing a sigh of relief, when the water cooled her fingertips, Elizabeth nodded her thanks to Mr. Darcy, who stood quietly watching her. What was he about, being so kind to Lydia of all people? Ashamed that he was doing what her parents should have done, Elizabeth felt much better about the man for treating Lydia with tenderness after her foolishness. Turning her full attention to her sister, she listened as Mr. Darcy's valet kept up a constant chatter of his actions.
"Miss, you might find it interesting to know that hair rarely burns. Instead, it singes. However, what we put on our hair can indeed catch fire. Once I remove your pins, we'll wash your hair clean of whatever you used, and then we can decide on a flattering style."
"Flattering?" Lydia asked.
"Oh, yes, miss, very flattering."
With cosmetics smearing her face and clumps of damp, shriveled hair draped down her back, Lydia looked even more pitiful once her tresses were finally freed. It would take a miracle to please her sister. "Let us clean you up." Before adding soap to her hair, Parker wet a cloth to clean Lydia's face until her skin shone. Leaning over one of the empty buckets, the cleansing soap was gently massaged into her hair. Parker was being extraordinarily cautious in the tender spots where Lydia's scalp blistered from the flames. The bubbles were rinsed until the shine returned to some of her sister's hair. "Oh, very good. We do not have an impossible situation here." Parker studied Lydia's face before he began pulling strands of hair away from her scalp. "I do believe that all the young ladies will want a shorter style after seeing you."
"You do?"
Lydia looked at him directly, her chin trembling.
"I've always had the loveliest hair of all my sisters. Well, except for Lizzie."
She sighed.
"You really think others will want to copy my style?"
"I do."
"Well then, proceed if you will, for I cannot pass up the opportunity to make other ladies envy me."
Elizabeth admired Lydia's spirit. There she sat, as regal as a queen. Tears streamed down her cheeks with every snip. When Parker handed her a small mirror, Lydia turned this way and that before declaring,
"I am stunned, sir. You've given me an appearance that is more grown. I'm certain to catch an officer now."
"Only Lydia." Elizabeth sighed, grateful that the damage had not been more severe. Once the officer's coat was removed, and a few stitches added to the back of her gown, her sister was modestly covered, at least from that angle.
"What do you think, Mr. Darcy? How do I look now?"
Lydia boldly asked. Hesitating briefly, he replied, "In absolute truth, Miss Lydia, you appear to be a lovely sprite, with far grander prospects than a poverty-stricken officer. Should you choose to emulate your two eldest sisters and wait a few years, I believe the Prince Regent himself could not resist you." Lydia clasped her hands under her chin, as she grinned from ear to ear from his compliment. Thanking Mr. Darcy's valet for his valiant efforts, Elizabeth considered his master's comment. She was stunned by each word coming from Mr. Darcy's mouth. Not that she would ever want the prince, who was rumoured to be a reprobate, looking at her younger sister. Nonetheless, until this point in time, she would have insisted that Mr. Darcy considered her family to be offensive, far below his notice, with Lydia topping his list. Yet again he was charming. Catching his eye, she smiled, grateful he was in the room and not anyone else. Chapter 16. Darcy led Miss Lydia back to her mother, where she could dry her hair and gown, close enough to feel the heat, but far enough away not to catch fire again. Miss Elizabeth sat with her right hand cradled in the palm of her left. Fortunately, the blisters on her fingertips were small. Nevertheless, he knew from experience how long she would feel the throbbing sting. Yet not once did she complain, nor did she call attention to herself. Instead, she tended her sister, who was being extraordinarily cautious with the flames. He studied Miss Lydia closely. Her shorn locks and washed face revealed her youthfulness, reminding Darcy how inexperienced she was. He suspected that her parents spent little time with her training. Her mother appeared to use her as a tool to gain security. Her father ignored her. Under those circumstances, where she was left on her own and driven by ignorant desires, other than observing her elder sisters, how would she know how to comport herself? She was a pretty girl, though not as lovely as Miss Elizabeth, with a liveliness that could bring delight to a household. Except she was unschooled. At this revelation he saw Lydia Bennet in a new light. She had potential, if she could master a measure of self-control, to become attractive. Was this what Miss Elizabeth saw when she looked at her sister? The possibility of something better? Is that why she kept trying to restrain Miss Lydia's impulses? Although he had no way of knowing for certain, he suspected he was correct. Miss Elizabeth's love and wisdom would have her see the best of what her sisters could be. She would make a wonderful mother. What? Good heavens, why would his mind go in that direction? Better he should think of something or someone else. Completely undermining his intent, Miss Elizabeth began to sing. Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such craft, and the dish ran away with the spoon.
Sing my version, Lizzie,
Miss Lydia asked, as she leaned into her sister. Without hesitation, Miss Elizabeth continued. Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow slept in until noon. Lydia laughed at a cow so daft, and the fork danced the waltz with the spoon.
Do a verse for Mr. Darcy, please,
Miss Lydia asked, much to his embarrassment, especially when she rested her chin on her clasped hands.
He is my hero.
That was all he needed. With every passing second his face burned hotter, until he guessed that he resembled a ripe tomato. All eyes in the room seemed to be on him. He shifted from one foot to the other, hoping beyond hope that the verse was at the least flattering. Finally Miss Elizabeth sang, Hey diddle diddle, the cat told a riddle, the hero gave the maiden a boon. The little girl laughed to see his kind act, and the fork became friends with the spoon. Miss Elizabeth was clever. Once she finished, there was not a sombre face in the room, except Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst. Even Cook smiled. Miss Bennet helped her mother to stand. Oh, come, Mamma, do keep Lydia company, for she has had a terrible fright. Kitty, you should also attend your sister. Mary, if you would support Mamma. When the middle girl started to complain, Miss Bennet said, Mary, I believe it is the Christian thing to do. Mary Bennet moved quickly into place. Mrs. Bennet not only sat beside her youngest, but she pulled the girl into a warm embrace, saying nothing about the heroics of her second daughter. Miss Elizabeth rose to make way for her siblings. Movement to his left drew his attention away. Caroline Bingley sidled close.
You must wish you were already returned to London, where society,
she sneered at the Bennets gathered in front of the fire,
is refined. Louisa and I are ready to depart as soon as the carriage can be ordered. With Charles and Hurst in their cups, we hope for the escort of 2 courageous gentlemen, such as yourself and Colonel Fitzwilliam.
Without hesitation, he replied, Are you not our hostess? Would you leave your neighbours and friends to suffer in your own house without your oversight, especially since they were for your ball? You would risk travel in this weather without a care for the cattle and servants. Ignoring her gaping mouth, colourless skin, and wide-eyed shock, he barely tipped his head to her. Pardon me, Miss Bingley.
But...
Would you place Colonel Fitzwilliam and myself in the centre of the danger of a storm, unlike any other I have experienced before, so you might avoid the responsibilities inherent in your position? I cannot condone your including us in your selfish planning, Miss Bingley. You know nothing of what I wish or want. Darcy easily ignored her sputtering. Instead, he approached his cousin, standing apart in a far corner. Richard's eyes were fixed on Miss Jane Bennet. His relief was palpable, for it was not Miss Elizabeth who captured Richard's attention. She is Bingley's angel? Richard asked. She is. If I recall correctly, you said she smiled too much. I do not see her smiling now. Darcy leaned closer. I will be honest. Upon further observation of Miss Bennet, I confess that she is more complicated than I first concluded. She is not easily led. For example, she refuses to follow the selfish Bingley sisters into the still-room, and she sees to the needs of others, without drawing particular attention to herself. Where I once saw weakness, I see strength of character, not unlike her next younger sister. Richard tapped his chin with his finger. And what would you say is the difference between her and Miss Elizabeth? Taking his time to reflect on how much he would reveal, Darcy chose his words carefully. Miss Bennet is serene. Miss Elizabeth is vibrant. Much to Darcy's relief, Richard smiled before cuffing him on the shoulder. Where you need someone who will stir you from your desk, turn your world upside down, and remind you to laugh, Serenity is exactly what I need." Richard peeled his gaze from the lady. "Is she attached to Bingley?" With complete honesty, he said, "At first glance, I would have stated with conviction that her heart was untouched, and she was being pushed in that direction by her mother, rather than her own affection. Now I cannot begin to guess her feelings. What I can tell you is that there is nothing official whereupon Bingley arranged a courtship with Mr. Bennet's agreement." "Very good." Richard pulled at his cuffs. "Then I know how to proceed." Darcy had to ask, "You are interested in marriage, then?" "I'm not yet convinced that being united with another is best for my future, but I would regret the loss of the possibility of getting to know her better." Grateful that his favourite cousin was no longer looking at Elizabeth, with appreciation he said, "Best wishes to you." Richard grinned. "And you as well." Elizabeth watched the Colonel and Mr. Darcy closely. Obviously they discussed Jane. When the Colonel moved in that direction, and Mr. Darcy turned his attention to her, she did the only thing she could think to do. She arched her brow, folded her arms across her chest, and beckoned him to explain himself. Elizabeth pondered the situation for a mere moment, before realising that she did not mind the Colonel's attraction to her favourite sister at all. She caught the hint of a smile before Mr. Darcy again studied his cousin. The second Lydia and her mother saw the Colonel's approach, Elizabeth knew her youngest sister would believe his interest was in her. Pressing her eyelids closed, so she would not see the coming humiliation, Elizabeth heard, rather than saw, nothing at all. Peeking out between her lashes, she watched in amazement as Lydia stood and walked toward her, encouraging their mother, Kitty, and Mary to follow. Jane, whose back was toward where the men had been standing, offered the hearth to others. Caroline Bingley and Mrs. Hurst were the first to respond. "Well, it is about time that you Bennets allowed us access to the fire. There are, after all, others in the room deserving comfort. Oh, come, my neighbours, do be seated where you can enjoy the warmth." Miss Bingley glanced toward Mr. Darcy as they moved toward the fireplace, undoubtedly expecting praise. Instead, he was making his way through the throng toward Elizabeth. Once the gentleman and the footman returned to the cellar, and most of the maids were put to work in the pantry with cook, Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam were alone in a sea of females. Mrs. Long was pushing Sally and Sarah to approach the men. Lady Lucas was doing the same to Charlotte and her young sister Maria. Mrs. Hammond quietly observed the room, when Mrs. Bennet finally noticed the Colonel's attention toward Jane. "Look who is with Jane," her mother began, only to be hushed by Lydia. Barely keeping her jaw from dropping, Elizabeth listened, as Lydia quietly explained to her mother and sisters that, according to Mr. Darcy, officers are unworthy fodder for a lady's future. They were daughters of a gentleman, deserving of nothing less than a duke, an earl, or even the prince himself. She finished with a smug, "Mr. Darcy said so." "Well, I never," Francine Bennet gasped, glaring at the source of Lydia's information. "Mr. Darcy does not have 5 daughters to marry, does he?" "I do not." Before Darcy could complete his comment, the kitchen door began rattling, and dirt and hailstones pelted the panes, threatening the glass. "The wind changed," the Colonel said, as he commanded, "Away from the windows, ladies." Within seconds, the relative peace in the inner room was shattered by howls of terror from Mrs. Long, Lady Lucas, and Mrs. Bennet. "This wind! Oh, make it stop, I beg you! Oh, my poor nerves!" Elizabeth heard her mother's complaints so often through the years that she failed to react. However, Caroline Bingley apparently decided to stoke the fire. "Oh, tell me, Mrs. Bennet, why would you ask someone to control the wind, when you cannot even control the conduct of your daughters? To expect a gentleman to perform either of these tasks is ridiculous." She guffawed. "For the past 2 weeks, Mr. Darcy has spoken of little but the storm of 1703. Surely you are old enough to have lived through that melee, so have little reason to be as fearful as you are now." By now, their hostess was surely at her wits' end. Caroline Bingley's barbs were pointed and cruel. She had to know that she gained no favour with Mr. Darcy, so she was apparently past the point of caring. Additionally, they placed her mother in an untenable position. With the authority Miss Bingley commanded over her brother, to be in her disfavour could affect Jane's potential to be the new mistress of Netherfield Park, her mother's fondest dream. Yet to let it go would have the two worst gossips in the shire, Lady Lucas and Mrs. Long, taunting Francine Bennet more than they already did. With every fibre of her being, Elizabeth wanted to jump in and divert the attention to herself, so her mother would not make matters worse by speaking carelessly. Nonetheless, Mrs. Hammond's comments earlier about her family were valid. She was not responsible for either parent. Therefore she pressed her lips together and said nothing, hoping this was one of the rare times that Francine Bennet was rational. Her mother's body shook before she breathed deeply to calm herself. Her chin lifted until she gazed down her nose at Miss Bingley, who remained seated on the hearth. Elizabeth knew that look well. Francine Bennet, on occasion, understood more than she let on. Even Elizabeth's father stated once or twice that his wife had a degree of sense. Where she failed was in execution. The few times her mother convinced herself that she was in the right, she became a force to be reckoned with against anyone who dared to oppose her. "Miss Bingley, you address me with words of contempt, yet have I not already accomplished what you most desire? Despite my background in trade being the same as yours, I attracted and married a gentleman landowner well before I reached my majority. Not only are you unwed at an age far beyond what I was, but it is apparent that there is no one in pursuit of your hand, since we have seen no suitors since you arrived in Hertfordshire. On the other hand, my daughters are universally known to be kind-hearted. They know better than to utter callous, spiteful, malicious, or ruthless comments against anyone, but most especially a guest. I dare say that you could learn much from any of my children, Miss Bingley. Why, my Jane is a model of elegance. Elizabeth is a fount of intelligence and joy. Mary is morally excellent. Kitty and Lydia, though years younger than you, have an abundance of friends who are eager for their company. Tell me, who are your friends? Who is eager to spend time with you?" She waved her hand as if brushing away a fly. "Oh, do not trouble yourself to answer, Miss Bingley. Your lack of London companions other than Mr. Darcy and his cousin speaks for itself, does it not? Now, if you do not mind, I would caution you about sitting too close to the flames. I hear the wind picking up. Even with the screen placed properly, which should have been done for Lydia, the ashes might blow." Miss Bingley sat in stunned silence. She was not alone, for Elizabeth was gobsmacked by her mother's reasoning, barely keeping herself from hugging Mamma close and praising her for her fine words. Elizabeth watched in horror as a downdraft caused smoke, ash and cinders to back up into the kitchen. The screen kept the debris from Miss Bingley's gown, but it did not stop the flow to her face and hair. "No!" Miss Bingley screeched, sounding remarkably like Elizabeth's mother had done moments prior. Before she could stop Mrs. Hurst, she grabbed the full water bucket kept by the fireplace and dumped it over her sister in the same manner as had been done earlier to Lydia. The men rushed up from the cellar at the disturbance to witness Miss Bingley in all her dishevelled glory. Instead of rejoicing in the justice of the moment, Jane and Elizabeth grabbed available dishcloths and a blanket to dry off as much water as possible. When Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley rushed back to the still-room, with no actual harm done to either sister, Jane offered assistance. "Just leave me alone." Mrs. Francine Bennet chortled. "Well, I did try to warn her, did I not?" At that moment, Elizabeth caught Mr. Darcy's eye. Full of merriment, he cupped his hand over his mouth to stifle his laughter. The Colonel was no less affected. Mr. Bingley, unaware of what led up to the disaster, and too comfortable with the amount of spirits he had already consumed, said, "I must speak to Mr. Morris about this fireplace. As steward of Netherfield Park, he should know it is defective. What say you, Darcy? Should we keep the ladies from the hearth, since it appears they attract smoke?" Mr. Darcy swallowed. closed his eyes tightly for a hair's breadth, then said, "As you say, Bingley." Elizabeth suspected that she would be able to see bite marks on his tongue if she could see it. Who knew Mr. Darcy had a sense of humour? By the minute, she learned more about him, and she liked what she learned. Chapter 17. Miss Bingley deserved the comeuppance delivered by Mrs. Bennet. The more Darcy learned of Elizabeth's family, including the matron, the more he realised how much his first impressions were flawed. He never would have guessed that Mrs. Bennet's personality contained a facet where she spoke intelligently, in a regulated tone. Still, he could not countenance her treatment of her second daughter. Nothing was said or done to acknowledge Miss Elizabeth's heroic efforts. "Mr. Darcy, I believe it is Miss Bingley who has soot on her nose, not my mother." He blinked, unaware that he had been staring, while he contemplated the events of the past minutes. "Yes, you are correct, Miss Elizabeth." "Was that hard for you to admit?" He smiled, grateful for her tease. "Not at all. Miss Elizabeth." Darcy dipped his head to address her alone. "I am concerned how the ladies will respond once daylight breaks. The damage from the storm will be visible through the windows. Where my first instinct is to cover them, the incoming light will brighten everyone's spirits. Additionally, all of us are weary. Mrs. Hammond's lack of sleep must be taxing her. Nonetheless, I have yet to see her display anything other than alertness." Miss Elizabeth nodded when Richard joined them. "If I might make a recommendation, Darcy, with the instability of the wind, should it turn completely and blow hard against this side of the house, anyone standing close to the windows is in danger. We might consider setting the fireplace screens upon small tables between us and the glass. That way there will be diffused light entering the room, even as the screens might protect us from flying shards of glass." Darcy immediately approved his cousin's idea. Returning to the cellar to get help, Darcy started to follow. Turning back, he asked Elizabeth, "Is there anything else that could add to the ladies' comfort?" "I suspect that the mothers will gather their daughters like hens to their chicks. Mr. Hurst and Colonel Forster should provide a resting place for their wives. This will leave Netherfield's female servants, Mrs. Hammond, Miss Bingley, Jane and myself. The men in the wine cellar, including my father's cousin Mr. Collins, should be able to care for themselves, am I correct?" He grinned. "Did you refrain from listing Richard and myself on purpose, Miss Elizabeth?" She smiled at him. "While I may have concerns about the others, I am confident that you and your cousin are both resourceful and cautious. Him because of successfully returning to England, with his regiment intact. And you, because you have not failed one time to put the welfare of others ahead of your own since the wind started blowing." Her kind words released a flood of gratitude somewhere deep in his chest. Her mother may not have recognised her value, but he did. While Elizabeth and Jane distributed blankets to the ladies, they inquired about the condition of their welfare. Mrs. Long, Lady Lucas, and their mother appeared to compete with each other, claiming they endured more miseries. "Oh, Lizzie, no one knows what I suffer," came Mrs. Bennet's oft-repeated words. Mrs. Long surprised Elizabeth with her complaints. She sniffed. "This chair is hard. Dinner was more than 2 hours past. As far away from the fire as I am sitting, I'm frightfully cold. Additionally, this being the first private ball attended by my girls, they will not have fine memories to take out and cherish in years to come. Why, I wish we were all tucked up in our beds in our own house." She stood abruptly. "In fact, I shall call for my carriage this instant. It is long past time for us to return to Alderwood." "But Mrs. Long—" Elizabeth began, only to cease any attempts at reasoning, when Mr. Darcy, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and 4 footmen entered the room. "Sir," Mrs. Long appealed to Mr. Darcy, "I beg you to have our carriage readied. We would like to go home." For as long as Elizabeth had known the Longs, she had never known her to be particularly demanding. Frayed nerves and exhaustion were taking their toll. The Colonel held up his hand, stopping everyone from speaking. "Neighbours,
Until the wind abates, the only safe place now is gathered in this room. The choice to make this circumstance miserable or tolerable is up to each one of you. After spending 2 years with a regiment of men, I am aware that it takes only one to drain the spirits of everyone. Therefore I pray that all carefully consider the mere fact that joining forces with quick obedience may be the difference between survival or not. For the safety of others, no one will leave this house."
Mr. Collins topped the stairs, with his hair dishevelled and his mouth open.
"Like the lady, I too am eager to return to Longbourn, for I am concerned about the condition of my future inheritance. And my patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, expects me to survey the property for any needed repairs, so I can encourage the current master to make them before his demise. It would not do for me to use my own funds, paid by Lady Catherine, to improve my situation. As the future mistress of Longbourn, my cousin, Miss Elizabeth, should attend me."
Colonel Fitzwilliam moved to stand in front of Mr. Collins.
"Sir, since you chose not to partake of the wine, I cannot blame your rudeness on anything other than your attitude. Know this, any efforts to stir up insurrection in the ranks will be quashed immediately. If you would but listen to the wind outside, you would know how much peril you would be placing yourself, the driver and the horses in, should you make the attempt. My cousin will not order your equipage to be made ready, and neither will I."
Elizabeth was astonished at Mr. Collins' effrontery. There had been no offer, and she certainly had never accepted him. Planting her fisted hands on her hips, Elizabeth prepared to defend herself against the blatant liar. Mrs. Long's hand covered her quivering lips before she pulled her daughters closer. Lady Lucas did the same with Charlotte and Maria. Mr. Collins spluttered to himself before returning to the cellar. The Colonel moved to speak with Jane, while Elizabeth stood alone. Miss Elizabeth's cousin planned to marry her. Had he offered and been accepted? Her narrowed eyes, furrowed brow, lips pressed together, chin jutted out, and stiff shoulders, informed Darcy more than words that Miss Elizabeth was not privy to her cousin's plans. Nor was she agreeable. Thank God. Although why that should concern him, he had not a clue. For had he not already decided before the storm hit that he would leave Hertfordshire, never to return? He sighed. Obviously the storm had different plans. Instead of departing at daybreak for London, he would be forced into company with the temptress for who knew how long. Yet he was not displeased. Richard interrupted his musing. "We need 4 screens for the windows in the kitchen and pantry. Be cautious, men. The potential for harm is great. With the force of the wind, flying glass shards could cause deadly injury." Retrieving the chatelaine from the housekeeper, he gave it to one of the footmen so he could unlock the doors. Darcy and Richard surveyed the damage as they went from the kitchen to the dining room and then into the ballroom. The rising sun bounced off the shards of glass, remaining in the lower corners of the windows and littering the floor. Paintings hung helter-skelter or rested at the base of the wall, while pots of hothouse flowers were strewn across the floor. In the ballroom, the large chandelier in the centre of the room was scattered across the hardwood flooring. However, the worst damage was to the side of the house, containing the front drawing-room, the music-room and the gallery. The wooden walls and framework collapsed in on itself from the sheer force of the wind and hail. Pounding rain poured into the rooms, soaking the carpets and the overturned furniture. When a gust almost pulled the door-handle out of Darcy's grip, he called to the others to retreat. "This whole section of the house, including the bedchambers above, is unsafe," Darcy yelled above the storm. "Since there are no shutters outside the kitchen windows, let us pull the curtains from the dining room and return to the safety of the kitchen. If the thick fabric can be layered, we might have enough protection until the ladies can be moved elsewhere." Only one screen and table, along with 4 pairs of long velvet panels, could be retrieved from the dining-room windows. Richard directed the placement of the screen in front of the kitchen door. "Mrs. Hammond, your assistance, please." Darcy left the curtains on the table. Without needing to give further instruction, the elderly widow folded each panel into a rectangle, the width and height of the 3 remaining windows. Mrs. Hammond stood at attention before barking her first command. "Miss Lucas, Miss Bennet, Miss Long and Miss Sally, pray take a panel so you may stitch a seam on each side until they're held together. Do not worry about straight edges, since the priority is speed and stability. If we might call upon the housekeeper for supplies, any other willing hands to help complete the task would be greatly appreciated." 3 of the housemaids and Miss Elizabeth stepped forward. When Miss Elizabeth picked up one of the curtains, the fabric rubbing against her blisters forced her to put the cloth back on the table. Mrs. Hammond must have witnessed her disappointment, for she added, "Miss Lizzie, pray keep an eye on the work so you can let the men know as soon as the first panel is done. That way no time is wasted in seeing to our safety." With a slight smile, Miss Elizabeth stood at the corner of the table, her gaze moving from one seamstress to the next. Everyone must know that the fabric would be little protection against flying glass, yet the task united them by giving them a purpose. Miss Lucas was the first to finish her panel. She immediately moved to help the person seated next to her, as Miss Elizabeth directed a footman to the modified window covering. Next, Miss Bennet completed her project. Like Miss Lucas, she turned to the maid beside her to finish the final seam. Within a matter of minutes, 2 curtains folded into 8 layers were nailed to the window frames, darkening the room. The diffused light from the rising sun, coming through the fireplace screen, barely filtered into the room. Mrs. Hammond praised the ladies' quick work. "Oh, the night has been long, dear neighbours. If we might beg a fortifying cup of tea from cook, then perhaps we might rest for a bit." "I want to go home," Miss Kitty cried, the first sound Darcy recalled her making since they gathered in the kitchen. "I know, dear girl. You are not alone in wanting the security of your own bed." Mrs. Hammond patted the girl's shoulder. "Do remember that those of us who are from our part of Hertfordshire are strong and hearty people. We are practical enough to know we cannot control the wind, nor can we outrun it. We are imaginative enough to ponder trying, though, and we are wise enough to know that patience is a virtue, and that working together makes us mighty. Remember, dear, our current trial is temporary. This storm will end." Darcy appreciated the reminder as much as the ladies. Every ordeal he faced since the death of his father eventually ended, except for Wickham. With him in the area, Darcy would never be at ease. He would always need to be on guard. He would never have peace. Yet the idea of Wickham not being alive somewhere tormented him. How could one person be responsible for so much misery and uncertainty? Richard approached. "All the men in the wine cellar except for Bingley and Parker are snoring. Forster and his wife are asleep in the largest chair." He shook his head. That little tarty wed has no guilt over cuckolding her mate with one of his regiment. Rubbing his palms over his face, he sighed. It makes a man consider seriously who he marries. Darcy agreed. An intelligent man would learn the character of his wife to be, whether loyalty and dignity were her nature under any situation. There are no guarantees, Darcy. Richard squared his shoulders as his eyes shot to Miss Bennet and back. Nonetheless, it has been said that the measure of a man is determined by how he responds when under trial. I believe the same can be said of a woman. Look at that youngest Bennet as an example. Downstairs, Captain Carter described her as having nothing of substance between her ears. Yet look how she responded to her trial. Why, had most ladies needed their curls cut off, they would have wept and wailed. That little lady proved she had some mettle by lifting her chin and daring anyone to make a negative comment. Mrs. Bennet is desperate for attention. Yet when one of her offspring was verbally attacked, she became a tigress instead of the weak-willed female I assumed her to be. Already I see how protective and loyal Miss Elizabeth is with her family, Mrs. Hammond and her neighbours. I suspect that by the time the wind dies down, we shall know enough about everyone in this building to know whether any are worthy of attaching ourselves to for a lifetime. Do you not agree? Darcy could not keep from resting his eyes on Miss Elizabeth, who was helping Mrs. Hammond back to her chair. Was he wrong to judge her as unworthy, due to her status, especially now that he was learning facets of her family that were not as offensive as he once believed. Would she prove to be faithful, a compliment to his position? Closing his eyes briefly, they flew open when Richard slapped him on the back. "Perhaps it is the men who need to prove their mettle under this trial, Darcy." Unsettled, Darcy replied with the only thing that came to mind. "Perhaps." Chapter 18. No sooner were the windows covered than the wind completely shifted, turning its full force against their side of the house. The layers of fabric covering the windows were a paltry barrier against the storm's direct hit. "Move to the corridor," Darcy ordered, as his cousin quickly helped Mrs. Hammond to her feet. "Everyone go now."
"Lord have mercy, but this sounds like cannon fire hitting the broadside of a ship,"
Mrs. Hammond noted, as she scurried through the doorway to relative safety. With the exception of Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst, who closeted themselves in the still room again, the ladies were willing to get away from the onslaught, so it took little time until they were squeezed into the narrow hall. With the doors at each end closed, they were encased in total darkness. The women whimpered and moaned.
"This is God's judgment day for Merytons seeking their own pleasure ahead of the will of God," a female voice proclaimed over the sounds of the storm.
A voice Darcy recognised as belonging to Miss Lydia replied,
"Oh, do be quiet, Mary, for I suspect the wind is blowing just as hard at Westminster Cathedral as it is here."
After a brief pause, she added,
"You have sour grapes because you missed an opportunity to perform. Perhaps this storm was God's way of saving the rest of us from listening to you."
"Sisters, enough." Darcy would recognise Miss Elizabeth's voice anywhere. She was close, too close. With his vision gone, his other senses were on high alert. A waft of honeysuckle tickled his nose. An elbow poked his middle. "Pardon me," she whispered. Elizabeth, with her lustrous hair, her refreshing scent, and eyes that sparkled in the sunlight. Forcing the image away, he thought of anything and anyone except Miss Elizabeth Bennet. His favourite dog when he was young, his first tutor, and his stern grandfather Darcy, who always reminded him to mind his posture. When that did not work, he mentally recited the Latin oath he swore before gaining access to the Bodleian Library at Oxford. Tipping his head back against the door's wooden panel, he reflected on the series of events that led him to be pressed into a hall with Bingley's neighbours, along with Netherfield's servants. And her. His fingers itched to reach out and touch her arm. His heart nearly persuaded him that it was the right thing to do, to offer comfort during exceedingly stressful events. His conscience, however, lashed at him for rejecting all the reasons he should not connect himself to the lady. Certain members of her family were unrestrained. Even though he saw facets of Miss Lydia and her mother that were appealing, they would be an embarrassment to have associated with the Darcy name. He rubbed his eyes as weariness oozed through his veins, both from the late hour and his circumstances. His defences were down, a scary prospect far outweighing the potential for damage from the storm. Dropping his hands to his side, he pressed his body against the door, away from her. For 5 long years, until Ramsgate, Darcy carried his secret alone. Seeing Wickham stirred his emotions until regret, anger, and even guilt twisted his gut. Would George have turned out as bad had they been raised as brothers? Or would Darcy be more tolerant of the wrongs that were done? Vexed and tired, he occasionally considered what it would be like to have someone to share with, but any attempts always led to disappointment. For a certainty he would never expect a woman to carry the burden he bore. Nevertheless, to trust someone enough to pour out his heart, including the torrid information he read in his father's journal, felt freeing. He should hate Wickham. He should hate his parents for keeping secrets. No, he should resent them for not acting perfectly in the first place. Yet he could not hate or resent any of them. Even Wickham, with his easy smile and gregarious personality, deserved a measure of something due to the circumstances of his birth. No, he refused to allow his mind to travel in that particular direction, especially in a time of crisis. Wickham was a nuisance, hell-bent on seeking his own pleasure, despite the trail of damage he left strewn behind. That he sought to claim the hand of Georgiana Darcy for the sake of her dowry was lower than anything the rake attempted to that point. Would he finally be satisfied if he had a fortune? Likely not. Was he redeemable? Darcy sincerely doubted it. Just thinking about him made Darcy's chest hurt. Wind pounded the door at his back, testament that the windows and the outer kitchen door were blown open. The high-pitched wail as the air forced its way into the building was deafening and fear-inspiring. His own heart thumped loudly, gaining speed, when small fingers with blisters on the tips entangled with his own. He cautiously twisted his hand against hers until their palms pressed together. In that instance, despite the turmoil from without and within, he found peace. Elizabeth was near enough to the door to feel every movement of Mr. Darcy each time a gust hit the back of the door. What would they do if he could no longer hold that thin barrier in place? There was nowhere else to hide, unless they could somehow make it into the cellar with the men. An impossible task, with the force of the storm blowing against them. They would be tossed hither and thither about the kitchen. The darkness and the shrill howl of the gale sent chills up and down her spine. In her lifetime, she had never felt the presence of death hovering around, waiting to snatch her final breath, until that moment. Regrets over opportunities missed, or not yet presented to her, filled her soul. For as long as she could remember, she wanted to travel, to visit the lakes and mountains in the north, or the continent and beyond. Since adolescence, Elizabeth dreamed of wearing a deep blue silk gown with golden thread embroidering the sleeves and hem, while dancing with a handsome gentleman at a London ball, where she rubbed elbows with the elite of society. She'd never been courted. She had yet to experience her first kiss. Should her life end at that moment, she would miss much. Walls shook, then rippled as the wooden panelling loosened with the onslaught. Fear drove her to reach out to the only person stable enough to trust. Mr. Darcy protected them to that point. If there were a chance of survival, she would cling to whatever opportunity was available. She reached for him. The strength of his hand was comforting. What surprised her was the roughness of his fingertips and the firmness of his grip. This man did far more than sit behind a desk, writing letters and giving orders. He was an industrious man. Her mind instantly pictured him with his shirt sleeves rolled up, doing hard physical labour at his estate, a smile on his face from a job well done. The image almost robbed her of breath. Without a doubt, his cousin also experienced the physicality while in battle conditions. Nonetheless, it was not Colonel Fitzwilliam who captured her attention and held it close. The Master of Pemberley, who was far out of reach for her, appealed to her from every direction. She felt his exhale whisper against her ear. She shivered when his chin brushed her temple. "Miss Elizabeth, I feel you tremble." But then he staggered against her from the wind battering the door. "If you are able, for your protection and that of others, please sit. Stay as close to the floor as possible. I do not know how long this door will hold. Colonel Fitzwilliam, if you will make your way towards me. With your help, we may be able to keep the destruction from the room." Cook said, "If you are a praying sort, I beg you to do so now in hopes that the wind will turn again. I need back in my kitchen." The Colonel's arrival would separate them. Boldly placing a hand on his chest, she guessed the vicinity of his own ear. She needed to apologise to him for believing Mr. Wickham's lies. She needed to tell him that she forgave him for his insults. And she needed to thank him for all he was doing for their safety. Except it was not his ear she reached. In the total darkness of the confined space, her mouth brushed his cheek. Instead of leaning his ear toward her, he turned his face until his lips were on hers. He smelled of spice and tasted of sweet something. was everything, and the storm hit the door again, ripping his lips away from hers, almost knocking them off balance, reminding Elizabeth that although no others could see what she and Mr. Darcy were doing, their conduct was far from proper. His free hand lightly touched her cheek before he moved away from her. Breathing her name, he started to kiss her a second time, with a thoroughness that robbed her of thought and reason. Oh, good heavens! She floated on clouds, and was her heart singing? Someone bumped her from behind, bringing her to the few senses she had remaining. "Darcy, where are you?" The Colonel's voice rang in her ear. "Here." He released her arm and pulled his cousin next to him. She was bereft. Elizabeth had just experienced the most wonderful moment in her lifetime, which ended far too soon. Was it shameful that passion wreaked havoc on her emotions, until she yearned for more, while a tempest raged outside the house? For one more embrace or caress? Mr. Darcy softened his tone. "Pray be seated, Miss Elizabeth, for your safety and mine," he whispered. The breeze coming in around the door carried his words to her, and beyond. Quickly she did as he asked, feeling the wall behind her. The burning of her fingers constant, but insignificant, in comparison to the chaos around her. She would do nothing to endanger him further. "Let us wedge ourselves against the door," Mr. Darcy directed. Both men were fighting a battle no individual could win, nor two men. There were 6 Bennet females in the immediate area, along with 3 Lucas ladies, 3 Longs, several maids, the housekeeper, Mrs. Hammond, and cook, who was a giant of a woman with massive arms from kneading dough daily. Their total weight could assist the men. She shouted, "Cook, please help. Any others who are willing, pray join me in aiding these men." "Out of my way, miss." Cook almost thrust Elizabeth aside as she moved next to Mr. Darcy, placing Colonel Fitzwilliam at Elizabeth's side. Within moments, and with only a few complaints, bodies surged against Elizabeth's back, pushing her closer to Mr. Darcy than she had ever been to any man other than her father. Reaching around him, she placed her hands on the door. Whoever stood behind her did the same to her, pushing against Mr. Darcy's back. The pressure was tremendous. Elizabeth's heart rejoiced as they fought the beast, until the muscles in their arms throbbed. Although it felt like her spine was being pressed past her lungs to the front of her rib cage, the pressure served to remind her that this was her family, her community, who struggled as one. One second she feared they could not possibly succeed. The next second, the wind shifted again, bringing immediate relief. Mr. Darcy and the Colonel directed the ladies toward the cellar. When Cook began sifting through the damage in the kitchen and pantry for food items, Mr. Darcy, the Colonel, and several footmen assisted her. They shook broken glass and a dusting of flour from the blankets before handing them down the stairs. Glassware that was still intact was also handed down. Baked loaves of bread, protected in metal bread boxes, as well as 2 hams and a bowl of fruit, were amazingly spared in the chaos. Elizabeth used the light from the open doorway to count heads, making sure that her mother and sisters were all safe. Only then did she help Mrs. Hammond down the stairs. Once she reached the bottom, she was appalled by the condition of most of the men. Unconcerned, or unable due to the amount of spirits they consumed, they were blindly unaware of the danger their loved ones and neighbours were in. Glancing between the shelves, she noted that Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst were missing. Trying to recall the last time she noticed their presence, all she could remember was Miss Bingley's accident with the ashes. Her tired brain was rather muddled, so her thinking was not clear. Had they gone back into the still room? Were they well? On her way back up the stairs, she heard enough to know the answer. "Mr. Darcy, I am trying, but you must allow me to return to my room and the others to return to their houses. I am in no state to have company. I am wet, filthy, and miserable. I am simply exhausted and weary from the wind and company that have stayed too long. Where is Charles? Tell him that we need to leave as soon as I am refreshed. I simply insist." She wondered how Mr. Darcy would respond. Elizabeth could hear the sneer in Mr. Darcy's voice. "Where is your neighbourly concern and your human compassion, Miss Bingley? While you search for it, I suggest you join the others in the cellar where it is safer. There you may consult with your brother and Mr. Hurst to see what they have planned, or you may return to the still room as you please." Grinning at the set-down, Elizabeth returned to the sorry state of the cellar, where her mother, Lady Lucas and Mrs. Long, were rousing the men out of their stupor to give up their chairs, situated tightly between rows of shelving, to the matrons. Once they had a blanket to cover them, the ladies, along with Mrs. Hammond, slept. Elizabeth took up a position as far away from Mr. Collins as possible. He loudly voiced his opinion that Lady Catherine de Bourgh would never countenance having the ladies in a cellar. According to Elizabeth, not one person listened to him, including herself. Elizabeth watched with bated breath until the others descended the stairs. Once her eyes settled on Mr. Darcy, tension eased from her heart and mind. She had been waiting for him. Her eyes studied every inch of his face, his irritation with Miss Bingley obvious by his furrowed brows and lips that were pressed tightly together, lips that set Elizabeth's heart on fire. Even though their situation was frightening, she doubted not that her dreams would recall in detail every touch, every whisper, every scent. Sitting in a corner with Jane on one side and Lydia on the other, Elizabeth pulled the offered blanket under her chin, closed her weary eyes, and slept. Chapter 19. The Colonel joined Darcy on the top step, guaranteeing privacy. "'Tis a motley crew we have here, Darcy." "Aye." Darcy rubbed his palms over his face, and then surveyed the room. Reaching forward, he tapped the shoulder of a footman. "Please extinguish all but 2 candles. We no longer need the light, and the air is already fetid from the men." Once the task was complete, muted darkness from the one lit candle shrouded the room. He could no longer see Elizabeth. However, Mrs. Hammond was resting in a chair under one of the sconces. A few wisps of snow-white hair escaped the confines of her coiffure. Her lovely gown was rumpled, and the lines of her face were pronounced. She was a fine woman, the age his grandmothers would be had they lived. In many ways, Mrs. Hammond reminded him of his maternal grandmother, Lady Millicent Fitzwilliam. Slight of form, with a big personality, she loved her grandsons, particularly him and Richard. From their earliest ages, she would focus her full attention on them when they entered a room. She encouraged their youthful escapades, even joining along when she had an opportunity. Resting his head against the wall, Darcy regretted that any children he might have in the future would only know Mr. and Mrs. Bennet as grandparents. What? What in the world was he thinking? Blast! He was tired and not thinking clearly. He rubbed his face again, sitting erect. His weary mind clearly understood what his rational mind already knew. Kissing Elizabeth Bennet sealed his fate. Even though no one witnessed their breach of propriety, his honour was engaged. They would marry. Richard murmured, interrupting his thoughts. "I fear for Forster's regiment, with their tents exposed to the elements. I can only hope they were able to find shelter. If Forster is efficient, then he would have determined how best to protect his men when the wind started to blow the dust around several weeks ago." Had Wickham made it to safety? Not wanting to bring him up to Richard to avoid the inevitable argument, Darcy replied, "We were not in Meryton more than a few moments before several of the residents spoke of the chalk caves in this part of Hertfordshire. Without a doubt, any newcomer is greeted with the same information. Surely the residents would already know which cave would be closest to them. I cannot see them withholding the information from the regiment." "Yes, even I heard about the chalk streams and caves," Richard noted. "Once the winds abate and these good people return to their homes, they will be facing an overwhelming amount of damage." He pointed to the area surrounding Mrs. Hammond, where Mrs. Bennet and Lady Lucas leaned against each other in quiet slumber. "I find it interesting that neither woman sought solace from their family members. And nonetheless, I'm not surprised. Instead, like so many others before them, They found solace with each other, despite bickering earlier. Even though they disagree, they're kindred spirits, whose main concern is the future of their children. It will be the same when it comes to rebuilding. I witnessed it on the continent. Give a woman with a measure of compassion for others a mission, and they will move mountains to accomplish it. You will see, Darcy. What a regiment of men fail to do, these seemingly helpless females will band together and conquer. Is that not the way of both our mothers? Darcy replied. Our fathers, with their strong objectives and grand plans, would be confounded at all their wives accomplished with little fuss. When I marry, I want a woman like that, Darcy. One who will not flail helplessly with every problem that presents itself. One who will trust me with her fears and her tears, even as she shares her quiet strength with me to ease my own. Each phrase his cousin uttered described Elizabeth Bennet. Darcy mused. What I find interesting, dear cousin, is how often you have spoken of matrimony since your arrival here. In fact, I calculate it to be far more than any mention of your plans to leave the military and pursue an entrepreneurship together. Bah! Richard chortled. If I were surrounded by my men, I would speak of them. Were I to have in my hands the plans Trevithick showed me, I would speak of the glories of inventions, and what it will mean for England's future. Since I am at a disrupted ball where there are more females remaining than men, I think and speak of ladies. Darcy watched Richard's fingers. There it was, the snap of his index finger away from his thumb, something his cousin did when his thoughts were unsettled. It was why Richard refused to gamble. The subconscious signal proved too difficult to master. His cousin was not being completely honest. How could he demand candour from Richard when he was not being truthful himself? He needed to quit pretending that he had everything under control. He kissed Elizabeth Bennet. In truth, he was eager to have her again in his embrace, which he would be able to do once they married. His father would roll over in his grave were he to take her as wife, making her the mistress of Pemberley. With that said, Darcy would force himself not to regret his actions, regardless of what his family would think, and how it would affect Georgiana's prospects. Pressing his fingertips over his eyes, Darcy quickly calculated the cost to his reputation in attaching himself to the Bennets. He would be fooling himself to think there would be no repercussions. At the same time, the damage from the Taunt discovering the truth about Wickham would be so much more. He sighed. Richard, by virtue of being responsible sons, we have the expectations of generations who came before us on our shoulders. These expectations strip us of the privilege of choice. Our futures, and that of our children, are not our own to determine. Unless something out of the ordinary happens, like a kiss or two in the darkness, our course is set. His cousin shook his head violently. Had I never gone to war, and been faced with the reality of how quickly a life can be ended, I would agree with you. Life is short. Additionally, the whole world is changing quickly. These two inarguable facts mean that we determine whether our life has joy or not. We are, the both of us, principled men, who understand the difference between right and wrong. Others, like Wickham, have no clue, nor do they care that they walk a blurry line between the two. If our decisions follow those principles, then who has the right to condemn us? Surely not our ancestors, since our choices cannot or will not affect them. Then you would marry a milkmaid? Darcy asked. Without hesitation, Richard replied, If she were equally principled, intelligent enough to educate our children, to have proper conduct and make wise choices, and of a happy, compassionate nature, I would not hesitate. Darcy, as I have repeated ad nauseam, do you want to live your life trying to satisfy others' expectations of the master of Pemberley constantly, or do you want to be happy and content in your old age? Which would guarantee a healthy environment for your children and grandchildren? I am listening. There was no one Darcy respected more than Richard. From the first time Richard returned from the continent, he spoke of making independent choices from that of their fathers. Perhaps it was time he paid attention. Darcy, in 30 years, most, if not all, of the current aristocracy will be gone.
leaving behind our peers controlling government, banking and the church. What sort of name do you want to have then? I want my grandchildren to want to spend time with their grandfather, who will join their play, tell witty war stories, and who embarrasses his sons and daughters with the open affection he shows his wife. For me, who has seen families ripped apart by greed and ambition, I long for peace."
"As do I," Darcy admitted.
"Something else to think about is what could happen in this storm. We are none of us infallible, destined for some great important task here on this earth. I saw it over and over. Generals died as easily and quickly as enlisted men."
Richard bumped Darcy's shoulder with his own.
"I also reread The Storm. Defoe spoke of the loss of human life running into the thousands. Whole estates, including great stone houses, were demolished, with a multitude of families losing everything they worked for or inherited. The 5 days of the storm changed the trajectory of life for everyone in England, whether they lived in the path of the wind and rain or not. Crops were gone, imports vanished with the many ships that sank. Forests were so twisted and gnarled that their wood was unable to be salvaged to help with the rebuilding of the country. My point is this: our futures are not guaranteed. Change could come quickly. If this storm does not end our lives or damage our assets beyond repair, banks could fail, Parliament could increase taxes, or war could be fought here instead of France. Thus I seek my happiness while helping others where I am able. If my plans happen to coincide with those of my parents, then it is good. If they do not, then my parents will need to adjust their expectations. I am not a pawn, nor do I think you should be."
"Me?"
Darcy leaned against the cellar door.
"I answer to no one."
"Do you not?"
Richard challenged. In spite of there being a measure of truth to his cousin's words, anger brewed, threatening to boil over into spiteful words. Restraining himself, Darcy hissed,
"As much as I love you, Richard, you know not of what you speak. Where you have the freedom to think only of yourself. And do not get me wrong, cousin, I am pleased that you are able to do this. I have Georgiana's future to consider. Additionally, I am the master of hundreds whose lives would be affected by one foolish decision on my part. I cannot be cavalier, following the path of my own contentment without consideration of others."
His cousin's chin dropped.
"As always, you are correct. You have encumbrances that I do not have. Nevertheless, you are smart enough to realize that prior expectations should not be our guide."
"I agree, Richard. Those principles you spoke of are always at the back of my mind. Where there are many similarities between us, you have always acted upon the idea that experience is the best teacher. I disagree. The best teacher is observing the path others take to learn from them, either avoiding their outcome or sharing in the same joy. From our ancestors and our peers, I understand the risks of an unequal attachment. My father was a wealthy landowner, yet in my mother's mind he was little more than a farmer. She was Lady Anne, the indulged daughter and sister of the powerful Lord Matlock family. Because of this, father quickly learned that the only way to have a measure of peace at Pemberley was to give in to mother's demands. Father adored mother to distraction, almost worshipped her, never forgetting that he married up. She always knew she held the upper hand. Do not get me wrong. I loved both my parents, and never wanted to be brought up by anyone else. And despite this, certain choices they made effectively tied my hands behind my back, until there were areas of my life over which I had no control. Would I do any of this to my future children? I will learn from the errors of my parents, and will never do the same. The woman I wed will be my partner in every sense."
Richard twisted until he stared at Darcy's profile. Determined not to flinch, Darcy continued to study the others in the room, though his eyes kept slipping to where Elizabeth slept.
"Darcy, you are correct. Our circumstances are different enough that the steps we take moving forward cannot be the same. I should have thought of this earlier, since I felt the same about the men serving under me as you do Georgiana and Pemberley's servants and tenants. Therefore I will adjust my plea to merely beg that you allow your own happiness, and that of your future family, to be an influencing factor in whatever decisions you make. Will you at least do this for me? Or rather, for yourself?" I shall.
The promise came easily, considering who would be his wife. It did not come easily when he thought of others who factored in his life's choices, his parents who started him on this course, and George, always Wickham. Chapter 20. Elizabeth had no idea how long she slept, nor was she certain what woke her. In that hazy period, when her brain was gathering all the information it needed to become fully engaged, she took stock of her surroundings. The candle in the sconce lighting where Mrs. Hammond slept burnt out, the other barely flickered, providing little light. After an evening of dancing, being packed into the corridor during the most frightening part of the storm, and being rumpled from sleeping on the floor, none of them would look their best. Patting her hair to make sure it was mostly still in place, Elizabeth ran her tongue over her teeth, desperately wishing for tooth powder and a brush. "Are you awake?" Jane whispered, over the sound of the men's and some of the women's snoring. "I am." As soon as Jane sat up, the warmth at Elizabeth's side, where her sister had been resting, cooled. Pulling the blanket tightly around her, she covered Lydia, who was still draped against her right side. "I have been thinking," Jane began, only to pause. "Lizzie, I'm afraid that I have been wrong in my opinions." "Whatever do you mean?" "I'm afraid that our mother's influence has been too far-reaching. To her, any man would do for a husband. I see it in Kitty and Lydia's attitude that anyone cloaked in a uniform is an adequate potential husband. Lydia told me what Mr. Darcy said about her deserving a better outcome. I cannot help but think he is correct." Her heart quivered at the mention of his name. "Dearest Jane, you deserve the best of men." Elizabeth's love for her cherished sister was genuine, for Jane was one of the most selfless people of her acquaintance. The beauty of her face and form paled against her sterling qualities. "Do I? Oh, Lizzie, do not think I am asking for compliments, for I am not. My purpose is far deeper than soothing my vanity. You see, earlier, when we were in the corridor, I stood next to Colonel Fitzwilliam. For the short time we were at the far door, he fretted. That was until Mr. Darcy summoned him to stand alongside him to aid in our protection. Even in the darkness, I could feel his relief at having something to do. Lizzie, I knew then that, like Mr. Darcy, he was willing to put himself in danger to keep us, who were almost strangers to him, alive. That to me is a real man. Therefore I have been measuring each man in this cellar alongside Mr. Darcy and the Colonel." "What have you concluded?" Elizabeth held her breath, fearful that her favourite sister was turning her affections to the one man who had already stolen her heart. "My first subject was Mr. Bingley, a kind man with a happy disposition. Lizzie, I am afraid that he did not measure up. You see, he allows his sisters to manipulate him. When Miss Bingley overreaches, only Mr. Darcy puts her in her place. And where was Mr. Bingley during the worst of the storm? As host, it was his responsibility to see to the safety of his guests. Yet he abdicated that task to Mr. Darcy and his cousin. Instead of seeing to our needs, he did not even wake from his drunken stupor to welcome us to the cellar. I fear that were I to marry him and have a family, should a disaster befall us, his first inclination would be to hide behind my skirts for his own protection." What? Jane no longer wanted Mr. Bingley? Jane added, "As well, should it not have been one of the Bingleys who provided care for Lydia? Now, I am not saying that Lydia was not responsible, for she was. However, where was their offer of aid? Had not Mr. Darcy and his valet stepped forward, our sister would still be mired in misery, suffering the ridicule of Mr. Bingley's sisters. Instead, the skin of her face is freshly washed, and her hair is adorable. Do we have any of the Bingleys to thank? Not at all. For the first time in her young life, Lydia was treated with kindness and respect by a man. Mr. Darcy and his valet are to be praised, not Mr. Bingley." "I do not know what to say." It was unlike Jane to indulge in critical thinking. That was her purview. "When I next put Mr. Collins up against Mr. Darcy, He failed spectacularly in every way. I fear that whoever he eventually marries, which I do hope will be none of my sisters, he will despise his wife in favour of his patroness. His future wife will spend the majority of her time cleaning up all the tangles he creates, apologising profusely for the constant offences he gives from acting without thought. Then I put our own father up against the two men. And Elizabeth's heart almost skipped a beat. She was torn between a lifetime of adoration and the truths revealed about her father in the last week. Lizzie, dear, I know you love Papa, and that you are his favourite, but I wonder if you truly see him for the man he is. Or might you love the man you think he should be? Pressing her head against the wall, Elizabeth pondered her words. Musing aloud, she said, "Only recently have I comprehended that my insight has been wearing blinders. My first impressions, and my long-held impressions, have been in error. Surely everyone noticed my blindness. Where I judged myself as being intelligent and witty, I found the truth to be that I am a young lady with little exposure and understanding of the real world. Papa is not without weakness of character, something I failed to recognise because of the excellence of his caustic sarcasm. I confused his biting tongue with discerning wisdom, the fool that I am. Lizzie, do not berate yourself. I must, for I have recently been the victim of his unguarded tongue when he spoke against me in anger at our mother. His words finally revealed to me what resided in his heart. The truth is that he respects me no more than he does every other female in our household. I am just as ignorant and silly in his opinion as Mary, Kitty, and Lydia. After a lifetime of judging my own worth by his affection, I am left with no foundation under my feet." Jane leaned into her side, offering unspoken support and affection. "Jane, tell me what you concluded about Papa, I pray you." "I overheard Uncle Gardner tell our aunt that sarcasm is nothing more than irony used to mock and convey contempt, that in ancient Greek or Latin or some other language, it means to tear strips of flesh from someone's back, like a whip used for punishment. He is correct, because Papa's words sting most grievously. I am saddened that you have finally felt the burn, Lizzie. Imagine how Kitty, Lydia, and Mary feel. It is no wonder that our youngest sisters yearn to marry quickly, being willing to attach themselves to anyone who pays even the slightest attention or offers any small kindness to them. Additionally, while we often wish our mother was less enthusiastic about her pushing us toward others, I now understand why she does it, for she is the recipient of the brunt of Father's sarcasm. Mr. Darcy may have spoken poorly when he insulted you at the assembly, but he has not done so since, at least not to my knowledge. Papa's barrage is constant, and I see no end in sight. Poor Mamma. In truth, I am weary of being treated as someone of little value to him. I, too, want to be gone from Longbourn. However, I will not marry Mr. Bingley should he offer, for he has in his household a sister who is as much a viper as the one we live with. I do not want to trade one snake for another with an equally poisonous bite." "Jane!" To say Elizabeth was stunned would be an understatement. "I do not know what to say. Never have I heard you speak like this." "Lizzie, in the darkness of the corridor, in the midst of the storm, my eyes were finally opened, and I saw clearly what would happen if Miss Bingley were my sister. My nature, that of hating confrontation, would mean that she would walk over the top of me like she does her brother. I simply could not imagine living without peace in my own home." "Well done, Jane." Elizabeth clasped her arm and pulled her close. "She is correct in everything she says, Lizzie." Lydia whispered from her other side. "I wanted to marry an officer because they are active and busy. They protect us from attack and participate in parties and dances. Papa does none of those things. Mr. Wickham laughed at Papa, saying he was lazy and indolent. I wasn't even mad when he said it because it's true. I do see now that not all officers are worthy, because Captain Carter, Mr. Chamberlain, and Mr. Denny remained in the cellar, leaving the females vulnerable to the wind. Even Colonel Forster sought his own comfort ahead of his wife. No, I will do as Mr. Darcy said.
I will not marry just any officer. Instead, I will look for a man with qualities like Mr. Darcy, someone who I can respect, even though I wish he was more joyous and liked to dance."
Elizabeth considered the wisdom emanating from her sisters. They were correct in everything they said. Lydia continued,
"Besides which, as Mamma says, the wife of Mr. Darcy will be a great lady, with fashionable friends, clothing to fit a queen, matching horses and carriages, diamonds, emeralds, and sapphires in abundance. He is a handsome man, who would draw the envy of all if I walked into a theatre or a ball on his arm."
Elizabeth snapped her head around to face her sister. "You were in love with Mr. Darcy?" She heard the challenge in her voice, desperately wishing she had softened her tone.
"Ah!" Lydia snorted. "I'm only teasing. He's far too serious for me. And even though he is almost as handsome as Mr. Wickham, he lacks the easy manners that suit me."
She hesitated before saying,
"Say, I did not think about it until now, but have you noticed how similar Mr. Wickham and Mr. Darcy are in their countenance? Well, not in colouring, because one is fair and the other dark, but they have the same muscular form, the same mannerisms. Even their brows are arched the same. If all the men in Meryton were lined up, and we were tasked with choosing which two are cousins, I would guess Mr. Wickham and Mr. Darcy, instead of Mr. Darcy and the Colonel. What do you think?"
Jane admitted, "I fear that I have not studied the features of Mr. Wickham carefully enough to make an accurate guess. What I can say for a certainty is that Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam have qualities that are amazingly similar. As to appearances, what I can recall about Mr. Wickham is that I would consider him more similar in appearance to Colonel Fitzwilliam than Mr. Darcy. Again, I'm not the best judge."
"What about you, Lizzie?" Lydia asked. "What do you think? Would you pick Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam out of a crowd as cousins?"
Elizabeth chuckled softly. "I wonder at you asking me, since I am the only one of us sisters with the dark hair and eyes of our father. If we girls were scattered amidst a crowd of females, I doubt anyone would select me along with you. They would likely choose Maria Lucas, since she is as fair in colouring as the rest of you."
Lydia commented, "I always wanted your hair, Lizzie, for it makes you stand out as different, which appeals to my character. I think it is why I did not mourn the loss of my hair, since I am now the only lady in Meryton with short curls that frame my face. Mr. Darcy's valet said so."
Wrapping her arm around her youngest sister, Elizabeth pulled her close. "You are a treasure, Lydia Bennet. Will you not be setting your cap at Mr. Darcy, then?"
"Heavens, no."
Lydia snuggled in beside her.
"Mr. Darcy only has eyes for you, Lizzie. He stares at you every time we're in the same room, watching you like an eagle with a fat mouse in its sight."
Elizabeth stammered. "You do not know what you're talking about, Liddy." "I have noticed the same," said Jane. She swallowed, her mouth suddenly parched. One part of her rejoiced that they noticed his attention. She wanted him to notice her. Yet her more rational side fretted that absolutely nothing would come of it. Glancing toward the stairs, which was the last place she knew him to be, she said to her sisters, "I am merely the thorn in his side that he is desperate to rid himself of. What you have noticed is nothing more than that." She desperately hoped her words were false. The simple truth was that their first kiss was an accident, but the second was not. His arms had pulled her deeper into his embrace, and his mouth moved expertly over hers. Was it because she was available, his only port in a storm? What had Mr. Darcy meant by kissing her that second time? Until she knew, she could not imagine having peace. Chapter 21. Darcy sat so long in one position that his legs cramped. He struggled to stand once the lowered voices of those awake increased enough to signal him that the room was rousing. With the jab of his elbow, his cousin woke ready for action. Reaching forward, he asked a footman to light a few more candles. "Bingley, are you ready for a new day yet?" Darcy was hoping his friend was not suffering from his overindulgence with the wine. His host approached, after stumbling over the feet of those who remained asleep. Mighty unusual circumstances to conclude my first ball, Darcy.
Glancing around, he noted the addition of the ladies.
I beg your pardon, but where are we supposed to, you know?
Without hesitation, he replied,
Your sisters have taken up residence in the still-room, which was set aside for personal use. Before you can take advantage, you will need to rouse them from their perch. That is, after you determine that the kitchen is safe enough. If not, we will need to blanket off a corner of the room, and use whatever is available here.
Bingley's blush could have lit the cellar.
Ah, yes. Well, I shall need to do something about this, and quickly.
Before Richard could smirk at Darcy, Bingley was back.
Say, the kitchen is in a terrible state. The fire is out, and the water buckets are all tipped over, so the floor is wet from one end of the kitchen to the other. Why, had there not been a threshold on the cellar entryway, the water would have run down into here, too. We are mighty fortunate, we are. Yes, while you slept, the storm turned. The ladies had to shelter in the narrow corridor between the kitchen and dining room, sitting on the floor before it abated enough for them to seek protection here.
Slapping his forehead, Bingley said,
I cannot believe that I slept in the comfort of the chair while Miss Bennet was in danger. What sort of gentleman does she think me to be? I hardly know.
Darcy asked,
Where are your sisters now? Everyone here will need to visit the still-room. Oh, them.
Bingley fluttered his hand in the air.
They're in the kitchen trying to get tea from cook. They intend to return to their chambers to have their maid pack for immediate return to London. I have business in town, so I will escort them. Perhaps once I return we can do a spot of hunting for fresh meat on the table.
Darcy spoke slowly.
Bingley, I doubt you still have a table that remains upright. I also doubt you will be able to convince a maid to go upstairs until after the storm blows itself out. If Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley are able to reach their rooms, there is no guaranteeing the condition of their belongings.
Bingley paled. Shaking his head back and forth, as if trying to clear the fog, he said,
If it blew this fierce here, I wonder what has happened to areas closer to the sea, like London. We cannot know. The storm that hit England in 1703 almost completely levelled London and its surroundings. Survival is paramount, my friend. Travelling with the instability of the wind is unsafe. My recommendation is that you remain here until we know the storm has passed. Additionally, I would think you should try to stop them from rambling about in the house. It is unsafe.
With drooping shoulders, and his chin almost to his chest, Bingley said,
This shall be a disappointment to my sisters. They will be unbearable until they are able to leave Hertfordshire. Which is yours and Mr. Hurst's problem to manage, Bingley. For now, Richard and I shall take advantage of their being gone from the still-room. Then we will direct others there, until we are all made more comfortable. I'm afraid your sisters abdicated their right to the room by their departure.
Bingley nodded. Once Darcy and Richard topped the stairs and opened the door to the kitchen, they understood Bingley's distress. Everything that had been on the shelves or benches was piled against the wall leading to the dining room. Chairs were tossed about like twigs. None of the glass remained in the windows. The folded window curtains the ladies fashioned were in tatters. The massively heavy table was on its side. The back door was lodged in the opening of the fireplace. Picking their way to the still-room, Richard noted,
The wind has quieted. For how long?
Darcy set one of the chairs upright.
I suspect that each of Bingley's guests will seek to return to their homes. If you would check the stables, I will hurry to the dower house to see how the musicians, any tenants, and the rest of the servants do. I shall return as quickly as possible, in case the wind whips itself into a frenzy again.
Darcy shouted down the stairs to his valet.
Pray escort Mrs. Hammond up the stairs. Richard and I, along with the rest of the men, will check the outbuildings to see how the others fared.
If they thought the kitchen was in bad shape, both men were speechless at the damage to the outside of the building. Some of the exterior walls were mangled, and the slate roofing scattered all over the lawn. The roof of the stable was completely gone, leaving no protection for the men or animals from the rain and hail that fell during the night. Darcy's coachman approached,
looking decidedly worse for wear.
"Sir, the animals were spooked when the roof blew off, but we were able to keep them in their stalls. I'd wedged your carriage between 6 others. Yours is only one of 2 still upright, though it spun sometime during the storm until it faced south instead of north. Even the glass in the windows survived unscathed."
"Thank you, Dodson." He shaded his eyes, surveying the landscape. "See what you can do to help the others."
"Aye, sir."
Walking the pathway to the dower house, Darcy needed to step around various obstacles in his way. Upon first notice, the brick house was still intact. With the exception of one of the windows in the corner of the building, glass remained in each window. The front door was fastened to the jamb. Before he could knock, the door flew open. An older man with his wife pressed against his back and children at his side asked after Darcy's welfare. Darcy then asked after theirs.
"We be almost 30 of us inside. During the night, we huddled in one of the corridors. Truth be told, it seems like the wind's barely swirled around us compared to that."
He pointed to the main house. Darcy looked back, shaking his head at the destruction, for the once lovely house looked like a wrinkled old woman whose eyes were sunken in their sockets, and her hat was askew. Netherfield was no longer fit for habitation.
"How do you fare?" he asked the tenant farmer. "Oh, we are well enough. The musicians played all night, keeping us distracted from the wind. Jones and Simpson went out about 30 minutes ago to check our farms, to see if it's wise to return. They've just returned. They found that some of the cottages are level to the ground, while others look like they barely got any wind. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to the destruction. Already several of the families have returned to see if they can track down their animals, and if their walls are still standing. Others of us choose to wait, where we know it is safer, until we are certain the storm has passed. Right now there's blue sky above us. To the east and south it's still as dark as coal. I'll not be risking my family for curiosity's sake."
Grateful to speak with a man of similar thoughts, Darcy asked,
"Do you have enough provisions to remain a few days?" "Aye, we do. Quick as a minute our wives gathered what was available in our blankets before leaving our cottages, so we are set if we're careful."
"Good. I imagine Cook is already trying to salvage what she can. Whatever she finds, we will share."
"Aye, thank you, sir."
After departing the dower house, Darcy circled the yard to see how stable the rest of the main house was. It was devastating to see a large, gaping hole where the ballroom was. Pieces of crystal from the chandelier sparkled in the grass when the sun's rays hit them. Bending down, Darcy picked up a broken bow from one of the musicians' violins. There was no evidence of where the rest of the instrument was located. Hailstones the size of his fists dotted the ground. Derbyshire had its fair share of hailstorms each winter, where the danger to humans and animals caught up in the downpour was often fatal. As it was, the stately oaks lining the pond in front of the house were broken and bent, with limbs lying in every direction. The sheer force of the wind left nothing untouched, except one middle section of Bingley's house, where not only the roof was intact, but the windows contained glass. Like the man in the dower house, he wondered how that could happen. The devastation made him sick to his stomach. Everywhere he looked there was loss. Nevertheless, his mind was already making lists of things that needed to be done to rebuild. One thing was certain: he would check the shutters of each of the many windows at Pemberley for stability. If his house in London still stood, he would do the same there. Worry about his servants, his friends and acquaintances living in town churned in his gut. Only the thought of Georgiana being safe at Matlock gave him any relief. Rounding the corner to the kitchen side of the building, he spied most of the men from the cellar, including Hurst, Colonel Forster and Mr. Collins, relieving themselves on the side of the stable wall.
"You do realise that there is no door blocking the view from the kitchen to where you're standing, do you not?"
Disgust at their disrespect increased his ire. He was grateful not to see his valet in the mix.
"The ladies were taking too long with the stillroom,"
was the excuse most commonly offered. Darcy entered the kitchen to find Cook standing just inside, with a heavy wooden rolling pin in her hand. At the arch of his brow she said, "I see who's out there and what they're doing. Not one of them will enter my kitchen. The butler who foolishly spent the night in the cloakroom can let them in at his discretion." She shifted her stance. "While they're outside, I will air out the cellar and still-room until their smell is gone." She sniffed. Very well. He was not going to argue with an armed woman, nor was he going to defend those men who drank themselves into a sorry state. Behind cook was a scowling Miss Bingley, her arms folded tightly across her chest. "There you are, Mr. Darcy. You need to tell these people to go home. We are in no position to continue hosting them. Each one of our servants is needed to set this house straight enough that we can return to our chambers. Did you know that the main staircase no longer connects to the upper floors? How are we supposed to bathe and change into a fresh day gown? I tell you now, Mr. Darcy, that these people are in the way. We need water brought in and heated, enough food prepared to break our fast, and I need tea." Could she not see that what she asked was impossible? Without hesitation he replied, "I see how it is, Miss Bingley. Do ask your brother or Hurst for assistance." Bowing, he concluded with, "You will have to excuse me." "But—" she stammered. Ignoring her, he asked Miss Elizabeth, "How is Mrs. Hammond?" Clearing her throat, Miss Elizabeth replied, "When I asked, she said that she is comfortable under your care. Sir, the Lucas family and the Longs are planning to leave immediately for their homes. They are anxious to discover if their buildings are still standing." "And you?" She exhaled sharply before she said, "My mother is hesitant to leave, as is Mrs. Hammond, though for different reasons. Mr. Collins intends to depart for Longbourn immediately, to inspect his future inheritance, before rushing off to Rosings Park in Kent to see if his patroness needs his help. As far as I know, the officers, including Colonel Forster and his wife, are preparing to depart." Richard was in deep conversation with Colonel Forster, his arms waving wildly. Even from a distance, Darcy could see his anger threatening to explode. "What is your inclination, Miss Elizabeth?" "I confess that I too am curious about whether or not Longbourn stands, and how well my father and Longbourn's servants endured the storm. However, I have not yet been out to check the sky. Can you tell me, are all four corners of the compass clear of looming clouds? Is there any breeze at all?" "You are right to be cautious." Darcy repeated what the tenant farmer and he himself noted. "The clouds can move swiftly, driven by unstable winds. I believe the course of wisdom is to remain in place until the danger passes. For as long as we have peaceful skies, we shall make arrangements for everyone who chooses to stay at Netherfield Park." "Leave Netherfield Park? Why, of course we shall remain here." Mrs. Bennet inserted herself into their conversation. "But, Mamma, we add to the burden of Mr. Bingley's servants." "Pshaw, Lizzie! In spite of my sister's husband being in trade, he will look out for the welfare of his wife. Sir William will do the same for his family once they've returned to Lucas Lodge. As for us, what promise do we have that Thomas will give us the courtesy of welcoming us home? Why, it is likely he's not even aware that we are missing from Longbourn. We cannot count on a man who is buried in his book-room. No, to have the protection of Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam is something I've never experienced in all my years of marriage. I will stay under their care, because they do care." "Mamma," Miss Elizabeth began, when her mother again interrupted her, turning toward Darcy. "Sir, on the evening we were introduced, you grievously insulted my Lizzie." Blood rushed to his cheeks, his shame and humiliation complete. Bowing deeply, he begged, "Do forgive me, Mrs. Bennet." "Oh, hush!" Mrs. Bennet put her hand on his arm. "I later told my husband that she did not lose much by not suiting your fancy, for you are a most disagreeable, horrid man, not at all worth pleasing, and that you are high, and so conceited that there is no enduring you." "Mamma!" Miss Elizabeth began, when her mother shushed her too. "Well, I am not a woman to hold on to grudges, when the evidence to the contrary is right in front of my face. You are a gentleman, Mr. Darcy,
and no one can say differently, at least not in my hearing."
"I beg your forgiveness, Mrs. Bennet."
She wiggled her fingers at him. "Oh, do not be concerned, for I already have forgiven you. Whether Lizzie has or not, I do not know. I do wish she would, you know." He carefully studied the loveliest face of his acquaintance. He knew her well enough to know that she would not guard her expression from him. He found exactly what he had hoped. "We have made our peace, Mamma. I, too, see that Mr. Darcy's worth is far grander than his reported 10,000 a year." Her saucy expression delighted him. He could not wait to repeat their kisses. "Grander than 10,000 a year? Can you imagine?" Mrs. Bennet bumped her daughter aside to recapture his gaze. "My Lydia is a lovely girl with a lively character, and you are a wealthy man in need of a wife. I took note of your kindness toward her. Thus I shall encourage her on your behalf, should you like." Miss Elizabeth chuckled softly. He cleared his throat, horrified at her suggestion. He simply could not countenance the idea of kissing anyone other than that lady he could no longer think of as Miss Elizabeth. She was his Elizabeth.
"You are correct that Miss Lydia is a lovely girl, though I thank you for your suggestion, Mrs. Bennet. I would need a more mature woman to become the next mistress of Pemberley."
"Well, I do suppose you know best," Mrs. Bennet offered, before leaving to speak with her eldest. Elizabeth again caught his attention. "Mr. Darcy, is there anything Jane and I can do to help?" Before she could finish her inquiry, Parker entered the kitchen with an armload of folded garments.
"Sir, surprisingly, in addition to the servants' staircase, the small sitting room between the library and Mr. Bingley's study remains intact, with nary a window blown out and no water coming in. The room directly above is the master's private sitting room. I took the liberty of checking inside, and it is the same. Since it is the only inside room surrounded by other rooms, I suspect it is the safest place in the house, should the storm hit again. I spoke with Mr. Bingley's steward, Mr. Morris, who arrived while you were outside. He agreed with my assessment. Therefore I began gathering your belongings to bring down the servants' staircase to be placed in the corner of said room, if this is agreeable to you."
Darcy was grateful that something of the house was protected, other than the cellar, which smelled of stale wine, cigars, and the sweat from fear.
"Very good, Parker, proceed."
Miss Bingley hissed, "What? My maid is able to access the bedchambers. Where is that lazy girl? I shall tell her a thing or two about what needs to be done." Miss Bingley stared at cook. "Tell her to gather my possessions and bring them to the sitting-room, like Mr. Darcy's valet has done." Lifting her chin into the air, she added, "I shall be in the sitting-room. Have my tea brought to me there." Blast! He had no desire to be in the same room as that woman. As soon as Miss Bingley left the kitchen, Parker cleared his throat.
Sir, I might have been mistaken. You see, the small sitting-room is indeed safe. Yet I now recall that I placed your possessions in the library itself, which also sustained no damage. If you keep the door closed between the two rooms, I doubt anyone would know you were there."
The sly man. Darcy would reward him at the first opportunity.
"I thank you."
To Elizabeth he said,
"Please direct Mrs. Hammond and the others to the library. We shall allow Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley to continue enjoying their own company until this storm passes."
The small smile on Elizabeth's beautiful face was worth facing the viper in her den. Now that the situation was settled in his mind, with how he needed to proceed with the second Miss Bennet, he was certainly looking forward to being in her company again. Chapter 22. When Elizabeth stayed at Netherfield Park for 3 days, seeing Jane through her illness, she spent 30 minutes in the library with Darcy. He completely ignored her, as she did him. It was a dreary room, lacking windows or any other opening, allowing light. When she entered before, she felt the atmosphere did nothing to enhance the few books on the shelves. Now she was grateful for a room far more comfortable and cleaner than the cellar. Maids carried in blankets and pillows, placing them in piles on the empty fireplace hearth.
Footmen hauled in the few unbroken chairs from the kitchen to add to those that remained there during the storm. As it was, there was enough for each of the ladies to make themselves more at ease. Moving to Mrs. Hammond, Elizabeth inquired of her health.
"I'm pleased to say that I'm very well. Mr. Darcy assured me that he will be with me when I return to my cottage, to make certain that I'm able to remain there safely. Also, he volunteered to cover the cost of any repairs, despite my assuring him that I had funds set aside. The captain was generous with the prizes he captured, always looking to the future he was, like your Mr. Darcy, Miss Lizzie."
"My Mr. Darcy?" Her hand shot to her chest, as she remembered the touch of his lips on hers. Was he hers? She wanted him to be. "Oh, do not say so, Mrs. Hammond."
"Elizabeth Bennet, I may be old, but I'm not blind. I see the way you look at each other, with a longing that only the other can satisfy. I felt the same way about my husband prior to our wedding. There was not a minute of the day when I did not want to be with him. He filled my dreams at night. My imagination was rife with all we would and could do once we wed. I will confess to you that the reality far exceeded my dreams. A man who is devoted to the care and comfort of his wife is far more valuable than all the gold in the world. You will know this the first time he holds your hand in his. You see, their fingers are longer and wider, and their palms seem to have muscles that we do not. You will then know what it means to be cherished." Elizabeth blushed. "Ah, I see, dear girl. You already know the feel of Mr. Darcy's hand in yours. Is it not, as I say?" Exhaling slowly, Elizabeth barely nodded. "Yes, it is as you say." The corner of Mrs. Hammond's mouth lifted. "You have so much joy to experience, should you both commit to each other. There is no greater happiness in this life than to be one flesh like God intended." Elizabeth lapped up each word like a thirsty pup. When Mary approached, Mrs. Hammond skillfully changed the subject. "Miss Mary, we were discussing the many ways the storm might change the course of daily life here in Hertfordshire. Have you an opinion on the matter?" Mary hesitated slightly before asking, "You want to know my opinion? No one ever asks my opinion." Elizabeth's stomach seemed to drop to her toes. Was that true? Had Mary been so ignored that she was shocked at Mrs. Hammond's question? What a shame that Elizabeth never noticed that they had this in common. Deeply regretting that she was blindly unaware, Elizabeth watched with interest as colour filled Mary's cheeks. Her sister replied, "Mrs. Hammond, I wonder who will take charge of the children who might have lost parents, or the families who lost their farm animals and crops. I worry about the servants here at Netherfield Park. As far as I know, Mrs. Nichols has been the housekeeper and Mr. Morris the steward all my life. Since I was a little girl, I would see cook shopping for goods at the market in Meryton. She always scared me because of her gruff speech. Now I see how Mr. Darcy and the Colonel offer her deference. What will happen to them now that there is no house, no reason to use the kitchen, and no crops to keep? I fret over their future greatly." Mrs. Hammond patted Mary on the back of her hand. "Dear girl, it says much about you that you've spent your precious minutes worrying about the welfare of others and not yourself." Mrs. Hammond tugged on Mary's hand until she sat alongside the elderly widow. "I admit to being disappointed at not hearing you perform last evening. I'm certain you had a lovely piece or two picked out." "You did?" Mary blushed. "I cannot say how lovely it would have been, since none in my family value my long hours of practice." "Oh, that may be so. Nevertheless, my girl, you've shown yourself to have a talent far more valuable than music. You have a tender heart, filled with compassion. Do you know how precious this is in a practical sense? Why, dear girl, should you cultivate this to a greater degree, you will be a great lady some day." "I will?" Mary looked younger than ever when her expression changed from dour to wonder. Her smile was brilliant, and her eyes sparkled. Elizabeth had never seen her as pretty. "Truly." Mrs. Hammond then taught both girls a valuable lesson. "Think of it this way.
When under trial, which is more valuable, a diamond necklace from a wealthy man, or a helping hand from a maid-of-all-work?" "The helping hand," Mary guessed, as did Elizabeth. "When people are most in need of human kindness, wealth and social standing mean little if nothing at all. Neither does having the most beautiful singing voice or skill on an instrument. Empathy cannot be bought, nor can it be inherited. Can it be earned? No. Can it be learned? Not typically. You see, a person humble enough to want to learn usually already has a measure of it in place. The key is not letting this beautiful gift go to waste. Practice makes it happen without thought. If you do this, Miss Mary, you will achieve happiness. I promise." Mary jumped to her feet. "I thank you, Mrs. Hammond." Hurrying to their mother, Mary asked, "Is there anything I can do for your comfort, Mamma?" Mamma rested the back of her hand on Mary's forehead. "Are you well? Do you have a fever? Your cheeks are pink, and your eyes are bright." She peered closely at her middle daughter, unsure if it truly was her. I guess I... No, I do not think I am in need at the moment, but I do appreciate that you asked, Mary." Mary twisted back and forth until her hem twirled. "No, Mamma, I am well. Please pardon me so I can ask the others if they would need a word of encouragement." Mamma's chin dropped. Then she smiled. Elizabeth could hardly believe what she had seen and heard. Until she figured out what exactly happened, she cursed her own foolishness. Again, she was reminded how little she knew about people, despite years of pride in her accomplishment of sketching characters. She almost laughed aloud at her foolishness. Could it be that she was far more prideful than Darcy was when they first met? Was it possible that she was the ridiculous Bennet daughter, instead of Mary, Lydia and Kitty? Speaking of whom, in spending more time at Netherfield Park, what would she learn of her second youngest sister? That Kitty had as strong a personality as Lydia or even Mary? That she had unrecognised sterling qualities, like Mrs. Hammond identified in Mary? Good heavens! Elizabeth never knew herself or any of her sisters, did she? Afraid to sit next to Mrs. Hammond, in case there was more discipline coming her way, Elizabeth moved to an unoccupied corner, where the few agricultural texts rested on the shelves. As she reflected only a few days ago, who was Elizabeth Rose Bennet? Shaking her head with confusion, she knew how frustrating the topic was. Instead of wasting time on a subject of little importance, she decided to see if she could be of assistance in the kitchen. Like Mary, she had been apprehensive around cook. No longer. Elizabeth now knew her to be a hard-working woman who brooked no nonsense or foolishness, yet her whole life centred around helping others. From the doorway she could see all the way through a kitchen undergoing a gigantic reform to the stables beyond. She saw him. His jacket was off, so he wore only his waistcoat and fine lawn shirt over his trousers. His sleeves were rolled up, displaying strong arms and large hands that once held hers tenderly. The thump of her heart pounded in her chest. Elizabeth doubted that she would ever be able to rid herself of the image, nor did she want to. Her breath caught in her throat. Mr. Darcy was magnificent. If only he could be hers. Darcy watched in concern as his coachman skilfully made the turn into Netherfield's stable yard. His carriage had made 2 trips to Meryton and back, with Bingley's guests packed inside and up top. The other available carriage belonging to Bingley was closely following behind them. They had to clear the roadway of fallen trees and debris, so the task took far longer than expected. He fretted the whole time they were gone, like a mother hen whose chicks were in the farmyard for the first time. Helping to unstrap the harnesses, Darcy assisted in any way he could. Cook was tending a small fire, with a pot suspended over the flames, at the side of the small kitchen garden away from the house. Already the woman had baked some sort of bread-like loaves, and fried pork over the coals. The yard smelled far more divine than the cellar. "Mr. Darcy, sir," Cook loudly barked. "We will be having tea as soon as the water boils." He smiled at the woman,
and then bent to tend the coals for her. Glancing up, he spotted Elizabeth through the doorway. Caught staring at him, Elizabeth turned her face away, embarrassed.
"Miss Elizabeth, do join us if you are able. The sun is shining and the breeze is slight."
He donned his jacket after rolling down his sleeves. Approaching him, she wrapped her fingers around the arm he offered. "I thank you, sir. Indeed, the air is fresh and crisp." Glancing away from him at her surroundings, she said, "Mr. Bingley's servants have been busy. When we first left the cellar, I could see there was debris on the lawn. It looks to be almost gone." He directed her attention to a growing pile on the far side of the dower house.
"There is still much to accomplish."
Shaking his head, he admitted,
"I fear the house will be rendered uninhabitable."
When she pointed to his carriage, she asked, "How did your coachman find the buildings at Lucas Lodge, Longbourn and Meryton?" He was unsurprised by her query.
"As with Longbourn and Mrs. Hammond's houses, most of the older buildings are made of stone and brick. Therefore I am able to pass on my coachman's report that there are slate tiles and thatching missing from the roofs. Some of the windows are intact, while others are not, but the buildings remain standing."
Her hand went to her chest. "Thank the heavens!"
"Yes, it truly was a miracle for some. For others, like the Long family, and your aunt and uncle in Meryton, they will need to be housed at the inn or with someone else until they rebuild. Every property has trees lying hither and thither, as well as outbuildings that will need to be replaced. The innkeeper reported that the only injury he heard about was the blacksmith, who failed to secure his tools. Apparently it will be a long recovery, but eventually he should be able to swing his hammer again."
"I am grateful to hear it, sir. We can only hope the succeeding reports are as positive, though I fear for those who are unprepared." He glanced at where Cook tended the teapot.
"Mrs. Nichols and Cook mentioned that they started sending out food baskets at the end of the third day after the wind started 3 weeks ago. They asked the tenants to be ready, should things worsen, and be ready to celebrate if they did not. It is a lesson in preparedness that we practice in Derbyshire. At my London house, valuable artwork is stored in the hidden passageways on the main floor of the house during a storm. We keep enough blankets and food items stored in the wine cellar for everyone's use."
Intrigued, she asked, "You have hidden passageways? What a wonderful discovery when you were a child. Did you and your cousin hide away in them?"
Wickham and Richard would hide from father after causing mischief. When they turned 15, that changed. George Wickham started associating with an unsavoury crowd by the docks, where he learned things that no responsible lad should know. From then on, we avoided each other like the plague. As it was, by then, I had far too much to do to play games in the passageways."
Darcy could not stop himself from searching the road to Meryton. She lightly tugged at his arm, stopping him. "You are concerned about him?" He sighed. If only she knew. He wished he could tell her the truth.
"I'm concerned about the whole regiment. According to the innkeeper, many of them took refuge in the back rooms of the inn. I was not able to find out if Wickham was amongst them."
"I do hope they are all in good health. You know, Lydia said the oddest thing while we were in the cellar. She asked if we could select which of you two men were cousins if the three of you, yourself, Colonel Fitzwilliam and Mr. Wickham, were placed within a group of strangers. She commented on the similarity between the other two, that Colonel Fitzwilliam and Mr. Wickham's colouring and some of their expressions were the same. Then, instead of choosing you and Colonel Fitzwilliam as cousins, she grouped you with Mr. Wickham, since your countenance and eyebrows are similar." He stared at her, each observation she uttered chilling his insides. It took a moment for him to compose himself enough to speak.
"And how did you reply?"
Never was he more grateful when she laughed. "I told her that no one could pick me out of a crowd to be a Bennet daughter, since I am the only one with dark hair and eyes. Rather they might choose Maria Lucas, since her hair is almost the same shade as Kitty's."
Had she figured it out?
Before he gave in to the temptation to confide in her, he suggested they return to the house. On the way to the door, a gust of wind caught her hem and the tails of his coat. Immediately following it was a blast of air that extinguished Cook's fire, blowing dangerous coals about. Gratefully, the ground was still soaked. The approaching roar of tempestuous, unstable air almost deafened them. "Get inside!" he yelled to anyone who could hear. "Run to safety, now!" Grabbing Cook's arm on their way to the house, he hustled both women ahead of him. When she stopped to grab the hot pot of water, he pushed her from behind. "No, go!" Footsteps pounded behind them. Richard yelled, "Move!" Darcy felt his cousin's hand at his back, clutching the fabric of his coat. Once the ladies crossed the threshold, he flung his arm back to pull his cousin, Bingley and Hurst into the kitchen. "Good Lord, where did that come from?" Hurst blurted, as he attempted to smooth the few hairs he had remaining on his head. "Where's my wife?" "In the small sitting room next to the library." Hurst scoffed, dismissing the woman he wed. "I'm for the cellar, gents. Feel free to join me. With the officers and that clergyman gone, there will be more for us to drink." Bingley followed his brother-in-law. Darcy and Richard escorted Cook and Elizabeth to the library, where the others were already gathered. Chapter 23. The library was a welcoming sight after the fright they had. Elizabeth was still disturbed by how quickly the clouds moved and the winds stirred. She noticed the changes Mrs. Nichols made while she had been outside. A screen was spread open and pressed against the empty fireplace, blocking any air that might come down the chimney. 2 candles in the sconces framing the fireplace were lit. Pillows and blankets were placed around the room. All but one of the side tables and decorations were missing. There was not a doily, a vase, or a picture frame in sight. Instead, on a low table placed just inside the door, was a selection of teacups, a plate of warm bread and ham, a jar containing tea leaves, a pot of jam, and a bucket filled with scalding water. The housekeeper informed her that Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst had the same in the sitting room. "They are as comfortable as I can make them, and as they can be. If you will excuse me, I will remain in the room with them, seeing to their needs," was her parting comment. Elizabeth chuckled to herself. She would not want to be Mrs. Nichols for any amount of money. "Was there a fire somewhere, since you all entered the room like flames were snapping at your heels?" Her mother snorted at her own humour. Elizabeth quickly explained, "Mamma, the wind is back." "Oh, good Lord, no!" Francine Bennet muttered, her hands at her cheeks. "I do hope Longbourn remains standing. I've been there for more than half of my lifetime. What would I do if it was gone? What will we do if something happens to Mr. Bennet?" Mr. Darcy repeated the report from his coachman, who delivered Mr. Collins to the estate, much to her mother's relief, and the relief of others. Along with her mother and sisters, Mrs. Hammond, Mr. Darcy, and Colonel Fitzwilliam, were Netherfield Park's female servants. Apparently the male servants, and any from the stables who dared to enter, were sharing space in the cellar with Mr. Bingley and Mr. Hurst, or had gone to the dower house. Cook kept the maids close to her, sitting next to the door, as if she would escape at the first opportunity, or block anyone from entering. Colonel Fitzwilliam was speaking with Jane. Kitty and Lydia were tormenting their mother with endless questions about their plans, should Longbourn not survive, and Mary chatted with Mrs. Hammond. That left Mr. Darcy, who sat next to Elizabeth. Leaning close to her, he said, "We need to talk." Not meaning to be coy, she asked, "What subject did you have in mind?" "The kiss." Her breath caught. Both nervous and excited, and possibly a little scared at what he might say, she replied, "The first or the second, for if I remember correctly, there were 2. His lips barely moved into a smile before he replied, "If you want to be specific, I would say it was the second one, since the first was barely more than an accidental touch, if you recall." The nerves along her spine quivered. "Oh, I recall it clearly, sir." "In detail?" "Absolutely." Her fingers picked at the fabric of her gown. Whatever did he mean by his series of questions? Was he hoping she would have forgotten the pleasure, or that she would overlook his part in kissing her? "As do I," he reassured her. "My question is exactly what your expectations are, because of that second one." She finally exhaled, not realizing she had been holding her breath. "Sir, whatever can you mean?" She was not coy. Rather, she needed to comprehend what he had in mind.
"Ah, yes, I understand your confusion. You see, I have never been one to incite expectations in a lady. My life's goal to this point was to avoid the practice altogether. Yet in truth I cannot say that I had not given considerable consideration to doing that very thing with you prior to the windstorm."
Elizabeth spun in her chair to look directly at him, stunned at his admission. "You did?"
"You are surprised, yet I wonder why that is so. Did you not hope? Can you tell me honestly that you did not consider me as a potential husband the night at the assembly, when your mother made it obvious that she viewed both Bingley and me as bait for her matchmaking hook?"
She wanted to strike her palm against his mouth, despite loathing physical violence. Why had he gone from charming to bitter with his last question? Was this his true nature? If so, then she was even blinder than she suspected earlier that day. Good grief! The question she should have asked was who was Fitzwilliam Darcy, rather than who was Elizabeth Rose Bennet. "Are you being mean, sir? Is this an attempt to stir my ire, until I reject any possibility of a possible attachment to you out of hand, relieving you of any responsibility after our kiss?"
"Mean? Why would you imply that of me? Do you not know me well enough to know that I was attempting to flirt? Something I apparently did poorly."
He ran his hand through his hair. Good heavens! She wanted to laugh and comfort him at the same time. How adorably awkward of him.
"Elizabeth, my intentions are to offer for your hand in marriage. I want to protect you, not just through this storm, but for all the storms that happen during our lives, metaphorically and real. I esteem you highly enough to want you by my side for the rest of my lifetime."
"Oh!" She was stunned. He wanted her. He really did. Joy filled her heart. "We shall need to work on your flirting skills, Mr. Darcy."
"Fitzwilliam."
His response confirmed he was in earnest, giving her peace. "Very well, Fitzwilliam. I suggest you practice regularly until winsome words flow from your lips. In case I frown after one of your attempts, you might want to soothe me with tender words of affection, which will remove the sting, or another kiss." Darcy grinned.
"Thank you for your suggestion. I shall strive to improve. In the meantime, do you have a response for me?"
"You have yet to ask a question to which I would respond." His smile turned his cool blue eyes into a shimmering pool of sapphire. For the 100th time, Elizabeth almost sighed, just looking at him. Tilting his head toward hers, he lowered his voice to a whisper.
"Will you accept me as your husband, Elizabeth? Will you be my wife?"
They were so close that the shadow of whiskers from a morning without shaving and every individual eyelash were distinct. Elizabeth questioned the desires of her heart. Did she love him? She thought so. The worries and concerns about her future, before they were trapped at Netherfield Park, haunted her enough for her to consider whether she could be happy tying herself to this man for the rest of her life. When added to Mrs. Hammond's encouragement to Mary about cultivating qualities that already were her inclination, she was convinced that she and Mr. Darcy would get on fairly well. Therefore she replied, "I will, if you will guarantee a third kiss, and a fourth, and more."
"On my honour."
He basked in the knowledge that Elizabeth would be his wife. Could a man be happier? Everything about his decision felt right and just. He would be the best husband he could be, cherishing his wife with all his heart. He loved her laugh. He loved her concern for others, and how much she tried to bring joy to anyone she was with. He loved her. Did she love him? Her kiss made it obvious that she felt something for him. If it were not yet love, then he would do everything within his knowledge and power to see that she saw the best of him and everything he had to offer. He would practice flirting until she considered him the most ridiculous man on the planet, if it made her happy. He would love her with his heart, soul, mind and strength. He vowed to himself to start immediately. The morning slipped into afternoon, and the wind continued to blow rain and hail onto the side of the building. Even from their interior rooms, they could hear sounds of destruction. Darcy prayed they would remain safe in their haven. For hours, he discussed plans and the current difficulties he faced with Elizabeth. She was a good listener, focusing not only on the words, but his intent behind his utterances. Her observations and opinions were welcome. Mrs. Bennet finally interrupted them. "Of what subject are you and Mr. Darcy speaking, Lizzie?" her mother demanded. "Kitty and Lydia are both weary of bickering, and I am weary of listening to them. I insist on my share of the conversation." "Very well, Mamma. Mr. Darcy said that his estate in Derbyshire was affected by the lack of rain this summer, like we were in Hertfordshire. The dry weather harmed his crops, which impacted his income." The matron put her hand to her chest. "Poor Mr. Darcy! This must mean a shortfall of your 10,000 a year. How you must be suffering." Quick to reassure her, in case she gave an unfavourable report to Mr. Bennet, prior to his asking for their daughter's hand in marriage, Darcy reassured her that he was solvent. "Well, I had not thought you two were speaking of the economy. I was hoping you shared gossip from town that might be far more interesting to me. Oh, be that as it may, you can continue speaking without my interruption." She placed the back of her hand to her brow. "I will sit here in silent suffering until I am finally able to return to Longbourn, where I will be equally, or if not more, ignored." Darcy stood, grateful to stretch his muscles. "I do have an idea, should everyone agree. I know for a fact that Bingley has a copy of The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle tucked away behind his books on crops and seed selection. I would gladly read it aloud if this would please you." The three youngest Bennets immediately agreed. Mrs. Hammond said, "Please do." Elizabeth nodded, her smile brighter than the sun, while Miss Bennet and Richard spoke quietly in the other corner, ignoring all other conversation. "Very well, I shall begin." He found the book, pulled his chair closer to the others, and then moved Elizabeth's to be next to his, turned to page 1 of the book, and began. "Volume 1, Chapter 1. An account of Mr. Gamaliel Pickle. The disposition of his sister described. He yields to her solicitations and returns to the country. In a certain county of England, bounded on one side by the sea, and at the distance of 100 miles from the metropolis, lived Gamaliel Pickle, Esquire, the father of that hero whose fortunes we propose to record." He read for the longest while, his Elizabeth supplying him with now tepid tea for the duration. His audience gasped when the story became sad, and laughed when appropriate. When Elizabeth suggested a break, the Bennet girls became the characters from Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing. Elizabeth was correct. Miss Mary did an excellent Beatrice to Miss Lydia's Benedick. Even Cook laughed aloud, slapping her knee a few times. All in all, the hours passed in pleasantness, though all of them were aware of the storm striking them from outside. Since there was no exterior light coming into the room, the passage of time was unmarked. It would be the same in the cellar for Bingley, Hurst, and the other men. Who knew whether it was night or day? What mattered was that they were all safe, so far. When Elizabeth handed him the last roll on the plate, filled with a thin slice of ham, along with the last of the tea, he could not stop himself from asking, "Can you picture in your mind a great banquet hall, with tables laden with every sort of delicacy, and wines, laughing family members and friends filling every corner? I never imagined it happening at Pemberley before, but I can now." She lightly touched his sleeve. "Fitzwilliam, as I am attempting to do, you are learning to look beyond the surface to see the good in people. I am deeply proud of you and of me too for trying." He almost lost himself in the depth of her gaze. "Let us not have a long engagement, I beg you." A corner of her mouth lifted. "Have I told you lately what an intelligent man I will be marrying? I guarantee you that should you address me by my first name where Mamma could hear, we will be wed before you know it." Elizabeth delighted every inch of his soul. He simply could not wait to make her his bride. Chapter 24. As Darcy read Peregrine Pickle, using gestures and changing the pitch, pace and tone of his voice to match the characters and events, Elizabeth's mind wandered to what the future might hold. Would he gather his family in front of a warm fire to read adventure stories to their children, laughing and teasing as the tales progressed? With his performance today, there was no reason to expect otherwise, and she was grateful for it. By the time the play came to an end, she was weary. From the looks of the others, they were as well. Retreating to the far wall where Darcy moved his chair, she sat next to him. "Would that I could lean against you and rest for a while." She tipped slightly in his direction, stopping herself before her arm touched his. "Instead, would you tell me about Miss Darcy? Is she like you in looks and personality traits? What are her interests? Does she have many friends? When she's in London, does she live with you or with your aunt and uncle?"
"I will."
He leaned his head back against the wall.
"Georgiana has received a lady's education and is a gifted musician. Her speciality is the pianoforte. Once she discovered the instrument was our mother's favourite, Georgie devoted hours and hours each day practising. She truly is a marvel."
"How wonderful to hear. What of her character? Is she a great reader? You mentioned that you both already enjoyed Sense and Sensibility. Is there another author she prefers that might enlighten me to the sort of person she is?" He stared at the far wall, where his cousins still conversed with Jane.
"My sister is close to your height, has light blonde hair, and warm brown eyes that easily draws a person to her. She's quite timid, being uncomfortable in society, which is why she is in no hurry to come out, much to the chagrin of Lady Matlock. Until this past summer she had a sparkling wit she routinely used against Richard and me. After certain events that took place in Ramsgate, where I set up a house for her, she is withdrawn. As you are aware, George Wickham was frequently at Pemberley, so Georgiana viewed him as a close and trusted friend. In July, while she was at the seaside, she learned that her trust was misplaced, causing disappointment of the acutest kind. I do not know if she will recover."
"Oh dear, poor girl. My heart aches for you both, since I can see how you carry her pain in your pocket. I hope it will comfort you to know that Jane was in that very exact situation when she was 15. A long-time friend of our uncle had an older son who was our playmate each time we went to London. Over the course of one summer to the next, the lad shot up in height, and my sister gained the form of a classic beauty. The young man and his father noticed. Like Mr. Wickham was to Miss Darcy, our old friend turned his attention to Jane. He wrote her bad poetry and sent her flowers. However, one day his attention came to a halt without any explanation. It was only later we discovered that a girl with a hefty dowry stole his heart away from Jane. My sister was crushed, vowing never to love again until she met a man of sterling character. The next year Jane's broken heart healed, to where she finally was restored to the girl she was before, with the exception of one thing. Jane learned discernment. For this I am grateful."
"I see. Then you are suggesting that I need to wait for Georgiana to recover patiently?"
"I would not be at all surprised if it happened. A young girl's heart is fragile. Even though this is so, we are not the weak creatures many men consider us to be. After all, which of the two sexes carry and bear children? Imagine if it was left up to the male sex. I suppose that humankind would have ended after Adam delivered his first son. Do you not agree?" He chuckled under his breath.
"What I cannot believe is that I'm discussing procreation with a lady."
She started to laugh, then paused. Something was not adding up. Recalling Lydia's comments about the similarity between Mr. Darcy and Mr. Wickham, Elizabeth wondered what the actual situation was within the family. For Mr. Wickham had light blonde hair and warm brown eyes, as did Miss Darcy. Were they distant family members? Were they not so distant family? Although her curiosity was piqued, she did not yet feel it was her place to ask. She would wait for Mr. Darcy to reveal any pertinent details. Despite Darcy trusting Elizabeth, he was not yet ready to speak of the disastrous, almost elopement between Wickham and Georgiana. He would do nothing to cloud the judgment of his future wife against his sister.
"Pardon me, sir."
Cook, surprisingly light on her feet, approached.
"Your coachman is outside where the kitchen door used to be. He wants you to know your equipment and cattle made it safely through this last hard wind and hail. He wonders whether you will be needing to transport anyone to Meryton. An officer from the militia rode from the encampment, saying that there are no additional trees on the road. He also said the regiment is a man short. They're out looking for him." She added, "Nightfall will be soon, sir."
"Thank you for the information." Darcy suspected that Elizabeth's younger sisters might be ready to go home, but he did not want Elizabeth to leave. They had much more to say to each other, yet he understood her desire to tend to her family. Already she was urging her mother to return to Longbourn.
"Oh, la, yes, mamma," Lydia said. "As lovely as my gown was at the ball, I am verily weary of wearing it. Do let us go to Longbourn, so we can sleep in our own beds instead of the floor. As it is, I do not want to be seen by anyone, even kind Mr. Darcy."
She considered him kind. It was not the sort of compliment he typically received, but he would accept it since it was uttered honestly. Parker had provided him with a change of clothing, but the ladies had not his advantages. He was unsurprised when the matron bent her opinion to Miss Lydia's will. Mrs. Bennet perked up.
"Oh, yes, Lydia, what could I have been thinking? Mr. Darcy should always see you at your best. Oh, the same holds true for Jane and Mr. Bingley, although we've seen little of him since our distress began. Mary is walking with confidence for whatever reason, and Kitty is almost as lovely as you are, dear girl. Why, I would not be surprised if I do not have at least 4 of my daughters engaged before spring."
She began gathering her chicks together, interrupting Miss Bennet and Richard's discussion, completely oblivious to the growing attachment between the two. Even Darcy, who was usually blind as a bat when it came to romance, could not miss how closely they were seated together. Seeing the tenseness of Elizabeth's spine, Darcy momentarily wondered at the cause. Then he knew. Mrs. Bennet mentioned the possibility of only 4 daughters being wed. She did not consider her second daughter worthy of attracting a potential husband. Her mother said nothing of Elizabeth's many attractions, despite the fact that Darcy and Elizabeth spent hours in private conversation. Was her mother blind? She must have been, to imagine that Darcy would somehow be interested in Miss Lydia. He barely kept from shuddering. His overtures to Elizabeth should have been obvious, yet no one said anything. Why, he could not help but wonder. Why would a mother deliberately ignore a lovely child like her second daughter? Was it because her colouring was similar to the husband she despised? Was it because she could not intimidate Elizabeth? Whatever the cause, it increased Darcy's irritation tenfold. "Come, Miss Elizabeth, allow me to escort you to my carriage." He extended his arm after she gathered her wrap. "Miss Elizabeth." When she turned toward him, he saw the transformation from hurt to resolved. "I suppose we must, sir." He arched his brow. "My father needs to be reminded that he has a family, and that whatever damages at Longbourn will need to be repaired. Besides, he is surely tired of Mr. Collins's company, after several hours of the 2 of them being together, as would I be if the truth were told." He chuckled under his breath. "You are impertinent indeed, Elizabeth Bennet. Whatever am I to do with you?" Her eyes twinkled in the candlelight. "You are an intelligent man, Fitzwilliam. I am certain that you have already considered several possibilities." Warmth surged through him, filling him with joy. They would be happy together. The lane from Netherfield Park to the Longbourn turn-off was littered with debris from the stately oaks that used to line the road. Before the storm began, most of them had already dropped their leaves to the ground, leaving behind gnarly arms and fingers protruding from their trunks. Massive clumps of mistletoe used to cling to the upper branches. Now they were all gone, leaving behind a line of lonely sentinels. At Longbourn, the statue of Hebe, the goddess of youth, pouring water from a pitcher in one hand and holding a small bowl in the other, had tipped on its side, one arm broken off at the elbow. The roof of the portico over the front entrance was missing. The low boxwood shrubs looked like someone pulling a plough dug up the length of them. As at Netherfield Park, slate roofing and hailstones dotted the ground. Longbourn was not at its most welcoming. There was no smoke rising from the chimneys, which fortunately remained intact. No one opened the door in welcome at the approach of Mr. Darcy's fine carriage. Elizabeth shivered. Even her mother ceased speaking. "Mamma, what has happened to Longbourn?" Kitty mused. "I have never seen it this quiet. It is almost as if it was abandoned." "I do not know." To Elizabeth's relief, Darcy, who had ridden his horse alongside the carriage, dismounted. "A moment, ladies." He strode swiftly and with purpose to the door, lifted the knocker, and let it drop. 3 times he did the same, before someone opened it from the inside. "You are disturbing my quiet, young man. Is there a purpose for your being on my doorstep?" Darcy swept his arm back toward his footman, assisting the ladies from the carriage. Instead of her mother wailing and weeping over being ignored by her husband, she lifted her chin and walked past him into Longbourn without a word. Jane, Kitty, Mary and Lydia followed her like goslings. They too refused to acknowledge Thomas Bennet. Elizabeth was rewarded when Darcy returned to hand her out. Tucking her fingers around his arm, she strolled to her father, a candlestick in his hand. "Papa, where are Hill and the others?" He stepped back into the entrance hall. "Well, they left at the first break in the storm to see to the needs of their own families. None have yet returned. Within minutes of discovering that I was still alive, my fool cousin hitched up the pony cart, and along with his belongings returned to his beloved patroness. I've not been to Meryton to retrieve the animal or the cart. Perhaps now that you are home you might see it returned on your next stroll to Mrs. Hammond's. Before that you might want to poke around to see what is in the kitchen. I have not been properly cared for since my return from the ball." Whose fault would that be? Frustrated, Elizabeth stood her ground. Darcy spoke for them both. "Where your priority is sustenance, and mine is far more pressing. Earlier today I offered Elizabeth my hand and my heart. She accepted. Do we have your blessing to marry Mr. Bennet?" He shrugged. "Elizabeth, you say? If you do not mind a silly girl for a wife, then I suppose so." Elizabeth stiffened her spine. Did he have to ridicule her in front of Fitzwilliam? Although she lost respect for the man, he was still her father. Since she would reside in his house until she wed, she would show him as much deference as she was able under the circumstances. Nonetheless, did he have to make it more challenging? Darcy barely tipped his head in a bow. "As soon as I am able to travel to London safely, I will have Elizabeth's marriage contract drawn up. We would like to marry soon, so we can journey together to Derbyshire to oversee any needed repairs to my estate. I will return as soon as I have the papers in my hand." To Elizabeth he said, "While the wind has abated, I shall hurry to Mrs. Hammond's house to determine whether or not it is safe enough for her to return." His attention to duty was admirable. "Then know that I am already eager to again be in your company." Lifting her hand to his lips, his breath whispered over the back of her fingers. "I will stop after Mrs. Hammond is settled, no matter how late." Her father cleared his throat, reminding them of his presence. "You might want to be on the lookout for the missing officer, since, according to Colonel Forster, who called here earlier, he's not been seen since he left the ball at Netherfield Park. His name is Wickham." They both gasped. All the colour bled from Darcy's face. "Mr. Wickham?" Elizabeth could not stop herself from asking. Her father shrugged. "Yes, I believe he was Lydia's favourite. Or was he yours?" His tease fell flat. Darcy's grip on her hands tightened. The sheer desperation in his eyes alerted her that he was exceedingly affected by the news. "I need to find him." Kissing her cheek, he bolted from the house. Feeling his desperation in her own heart, Elizabeth moved to the door, watching until he rode from sight. Chapter 25. Elizabeth hurried upstairs to her room, pulling the pins from her hair. She yearned for a bath, but knew there was no hot water available. Apparently the other girls figured out the same, because there was an abundance of demands, with no one ready to supply their needs. Pulling on her oldest gown, Elizabeth met Jane already examining the kitchen shelves and pots. Neither had any skills that would help them put food on the table, something Elizabeth vowed to change at her earliest opportunity. For a certainty, the wife of Mr. Darcy must have such extraordinary sources of happiness, necessarily attached to her situation, that she would have no cause to repine. Nevertheless, situations could arise where they might not be able to depend on others. She would want to help Fitzwilliam in a disaster, not be a hindrance. Jane gathered a few small pieces of coal from the box kept inside the kitchen door. Dumping them in a pile in the stone fireplace, where irons held large empty pots, her sister mused, "We have watched the maids light the fires many times. How hard could this be? We have watched them carry hot coals in and out of our rooms, but I have not seen them actually light them," Elizabeth admitted. Elizabeth took one of the empty buckets to the back door, which, unlike Netherfield Park's kitchen, remained attached. Stepping between and around the debris, she hurried to the well, from where the household water was drawn, only to discover a tree had fallen over the top of it, damaging the stone casing and closing off most of the opening. There would be no water from that source. Night was falling, which dramatically decreased the options available to her. She could go to the river for water. Rejecting that idea immediately, since she had no way of lighting her way, she considered travelling the well-worn path to Lucas Lodge. Even that was not a good idea, since she had no way of knowing if their well was undamaged. Familiar landmarks were likely gone. She did not want to be caught in the darkness. Returning to the kitchen, she found Jane staring at the small pile of coal, her hands at her hips. Through gritted teeth, her sister said, "I have tried everything, Lizzie, but I cannot get them lit. Do you think Papa knows how?" Elizabeth shrugged. "I cannot know. I was unable to find any water to boil." Jane brushed the loose hair from her brow. "If only Colonel Fitzwilliam were here, he would know what to do." "Colonel Fitzwilliam?" Elizabeth teased. "I noticed how deeply you were both involved in conversation, sister dear. He is an admirable man, almost as much as my Fitzwilliam." "Fitzwilliam? You call Mr. Darcy by his first name?" Jane exclaimed. "Obviously your conversations were far more deeply involved than those between the Colonel and myself, for he has asked only to call upon me. I do not even know Colonel Fitzwilliam's first name." "Richard." "Richard," Jane sighed. "Such a strong name." Elizabeth clasped her hands under her chin. "Oh, Jane, Fitzwilliam asked me to marry him, and I readily agreed. He is truly wonderful. While it is true that I did not always love him as much as I do now, in such cases as these, a good memory is unpardonable." She spoke sternly for both their benefit. "This is the last time I shall ever remember it myself." "I am happy for you, Lizzie. Would that we all could find a worthy man with insight and a willingness to act on behalf of others, someone with no improper pride, who is perfectly amiable." "Well, in truth," Elizabeth snickered, "I would not describe my intended as amiable to everyone other than myself. To me, he is truly the best of men." "I am glad. But how did this happen? At the beginning of the ball you wanted nothing to do with him. Not many hours later, and you were engaged to marry." Elizabeth sat in one of the kitchen chairs, and then faced her sister. "Jane, the change in my attitude was gradual, starting with his kindness to Mrs. Hammond. There, afterward, each time we were in company, I witnessed further acts of compassion toward others. When he turned those marvellous qualities toward Lydia, who I knew offended every one of his sensibilities, I saw him differently than the man I thought him to be. I suspect that his arrogance serves as protection against greedy individuals who seek to gain an advantage from him. He did not know us. Additionally, our family did not make a good impression on him at the assembly. If you recall, Mamma crowed when Mr. Bingley singled you out for his first dance. Then she loudly gossiped about Mr. Darcy's supposed wealth. Kitty and Lydia boldly flirted with anyone, while Mary self-righteously sat in the corner, reading a book, while condemning everyone for dancing, which was the purpose of the gathering. Papa did not deign to come, showing his disinterest in promoting and protecting his family. It is no wonder that Fitzwilliam wanted to create a wide gulf between us. "A gulf that has now closed," Jane observed. "I am reconciled to your match with Mr. Darcy, Lizzie. I have always thought him to be a good man. Now my dearest hope is that one day we will not only be sisters, but cousins too." She blushed a deep red. "That would truly be a delight." "Oh, yes, it would. With that said, I will not allow myself to hope too much. The Colonel spoke at length about the estate his mother holds in trust for him until he marries. He is eager to sell his commission and start a life without the necessity of following orders from foolish men. Yet not once did he include me in his plans. I only share his dreams, that of having my own residence where I can set up housekeeping for a man I respect. Jane, 1 week ago, I would have given the odds of Mr. Darcy and myself falling in love as 1,000,000 to 1. While the possibility seemed far-fetched, the reality is that it happened. Now I am eager to become his wife, to begin our life anew. I am truly happy for you, Lizzie. Perhaps I might have something similar happen, some day. Some day soon, Jane. Elizabeth stood to peek inside the canisters in the corner cupboard. If I remember correctly, Cook used to hide biscuits from Kitty and Lydia, right? She popped open the lid. Here. Cinnamon and cloves drifted from the can to tease her sense of smell. There are 14, 2 for each of us. Perhaps we should do a more thorough search. Jane jumped into action, opening each cupboard and peeking inside each bowl. She was at the back of the pantry when she joyously showed Elizabeth her find, a bottle of cider squeezed during the final harvest. Elizabeth cared not if it had already turned. Jane offered her the first sip. The apples that year were particularly sweet. Dividing the biscuits and the juice, they placed them on a tray to deliver to their family. It was not a feast, but it would serve them well enough. Darcy's horse shied at the first shadow as a gentle breeze moved the tree branches until they clicked and clacked together. Before returning to Netherfield for a torch and some help, he met with Colonel Forster. "I'm saddened to report that not one man has seen Mr. Wickham since he rushed out the door when the storm was announced. He travelled to the ball in my carriage with Mrs. Forster and 2 other officers, so a horse would not have been available for him. He would have been on foot. As you know, the weather was particularly foul. The other officers, Chamberlain, Carter and Denny, turned back to Netherfield Park, not leaving again until the wind slowed." "Where have you searched? Did you and your troops make it all the way back to Netherfield Park?" A red hue rose on the Colonel's neck. "Oh, please understand that the regiment was in a sorry state, from losing their possessions in the windstorm and sheltering at the inn. Few were fit to perform even the most meagre service." Darcy ran his hands through his hair, furious with the man's ineptitude. Richard was correct. Forster was not fit to manage his cheating wife, or a regiment. Hurrying to his horse, Darcy raced toward Netherfield Park. He needed his greatcoat, a canteen full of water, something to light his way, and Richard. Unexpectedly, he encountered many obstacles. Hurst and Bingley could barely navigate the staircase from the cellar to the kitchen. They both reeked of wine and brandy. The footman spent the hours after the wind stopped, trying to restore as much order as possible to the dower house and the main house. Cook had every maidservant hauling water in and out of the kitchen, as she slapped bread dough on the table. Richard was helping to get the stable in order. "Wickham?" Richard was flummoxed. "Why would you endanger yourself and others to look for that miscreant? He certainly would not do the same for you. Instead, he would celebrate the fact that you were gone by dancing on your grave. No, I will not go search for him, and I strongly suggest that you do not either." Darcy turned away. He had no time or desire to revisit the same tired argument with his cousin. Richard simply did not understand. Darcy swore to the heavens. Richard would not understand. He had not read Gerald Darcy's journals. Rubbing his fingers over his eyes, Darcy said, "I will go." Before Richard could stop him, he draped the strap of the canteen over the saddle, grabbed a lantern with his other hand, and headed across the field toward Meryton. Fortunately for him, the moon was waning gibbous. If the clouds would clear, then he would have his way lit by the night sky. Unfortunately, the lunar orb did not cooperate with his purpose, nor did the clouds. Every few steps he stopped and shined the lantern on each side of his horse. The grass no longer stood at attention. Instead, it lay flat on the ground, like the hair of his sister's cat when she petted it. "Wickham!" he yelled into the unstable air, swirling around him. "George!" Pulling the collar of his greatcoat high around his throat, he continued on his course, concentrating so hard that he failed to note how hard the wind was blowing, until his hat flew off to land somewhere behind him. Blast! Looking back, he could no longer see the lanterns Richard lit in the stables. Was it because he was too far away from the buildings, or had Richard extinguished them due to the wind? Darcy had no choice but to press on. "Wickham! George!" Over and over he yelled, as the air pressure pushed at him from behind. Beneath him, the skittish movements of his mount indicated that he was not the only one concerned about the worsening conditions. Only 2 miles between Netherfield Park and Meryton. Surely Wickham would not have wandered too far from the road. Darcy reflected on the fierceness of the conditions when George left the ball. Rain poured in sheets, and the wind howled, until those blessed few minutes of relief, when many of Bingley's guests left for their own beds. By the time Richard warned them to turn back, the storm whipped around them violently, and the rain tormented the horses. How far could Wickham have made it down the road? Surely Richard would have seen him as he came through Meryton to the ball, wouldn't he? Yet he had not. That meant that Wickham left the road before Darcy's coach and the others turned around. For hours he searched the fields, his horse going back and forth from one knoll to another. Nothing, not one sign of Wickham. Darcy turned his horse away from the line of trees into the fields. Cautiously moving his lantern, he searched and yelled until his throat ached. Nothing. At the first flash of lightning, Darcy counted to 3 before thunder rolled. He glanced around at the little he could see. There was nowhere to shelter, only one grassy knoll and harvested field after another. Squeezing his thighs, he kicked his horse into action. For as much as he needed to continue his search, finding shelter was now a greater necessity. Another flash of lightning lit the sky, showing Darcy that he had gone farther from the road than he thought. Before the thunder cut through the noise of the wind, Darcy recognised the stile and Elizabeth's favourite oak tree. If he followed the boundary, he would reach a large chalk cave, where he and his horse could hide out until the wind dropped or daylight rose. Like the main roadway, the property was lined with trees. Giving extra pressure with the reins on the horse's neck, his intention was to move away from danger. Then he saw him lying on his back, that silly apple-green ribbon still tied to his coat. "Wickham! God, no!" "George!" he yelled over the sound of one lightning strike after another. Reaching him, Darcy stripped off his glove, feeling his brother's face and neck. He was as cold as the night air. Using the lantern to search the length of him, Darcy pulled the heavy limb from the towering tree off the body of his nemesis. "Hang on, brother. I will take care of you. Just hang on." There was no response. Rain pelted them both. When Darcy removed his greatcoat to drape over Wickham, he saw what he missed earlier. A sharp branch pierced Wickham's coat and linen shirt, impaling George's abdomen. Darcy dropped to his knees, putting his ear over George's mouth, desperately hoping for at least a whisper of breath. Nothing. "No!" He stood and yelled at the brutality of Wickham's end. Lifting his fist to the sky, Darcy raged against the streams of light bolting across the sky. An answering bolt of lightning exploded an old oak, the repercussion sending currents from the top of Darcy's head to his toes. With the furor resounding in his head, and the light temporarily blinding him, he knew his only course for survival was to find shelter. Quickly untying the ribbon from Wickham's buttonhole, he knotted it carefully around the post, holding up the stile. Grabbing Wickham under the arms, Darcy slowly made his way to the nearest chalk cave. Chapter 26. By the time Jane and Elizabeth gathered the blankets from the guest rooms, Mary, Kitty, Lydia and their mother were tucked into their beds, fast asleep. Their father was still ensconced in his bookroom, with no interest in the care of his family, though he was appreciative of the biscuits and cider. Soon thereafter, Jane crawled into her bed. Within a breath, she too was sleeping. Not too many minutes later, Elizabeth heard her father's footsteps ascend the staircase, whereupon he entered his chambers and closed the door. Where was Fitzwilliam? He promised to return after delivering Mrs. Hammond to Meryton. Had something happened? Had he found Mr. Wickham? Was he tending to his care? She could not help but fret. In the quiet of the night, a door slammed from somewhere below. Had Fitzwilliam returned? She hurried to the kitchen to discover their butler and housekeeper had returned from aiding their families. Mr. Hill carried in a bucket of coal. His wife, Hill, had a full bucket of water in each hand. "Glory be, Miss Lizzie, but this is the worst storm in my memory. When the wind slowed enough for us to be confident we could make it to our daughter's cottage, we hurried to help her with her children. Her husband is still down with consumption. He does not look like he'll make it until spring. Poor dear ones." She set the buckets on the hearth, where her husband shoved aside the small pile Jane had made. "The wind is picking up again, Miss Lizzie. We did not know if you would be here or still at Netherfield Park. In no time at all you shall have warm water for tea and to refresh yourself. In the morning I will tend to your sisters and mother. Unless the weather keeps her away, Cook will also be back once the day breaks, and after she feeds her loved ones. I do hope you do not mind that we were not here." "Not at all," she quickly reassured their long-time housekeeper. "We only returned this evening." "How is it at Netherfield Park?" Hill asked. Elizabeth described the property as she saw it when she strolled the grounds with Fitzwilliam. "Well, we are fortunate here at Longbourn, as the building is brick and stone, as are the outbuildings. I suppose my next task will be starting bread enough to feed those whose properties can no longer sustain them." Keeping in mind her earlier intention, Elizabeth said, "I agree. With that in mind, would you mind if I watched and possibly helped? Jane and I saw the lack in our education when we had no idea what to do to start a fire and feed ourselves and others." Hill looked at her sharply. "Well, I am appreciative, Miss Lizzie. It simply is not done. A lady such as yourself has no need to soil your hands with kitchen work." Elizabeth stood firm. At Netherfield Park, the full burden for all those people fell on Mrs. Nichols, your counterpart. If it had been Longbourn that was hard-pressed, would you not appreciate a helping hand? Even mine? "Well, I guess. Hill, the world is uncertain enough that we all should have the skills to look after ourselves. I am aware that I know nothing, and with the blisters on my fingers I cannot do much, but I would like to learn." "Very well. As long as you only sit and watch, then I will not complain." Relief at having something to do, to fill the hours until morning, when she would again see Fitzwilliam, moved Elizabeth into action. By the time daylight began appearing over the horizon, there were a full dozen loaves of bread on the kitchen table. Although she did no physical work, she could see how her appreciation and encouragement lightened Hill's load. Both of them were happy with what they accomplished. Stepping outside after she refreshed herself and changed, Elizabeth was happy to see that in the early morning light there was not a grey cloud in sight. Birds, which had been noticeably absent during the storm, were again chirping in the trees or pecking for worms in the dirt. Tree branches were still, and the water was already draining from the puddles. The storm was over, leaving everything within her eyesight windswept. Picking up fallen fronds along the walkway, she piled them alongside the damaged boxwood shrubs, clearing the approach to Longbourn, in hopes that Fitzwilliam would soon arrive. When he had not done so by the time she finished, she decided to walk to Meryton, being cautious of any obstacles in the way. As was his plan, he likely was seeing that Mrs. Hammond made it safely to her home that morning, instead of the evening prior, since the wind whipped up again while she helped Hill make bread. Eager to see them both, she hurried toward the junction with the Meryton road, only to be almost run down by a galloping horse and rider. "I beg your pardon, Miss Elizabeth." Colonel Fitzwilliam pulled his mount to a stop. "Have you seen Darcy?" Her heart pounded in her chest, and worry threatened to weaken her knees. "He did not return to Netherfield." "He did not." Time stood still. Then her hands flew to her chest, to make certain her heart still beat. Where was Darcy? The Colonel's grip on his reins pulled his gloves taut. "I'm to Forster's for help. It was a fool's mission for Darcy not to wait to find Wickham." Elizabeth ran as fast as her feet allowed. "Where are you off to?" the Colonel called out. From Oakham Mount, she could see all the way from Meryton to Netherfield. She heard his horse thunder up beside her. The Colonel, apparently realizing her intent, reached down from the horse and easily settled her behind him. "Do you see him?" she asked, before they reached the top. She held the Colonel tightly as the horse leapt the final distance to the crest. "I see something by a stile." The Colonel's horse ate up the distance. An apple-green ribbon was draped from the post. She said, "That belongs to Mr. Wickham." With his assistance, Elizabeth slid to the ground, untying the knot. The Colonel stood in the stirrups. "Can you see anything, Colonel? Anyone?" "No. What I can see clearly are drag marks in the mud." As soon as he pointed to where 2 parallels trailed in the wet earth, Elizabeth took off running. "The chalk cave!" she yelled behind her. "They're not far." Without hesitation, Elizabeth rushed into the cave, the darkness blinding her. Feeling the Colonel's presence at her back, she squinted until her eyes adjusted to the change of light. 2 men were in front of her, one on the ground, one on his knees beside him. She approached, kneeling beside Fitzwilliam. Darcy barely acknowledged her. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, pulling him to her, as Colonel Fitzwilliam put his hand on Mr. Wickham's chest to see if it was rising and falling, or whether it was still. When the Colonel shook his head, she knew they were too late to help Mr. Wickham. Her beloved's body shook in grief. Tears streamed down her cheeks in silent sympathy. Elizabeth kissed Darcy's forehead, her hands on each side of his face, gently encouraging him to look away from Mr. Wickham, to fill his sight with someone who loved him dearly, and who was alive. Wrapping her arm around his neck, she held him to her chest, her fingers caressing every inch of his face, smoothing his brow, tracing his cheekbones, brushing over the rough whiskers on his jaw, and feeling the whisper of his breath from his lips. "Here, I brought brandy." The Colonel unscrewed a flask. "Please, my love," she begged. He sat erect, as if finally seeing her. No, I do not need brandy." Darcy grabbed her hand with his. "I could not leave him out there," he explained unnecessarily. "You certainly would not." Quick to reassure him, she kissed the back of his hand. "Pray tell me about the good in him." Darcy closed his eyes. When the Colonel started to speak, Elizabeth glared at him until he closed his mouth tightly. Into the silence of the cave, Darcy said, "He is my half-brother." Stunned, Elizabeth's mind spun with the implications. The Colonel looked like someone hit him over the head with a millstone. "Your half-brother," the Colonel repeated, still in shock. "Your father's son. It is what all of us suspected for years." "My parents married 3 years before I was born. My father was in love with Lady Anne Fitzwilliam, but there was no possibility of her father approving of the union. The favourite daughter of an earl deserved a duke, not a squire. Nor did my mother have any interest in Gerald Darcy of Pemberley. No, her interest was with a stable boy at Matlock Farms." "Good heavens! George Wickham is the son of my aunt, not my uncle?" Elizabeth could not keep her mouth from gaping open in imitation of the Colonel.
He was.
Darcy wrapped his arms around Elizabeth and pulled her tight.
When our grandfather discovered that his precious daughter was with child, he had the stable boy transported to the colonies and betrothed her to my father, with the caveat that they marry quickly. Lord Matlock insisted the babe be sent to Scotland, where a tenant farmer would raise him on one of the Matlock estates. My father's only request was that if the child was a boy, that he would not be raised as his heir.
Then why was he raised at Pemberley? The Colonel asked.
My mother would not stand the idea that her son would be away from her. Father compromised by having his steward raise Wickham, when he saw how much it pleased his new wife. Everything he did for little George's benefit made Lady Anne happier. After Mother died, he kept it up in her memory.
Elizabeth whispered, "He loved her."
Aye, to his dying breath.
The Colonel ran his hands over his face. "Then the rake was your half-brother and my cousin. Good God in heavens, Darcy, why did you never tell me?"
Darcy sighed heavily.
My father insisted that no one be told, that nothing damaged the reputation of his wife. He lived in fear that someone would find out. He passed that same fear to me through the pages of the journal, which I have since burned.
Did Wickham know?
I showed him the journal at Ramsgate, making him promise that if he stayed away from Georgiana, I would keep you away from him.
The Colonel practically slid to the ground. "I am equal parts angry and horrified, Darcy. I cannot even... If he had succeeded with the elopement, you would have had to petition for divorce through the Archbishop. There would have been no way possible to keep this private."
"I know."
His words hung in the air as Elizabeth tried to process all that was said. Miss Darcy almost ran off with Mr. Wickham. She was shocked, and equally as horrified as the Colonel, at the idea of Miss Darcy being attached to a man who unknowingly was her brother. Her poor Fitzwilliam bore the weight of this knowledge alone. "Will you tell her?" Elizabeth asked.
Darcy's chin dropped. Yes, she needs to know now that any danger is over.
Darcy's hand again reached for hers.
Will you still have me, Elizabeth? You know now the sort of family we are.
She was quick to reassure him and herself. "Do you think I would abandon you because of the secrets of your parents? Did you not already prove to me that you would not hold the conduct of my parents against me? How could I not do likewise? I will still have you, you dear man." His smile was slight, evidence of his continued pain.
"I want him buried at Pemberley, Richard. Please make the arrangements if you would. I need to go to the inn. There is no longer any room for me at Netherfield Park."
"Will you stay with my cousin while I get a cart for him and Wickham?" Richard asked.
"I will." The Colonel had no sooner exited the cave than Elizabeth kissed Darcy with a passion that shook them both.
"I have not yet said the words, Elizabeth."
He kissed her again.
"I love you with my whole heart and soul. I cannot begin to fathom a future without you by my side."
Her heart squeezed from the beauty of his expression. "I love you as well, my dearest man." Her tender fingers made their way into his hair at his temples. "We will be happy, Fitzwilliam. I promise."
"Then kiss me like you mean it, Elizabeth."
And she did. Epilogue. Darcy married Elizabeth Bennet 1 week later, by common licence, in a small ceremony at the Meryton Chapel. None were as surprised as Mrs. Bennet when she discovered who was engaged to her least favourite daughter. None rejoiced as much as she did. For the first time in Elizabeth's memory, she was her mother's favourite. "Good gracious! Lord bless me! Who would have thought it? And is it really true? Oh, my sweetest Lizzie, how rich and great you will be! What pin money, what jewels, what carriages you will have! 10,000 a year, and very likely more. 'Tis as good as a lord. Oh, my dear Lizzie, please apologise to him for my having disliked him so much before. I hope he will overlook it. dear, dear Lizzie, a house in town, everything that is charming. I shall be distracted."
It turned out that being her mother's favourite daughter did not give Elizabeth the satisfaction she always dreamed it would. Instead, the tender look of love and longing on Fitzwilliam's face, when she joined him at the front of the chapel, meant everything to her. She was needed. She, Elizabeth Rose Bennet, was wanted by the best of men more than any other female. She was his favourite. Her father had the good sense to attend the ceremony, as did most of their neighbours and friends. Glaringly absent were the Bingley family, who hurried off to London the second the storm was finally over. Elizabeth doubted they had any desire to return to Hertfordshire. Unfortunately, from the reports received from Darcy's man of business, the Hursts' townhouse was damaged beyond repair, so they had to stay at an inn close to the edge of town, since no one in Darcy's social sphere offered to help them. Miss Bingley must have been livid at being cast aside. Darcy's house in London also received enough damage to render inhabiting it uncomfortable. Thus Darcy and his new bride travelled directly to Pemberley, taking their time on the road, stopping at as many inns as was necessary to spend time alone. "Look." Elizabeth directed his attention to one of the valleys the carriage slowly moved through. From one end to the other, every tree and blade of grass was bent in the same direction. It was truly windswept. "We were fortunate, my beloved," Darcy replied. "Instead of blowing us apart, the great storm blew us together." "Which was exactly where we needed to be," Elizabeth agreed, leaning into his shoulder while seated close to him, her favourite place to be. "Dearest, I was thinking—" "Yes?" Before they married, she understood that he considered every angle carefully before making a decision. Therefore she patiently waited for him to gather his thoughts. "Before the storm, my life moved pretty much like clockwork. Little changed, and if it did, it was by my command. Since the storm, I lost a brother who, though I loved him, caused more harm than good. I gained a wife who I dearly love, for good. Because of this, I discovered something about myself that needed adjusting." She lifted her head from his shoulder and turned to look at him. "In what way?" He bowed his head briefly before he turned his brilliant blue eyes to her. "I was too judgmental. My prejudices were too deep, and my pride was too much a part of me. In my foolishness, I failed to see you clearly the evening we met. I failed to see the good in your mother and sisters. Therefore, from today on, like you, I will try to see the good in people, no matter their station in life. I will treat women like Mrs. Hammond, Cook and Mrs. Nichols, like the treasures they proved themselves to be." Elizabeth chuckled under her breath. "My good man, while I thank you from my heart for thinking I set a good example in being compassionate, I too was extraordinarily judgmental. Instead of having everyone's characters sketched accurately, I quickly learned how little I really knew. Therefore I will imitate the man I wed, by opening my eyes to the value of others, even scoundrels like your brother." "You do not think it is wrong for me to mourn him?" Darcy asked, pain dripping from his tone. "Not at all." Elizabeth returned to her comfortable position against his arm. "We are all imperfect, with perfect flaws. The tempestuous winds did not blow these flaws away. Instead, for us and others, they revealed sterling qualities for good. I love you, my heart, and I will forever." 5 days later, they arrived at Pemberley, where there was no evidence that the worst storm in over 100 years had struck England. Darcy and Elizabeth were relieved to find that they were not required to devote their time and attention to making repairs. Instead, they spent their hours discovering a love that would span ages. A fortnight later, the Matlocks appeared, with Georgiana in tow. In the spring of the following year, Richard Fitzwilliam escorted his future bride, a smiling Jane Bennet, along with Mrs. Olivia Hammond, to Derbyshire. Late on the night of their arrival, after everyone was settled, Darcy watched as Elizabeth ran a brush through her hair. In every way she pleased him as a wife. During the 4 months since they wed, Pemberley was transformed from a house into a home. "Do you not ever tire of watching me?" Elizabeth asked. "I do not." Standing to join her at her vanity, he took the brush from her hand and set it aside.
When you flew into my life on the wings of a storm, you captured my full attention.
Peering up at him with her magnificent eyes, she said, And you think that was the way of it? For I distinctly recall a gallant gentleman lifting a heavy basket from my hands, charming his way into my heart, then stealing me away once the wind settled. Lifting her hand to his lips, he murmured, his eyes never leaving hers.
I will not dissemble, my dear. You swept me away like a whirlwind. I have no cause to repine.
She laughed, her heart filled with contentment and peace. Fitzwilliam, would you come with me? Without hesitation, he helped her into her dressing gown. Once she was mostly garbed, she reached for his hand. Pulling gently, he followed her to the gallery where pictures of the Darcy family hung. Already a space had been made for a future portrait of them. However, it was before the painting of Gerald Darcy and Lady Anne that Elizabeth came to a halt. Tell me the good about them, husband, for I need to know what to tell the next generation of Darcys. He gasped. Already? He never imagined that he could feel that level of joy. Stepping behind her, he wrapped one arm around her shoulders. The other one he positioned, until his hand rested on her flat belly, hoping for movement, some indication that his son or daughter rested in that safe place. Burying his face in her neck, he pressed his eyelids together, until his breathing evened out.
My mother was my world, Elizabeth. She was always tender and kind to me, Richard and Wickham. By the time I was old enough to think about it, I realized how much she had grown to love Father. I used to marvel at her having a heart so big that it could encompass all of us evenly. Now I know why.
Pressing her hands over his, she leaned back against him. Then we will tell our child that his or her grandmother was full of love. Elizabeth studied the picture before saying, She is truly beautiful, with the loveliest of eyes. With your father's strong features like your own, it is remarkable that Georgiana has her colouring.
I suppose.
Darcy muttered.
Georgiana is remarkably like her in character, now that her ordeal with Wickham is firmly behind her, and the threat of exposure is gone.
Tell me something really good about your father, Fitzwilliam. She felt his smile.
I remember how patient he was when he taught Georgiana to ride. It was not until I was away at Cambridge that I realized he was equally patient with me. I see now that he exercised the same with my mother. He did truly love her. He was entirely devoted to her.
Then we shall tell our child that when their grandfather fell in love, he stayed in love for his lifetime. Lifting his face from where it rested atop her shoulder, he turned her in his arms.
Know this, Elizabeth Darcy, that the son of Gerald and Lady Anne feels even stronger in his affections towards his wife than either of my parents did to each other. Nothing or no one will separate us or keep us apart.
She kissed him with a passion that shook him. He loved her as fiercely as the winds that blew at Netherfield Park. Fitzwilliam, I propose that we tell our children how their father swept me off my feet during the grandest storm of the century. Once my feet again touched the ground, it was at our beloved Pemberley where all our dreams came true. He grinned mischievously. Within a breath, he had her in his arms, carrying her to their chambers, where their future awaited them, peaceful, secure, and happy. This has been Windswept, a Pride and Prejudice variation, The Misadventures of Darcy and Elizabeth, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Copyright 2024 by Joy Dawn King. Production copyright by Joy Dawn King.